get your umbrella, 'cause this wind's gonna kill ya. Or better run for some shelter, 'cause we're blowing down this house. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. I'm bringing the storm, here we go. Put your hands up, 'cause we are a hurricane. We are a hurricane. Better get your umbrella, 'cause this wind's gonna kill ya. There's no stopping us now, we'll blow down this house, yeah. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. I'm bringing the storm, here we go. Put your hands up.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. You are looking at live pictures of Sunset Lakes, the home of the Jack Travers International Tournament skiing facility, and also home to the 2024 Travers Grand Prix, the 12th stop on the Waterski Pro Tour. My name is Tony Lyford, and I'm glad that you've taken some time out of your busy schedules to tune in to us today for the first round of competition in not only in the pro section of the competition, which we will see in about 25 skiers from now, but also the amateur competition, which will fill the balance of the action that you'll see out there on the water alongside the pros. There you can see in the foreground a few of the properties that form Sunset Lake Estates, and in the background there, and you can plainly see the towboat making its way in for one of its simulation passes. There you see the 3 lakes that constitute the Jack Travers Waterski School here at Sunset Lakes, and a beautiful facility it is as well. Here is your schedule for today. Amateur round 1 will kick things off in within the next few minutes, in about 15 minutes, as a matter of fact. Then we estimate that the pros will hit the water at approximately 11 a.m. when we've got pros in round 1 and pro men in round 1, and it's a tried and true format where we have the best score from 2 rounds that advance for the pros. 8 advance through to the finals in each of the pro divisions, the women and the men. So great to have you on board, and also great to have our sponsors. The main ones are directly underneath me here on the announcing booth, namely Syndicate, Good Waterskis. We've also got Waters Wetsuits and Edge Bindings, and we also have some great support, as ever, from the likes of Mike and Kerry Morgan and Michael DeMello, and also the Sunset Lake Ski Club. And flanked on each side of the announcing booth are some people that we want to give special thanks to, the likes of Michael DeMello and Jack and Lalani Travers, the Morgan family, Duplon Freiberg family, along with the McConnell family, Ron and Mary Koenig, the Covington family, and Brandon and Shannon Waters as well. So those are amongst the great supporters that we have here annually for this competition, the Travers Grand Prix, which is into its fifth or a sixth occurrence, and it is part of the Waterski Pro Tour, the 12th stop in the season-long series. So, we've got our boat on the dock, and within the next few minutes, we will go on to our first skier. All right, so whilst we get our boat situated, there's plenty of time for you to grab onto your favorite beverage and grab onto your favorite seat, because in the next few minutes we'll kick off the 2024 Travers Grand Prix with our first round of amateurs. And when we return, we will do just that. The 2024 Travers Grand Prix will get up and running in the next few minutes, right after this.
See you in Vienna.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
I'm so excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
I'm not doing this to try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on it, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood. 'Cause I like the way it feels on it. That little rush, rush, rush of blood.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac. For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
Hello everyone, my name is Danilo Filchenko and I am the Under 21 World Trick Champion. The edge trick binding brings me a lot of support and control over my ski due to the 3D printed plate. I'm very excited for upcoming 2021 season as Worlds are taking place, and I'm confident that with the right gear, it will help me achieve my goals.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got a set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. We are a shade under 10 minutes away from starting the 2024 Travers Grand Prix right here at Sunset Lakes, the home of the Jack Travers Waterski School. We're glad to have the pleasure of your company. There is your schedule for today, amateur round 1. And we'll have the pros starting at approximately 11 a.m., as you can see quite clearly with the graphic at the top of your screen. There you see the conditions, absolutely pristine out there, not a ripple on the water at all. And we've got temperatures and humidity to match. And just to kind of let you know, so far as the pros are concerned, we take 8 through to the third round final for the pros, and that is interspersed among our amateur skiers. So we'll have about 22 amateur skiers take to the water first, and then we will transition to the pros, and then after we get done with the pros in their opening round, then we go on to the remaining portion of our amateur athletes, and we'll have about another 16 or so skiers before we call it a day and move on to the next phase of this competition, which is the go-karting, which I believe will actually be taking place tonight over at Bushnell Motorsports, not too far away from here. As this is a pro event on the TWBC season, we have our audience prize in effect. Make sure you enter for your chance to win yourself either a D3 or a Conley slalom ski. Take that opportunity right now and put in who you favor to be on the free skier podium in each of our pro events, the men and the women. Also, take some time out to check in with the latest episodes from the TWBC podcast as well. We still have a little bit of work to do to restore full functionality to that, including linking the Spotify and other podcast platforms to the new server, which we've had to bring on board because the podcast is so popular that we've had to kind of expand the functionality of the server. So with that in mind, you can actually listen to the latest edition of the TWBC podcast by going to our YouTube channel. And whilst you're on the YouTube channel, you can subscribe and also be informed as to the next time we go live. Yeah, you can hit that subscribe button and be part of the live chat. And I'll mosey on over to the live chat for this event in just a moment, but it's been quite lively. I mean, even last weekend with the pro tournament that took place not too far away from here in the Polk City, we had some really lively discussions, and it's also a great outlet for you folks out there that are rather new to the sport to find out as much as you can about what's going on the water. You know, just some simple questions here and there from those to the real intricate kind of stuff that we typically deal with on a daily basis in pro tournaments. So feel free to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. That way you can be a part of the live chat, and you can also be informed as to the next time we go live once you hit the bell icon as well, and be a part of the 2,000 or more plus family of subscribers to the TWBC YouTube channel. All right, then. Looks like with the sun's slowly starting to make its way up into the sky, and the higher it goes, the less chance we'll have glare on the even-numbered passes. The reason why we've got this delay in the start is so that we can give our skiers the best opportunity possible to perform at their absolute best, and to do that, they need to be able to see, and that's just the end all and be all of that. We've got Vincent Stadelbauer in the trailer working the ones and twos, and he'll be joined by others during the course of this event as we start to make our way towards the pro section of the competition. We see a few of our amateurs milling around the starting dock and getting ready to go. Matt Leach will be our first competitor up, followed by Connor Pesek, both of them on the same amateur team. Then Serhii Daniushki, I should say, followed by Travis and Randy Torley, Greg Chapman, Terry Early, Martin Woodbury, David Island, and Brad Bennett will be our 10 lead-off skiers in the amateur competition. And for those of you tuning in, wanting to check out the pro section of the event, that will start at around 11 a.m. I mean, it all comes down to how quickly we can go through the first 22 odd skiers in the amateur competition. Obviously, the quicker we can do that, the earlier we can possibly start. Conversely, if we're running a little bit late, then obviously the start time for the pros will be a little bit later. It's just one of those things with Waterski tournaments. Sometimes we run a little early, sometimes we run a little bit late. But the best way of being informed as to when the pros will be going out on the water is to actually watch the amateurs for the first 22 odd skiers. So make sure you stick around for that. All right, so big shout out to our sponsors: Syndicate, Good, Waters Wetsuits, Edge Bindings. This event is part of the Waterski Pro Tour, the 12th event of the season here at the Jack Travers Waterski School, and we have great support from a number of different families, those listed on each side of the announcing table. But we've had annual support from the likes of Mike and Kerry Morgan and Mike DeMello, and the good members of the Sunset Lakes Waterski Club. So we are now at 8:31. Looks like the sun has still got a ways to go to rise up in the sky, and once it gets up high enough, then we'll make an assessment and see if it's feasible to send our first skiers out. But this is the 2024 Travers Grand Prix. Such a great pleasure to be here once again. Always a great welcome, always great hospitality here at Sunset Lakes here, just outside Groveland in Lake County, Central Florida. And when we return, we'll be right on time with our first skier to take to the water, who is Matthew Leach. But in the meantime, grab your favorite seat, grab your favorite beverage, and when we return, we should have some skiing out there on the water. Be back right after this.
So excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
See you in Vienna.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will, can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
I'm so excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in a future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Well, hello and good morning and welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the 2024 Travers Grand Prix, coming to you live from Sunset Lakes just outside Groveland in Lake County, Florida. All right, then, looks like we've gotten the green light to proceed from our officials. They have assessed the sunlight, and it is high enough up in the sky to prevent any kind of glare on the even-numbered passes. So with that in mind, we've got our amateurs getting ready to go. We've got our boat, which I believe has made its way down towards the opposite end of the course for its simulation pass. It'll make its way, and then once it arrives back here next to the judges' tower, we'll invite our first skier to strap it on, so to speak, and get ready to take to the water. And there is our towboat. Our driver for this morning is Skip Hamel, and he will actually be skiing in this event a little bit later on. He'll be skiing number 21. Out of 22, so he'll be our penultimate skier in the first section of amateur competitors before we roll on to the pros, which we anticipate starting at 11 a.m. But don't hold us to that strict time. That is just an approximation, given that we run at approximately 6 minutes per skier. We made the calculation and believe that 11 o'clock is pretty reasonable time to assume that the pros will be hitting the water at that juncture. So we've got about we got exactly 22 skiers, give or take. You sometimes have the odd scratch or two, or someone just arrived late, or maybe someone's carrying an injury or what have you. For whatever reason, we anticipate 22 skiers, and our first skier to take to the water, coming to us from the Lone Star State of Texas, it is Matt Leach. All right, so getting ready to tighten up that line. It is going to be 52K, 18.25 meters. For the folks that don't quite understand the concept of the metric system, that's 32 miles an hour at 15 off. Here we go. This is Matt Leach. And he's decided to go in on 16 meters, or actually, it is 18.25 meters. We didn't have the correct graphic up there on your top left, our bad. But he goes through 18.25 meters, making it look rather easy. And 22 off comes up next for Matt Leach. Another timely reminder for you to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. And whilst you're there, you can also listen to the latest episodes of the TWBC podcast. The latest episodes feature skiers such as Freddie Winter. We took that interview last night, and also yesterday we had the opportunity to talk a little bit with the young Australian slaloming superstar, that is Lucas Cornell. We got to talk to him, and we also published the interview, the long-awaited interview with Jonathan Travers, which was actually taken around about the time of the Oxfordshire Pro-Am slalom competition, of which he didn't hold much back in terms of what happened earlier on in the season. And also talks about his victory over in San Gervasio. So all of that you can find on the TWBC podcast by going to the TWBC YouTube channel. This is 55K. Again, a little broken over there into number 3 and into number 4 as well. Trying not to overshoot the buoys at 18.25 meters, an easy thing to do. But now he's going to get ready for the next pass, which is either going to be at 55K, 55K at 22 off. Yeah, he's actually going to stay at 55 kilometers an hour, or 34 miles an hour. And he'll go to 60 meters, or indeed 22 off. So, 22 off, 34 miles an hour. It's going to be his next run. That is Matt Leach. So, a beautiful part of the world here in Lake County, and interspersed among the bird noise around this area. You can hear the sounds of the odd propeller from aircraft that make its way around here, especially departing out of the seaplane capital of the world, which is Travers in Lake County. Of course, you can check out what Lake County has to offer in this part of the world by going to visitlakecounty.com. Check out the various activities that you can involve yourself with. And there is Matt Leach getting round the first 3 buoys. 3 at 16 meters, 55K. 3 at 55K, 60 meters. 355K, 16 meters, or 3 at 34 miles an hour, 22 off. Jumping all over the rear of the ski, and that caused a delay. And unfortunately for him, unable to get much beyond halfway down the pass. But there you go. All right, then. Looks like we got a few messages coming through as we bring Matt Leach back to the dock. Tony Bondonzi sending us the odd message or two. Also getting some messages from Todd Leach as well. So the South Central region repping pretty hard with the live chat. And our next skier to take to the water, another skier out of the South Central region of the United States. For those of you outside of the United States, not too sure what the regions are. South Central region consists of Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and the Lone Star state of Texas. And it is from that state that our next skier, much like Matt Leach, originates from. The Lone Star state of Texas, repping once again with our next competitor. It is going to be Connor Pesic. Again, more messages coming through. Billy Martin, thank you very much indeed. Right back at you, sir. Also getting some messages from Italia as well. And some other folks that are chiming in with their messages as well. Keep them coming. We'd like to keep the live chat buzzing, whether it be through the amateur competition or indeed the pros, which we anticipate starting at around 11 a.m. this morning. That's an approximate start time, based upon how quickly or how slowly we get through the amateur competition at this section. Connor Pesic, 14.25 meters. This at 58 kilometers an hour. There you go. All over the back of the ski off number 5, but he still has plenty of angle. And a little bit of a tail grab there for a little bit of a stylistic conclusion to that opening pass of 14.25 meters at 58K. Or for those of you that like the old method, it is 28 off at 36 miles an hour. So Connor Pesic, as I previously alluded to, comes to us out of the Lone Star state of Texas. And he skis regularly at his site over at San Marcos River Ranch, which is going to be the host of the 2024 NCWSA National Collegiate Waterski Championships, which will take place starting this coming Thursday. I will be there announcing for that competition. Always a highlight towards the end of the season, seeing the collegiate athletes go after it. In the meantime, let's see what Connor Pesic can do on 13 meters or 32 off. Gets it to go. Nicely done. Skip Hormel doing a fine job there at the helm of that Nautique towboat. The official towboat of the Sunset Lakes Waterski School, and also the official towboat of the International Waterski and Wakeboard Federation. There we go with the red Nautique. That that particular boat was actually used during the Masters Waterski tournament as the special custom graphic on the back platform that indicates as such. As we look out towards the dock and see Serhii Daniushki, who he's probably coming in a little bit later. Travers Torley, therefore, will be our next skier to take to the water, is skier number 3. Let's have a look and see what Connor Pesic can do. This is 12 meters, good extension on number 1, little broken over into number 2, little open into number 3. He's still there, he's still on top of the water, trying to use his height more than anything else to get round number 5 to the wake. And we'll double check on that one to see if he actually made it round buoy number 5. But he gets 4 buoys at least for his effort out there. Again, a little bit separated from the handle, even on his gate shot into buoy number 1. If there's one place where you can spend a little bit of time to actually get in the proper position to attack buoy number 1, it's certainly the gate shot, and he didn't exactly give himself the best of starts, unfortunately. But Connor Pesic, oh yeah, definitely well inside of buoy number 5, as my good friend Vincent Stadelbauer alluded to. So 4 buoys at 58K, 12 meters, or 4 buoys at 36 miles an hour, 35 off. All right, continuing to roll right along. One of our people that is on the live chat wanting to know where the running order is for this tournament, and I'm just about to put that up on the live chat. For our amateur competition, you can go to the live Wistim live scoreboard. A good few of you folks know exactly where to go to do that, but for those of you that don't, you'll see the link at the bottom of the live chat to get you up to speed with the running order and also the scores purely in the amateur competition. For the pros, we would switch the scoring to the IWWF scoring system, but that is for later on. On the water right now is Travers Torley. This is 14.25 meters, and getting in a little bit deep here on his opening pass, but still managing to make some ground. So that was at 14.25 meters. I believe that was 55K, and it is 55K. Thank you very much. Travers Torley, who skied in this event last year. I believe he actually did quite well here with his performance. Another timely reminder for you to check in with the TWBC YouTube channel. Always a great resource that, and to be able to watch this event from the comfort of wherever you happen to be, whether you're slumped up on the sofa at home, whether you're actually putting in a decent, hard-working days of graft there at your place of work, and trying to to keep that away from the boss as he or she passes by, but to keep you informed as to when the latest events take place, so you can hit the bell icon on the TWBC YouTube channel. Also, you can go to waterskibroadcasting.com and enter for your chance to win yourself a D3 or Connolly slalom ski based upon how accurately you predict the podiums in the pro divisions in women and men's competition. 13 meters, 55K. Travers Torley. Men's 3 slalomer, I believe. And getting the job done. There you go. 2 passes down, looking good. Looks like we're going through our live chat discussion right now, and already the hits are coming, including one question that asks of me, the world of water skiing wants to know, what slalom ski do you ride? Well, that is a 2-part question. Currently, the ski that I'm riding on at the moment, as I try to regain enough of my fitness to actually go onto a high-performance slalom ski. I'm currently riding the HO Syndicate hovercraft, using that for conditioning, so on and so forth, at a slow boat speed. Normally at about, maybe about 20, 21 mile an hour, but I do shorten the rope. I do start in at on a line length of 14.25 meters or 13. Have been known to do opt-ups, that kind of stuff, just to keep things fresh and keep things entertaining. And looking to try and regain enough of my fitness to where I can actually ski on something that's more conducive, something like a Connolly C1, with an example of which you can win if you play the audience prize competition. As we see Travers Torley all over the back of that ski there on number 4. He's still on top of the water, and he's gotten through 3 passes, getting through 12 meters. There you go, 35 off Travers Torley, ripping it up out there. Absolutely fantastic. So, Travers Torley. As a matter of fact, he can take the lead in the amateur round slalom competition if he can get more than 4 buoys on the next line length, which is 11.25 meters. He can take the lead based on zero-based scoring. He runs with 55K, which is the sub-max boat speed, max speed for his division. Connor Pesek actually scored 4 buoys on 12 meters at 58K. So when you factor his score into account and measure it against a score at 55K, it's the equivalent, the target is the equivalent of 4 buoys at 11.25 meters. So, Travers Torley coming into the competition, not a breath of wind there on the weather vane. Let's see what he can do. Rocking, a little bit flat there into buoy number 1. Now he's going to have to work. He's round number 2, and 2 buoys it is. It's going to be 2 at 11.25 meters at 55K. 11.25 at 55K. That puts him 2 buoys behind in second place at the moment in the amateur competition. But a good, solid effort out there. Again, a little bit strung out there into number 2. He had to work hard just to get that ski on the outside of the buoy line. But he skis for the wake, and he gets a solid 2 at 11.25 meters. So well done to him. So 4 skiers into this competition. There we see on camera there the legend that is Jack Travers there handling the ropes. making sure everyone has their handle on the rope in plenty of time, and making sure that the handle gets returned to the person to whom used it. All right then, so coming up, 49K, 18.25 meters for our next competitor, Randy Torley. Oh, and Randy Torley trying to get some ways far down that course, but unfortunately, I believe he tried to turn number 6 on that one. But Randy Torley, that was at 49K. Looks like he scored 3.5 buoys there total at 49K. Getting a little broken over there into buoy number 4, and tried to extend himself to get around that buoy, and nothing was doing there for him. So he gets that score of 3.5 at 49. So, for those of you that have just arrived on site, you are most certainly welcome here to Sunset Lakes, the home of the Jack Travers Waterski School, and the venue for a number of great tournaments during the course of the last few seasons. Has held the IWWF World Waterski Championships twice in successive cycles. Has held its MLCQ Last Chance qualifier on a regular basis for as long as I can remember in recent times, and of course has held the Travers Grand Prix for a number of years, including this season here of 2024. So highly active in the tournament water skiing, it would be fair to say at the very least. So, as we continue right along, for those fans that have just arrived, be informed that we do have splash threads on site as well, so they'll be producing a custom apparel for you to check out. Nicole doing a fine job with that, and you can check out Splash Threads right here on site, and also check out them online, splashthreads.com. About to take to the water is going to be Greg Chapman. $49K, 16 meters. Or 30 miles an hour, 22 off. Okay, so men 8, which means that max speed for his division is 49K. Slicing and dicing, even at 16 meters or 22 off. That is Greg Chapman. He will go to 14.25 meters coming up next, based upon what I know with max speeds in these upper age divisions. Doing the old split radius edge change into buoy number 1. Edge changes, then flattens off, and then edge changes again. Right about there. Almost clouted number 3, as a matter of fact, but he was He realized what was happening and had to put in just a skosh more effort to secure the run. So, Greg Chapman, that is 49K. Okay, my mistake there. Greg Chapman will be coming back at 32 miles an hour. Although I'm quite certain that at 49K, the max speed is 49, but it is his option to go up to 32, which I believe he will stay should he clear this run. So at 32 mile an hour, 32 miles an hour at 22 off. Here we go, Greg Chapman. Nicely done, no worries there. That was at 32 miles an hour with the line length at 22 off, or 52K, 16 meters. For those of you wanting to check out the start list, I've put in a link there on the live chat. You can check that out. That will link you directly to the scoring program offered up by Wistims for our amateurs. As we get a little bit closer towards the pros, I will also put the link up that will direct you to the IWWF scoring program for the pros. But I will put that in a little bit later so as to avoid confusion going down the line. As we look out towards the lake, towards the dock, and see Terry Early. Sure, Martin Woodbury isn't too far behind. And we seem to be running through our first few skiers very quickly indeed. We are on skier number 5. .32 miles an hour. 28 off, or 52K, 14.25 meters. Greg Chapman. Nice. Oh, I don't know whether he made it round buoy number 6, but I'm getting word that he was inside. So that is going to be a 5 buoy count at 52K, 14.25 meters. Yes, indeed, that is Greg Chapman. All right, and yes, clearly inside buoy number 6 there, as he tried to make some ground on that pass, and not much was doing there in that regard. So 5 buoys at 52K, 14.25 meters. Next competitor up is going to be Terry Early. All right, so skier up next is going to be Terry Early.
32, B2. 15 off here.
Okay, 18.25 meters at 52K, or 15 off at 32 mile an hour. Next combatant is Terry Early. Okay, so Terry Early out there on the slalom course. So Terry Early. Oh, and unfortunately not too early into buoy number 6. As a matter of fact, he was quite late off buoy number 5. So Terry Early didn't do too badly off the first half of the run, but just got a little bit bogged down off number 3. And things didn't exactly work out for him too well going towards the latter part of the run. He even tried to safety check there off number 5, which he was ill-advised doing. But there you go, Terry Early. End of round 1 a little bit earlier than anticipated, getting 5 buoys total, having started at 52K, 18.25 meters, or 32 mile an hour, 15 off. All right, as we work our way down this list, a quick reminder that you can enter for your chance to win yourself a ski. Yes, indeed, the audience prize is active right now. Accurately predict the podium in the women and men's competitions and get as close as you can to the top scorer produced in those competitions. And you can win yourself either a D3 or a Connolly slalom ski. Check that out by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Okay, 52K, 16 meters for our next competitor up. It is going to be Martin Woodbury. Holding that handle rather close to his body. Skiing rather cautiously into number 2. This is Martin Woodbury. All right, good effort there. Martin Woodbury through that opening pass at 16 meters at 52K. So Martin Woodbury skiing in men's 9, which means he's just completed a pass at max speed at 52K. He now shortens the line from 16 meters to 14.25, or 22 off to 28 off. As we continue to roll along, be sure to go to the TWBC YouTube channel and check out the latest episodes of the TWBC podcast. Had the opportunity to talk at some length with Lucas Cornell, a young talent from Australia who's turning some heads out there on the water. Also, you can listen in on the interview that I conducted last night with Freddie Winter, as he outlines what he's got going on in the future, trying to rehab from that awful crash that he took at the Monaco slalom competition. He tells us a little bit more about that and what he's got coming up. And also, we published the interview that I conducted some time ago with Jonathan Travers, and lets us know what's going on with him post his San Gervasio slalom win in Italy, and also one or two things that happened in the early part of the season, which certainly caused a little bit of controversy. So check out those episodes on the TWBC podcast, and by going to the TWBC YouTube channel. Martin Woodbury, this is 16 meters. So 16 meters at 52. Okay. So. Just to alleviate some confusion, he's just gone through 14.25 meters at 52K. Actually, as a men's 9 skier, his max speed is actually 49K, but he exercised the option to ski at a higher boat speed. He's more comfortable with that, and it also gives him an additional 6 buoys on top of what he would ordinarily score on the same pass had he have kept it going up 49K. So in essence, what he's done. But in amongst all of that, apparently we are reviewing his score with specific emphasis around buoy number 2, as we see our good folks here viewing the action there in front of the big screen, which we have located on site here at Sunset Lakes. This is the 2024 Travers Grand Prix. A lot of moving parts, and we are about almost halfway done with the amateur round of this section of the amateurs. We will have another section of amateurs for round number 1 to continue after we get done with the pro skiing, which we anticipate starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We haven't put in the clocks back yet. That won't take place until November. So looks like we've got 1 buoy counted at 52K, 14.25 meters. He elected to go with 52K, even though his max speed in his division is 49K, being men's 9. But it's going to be 1 buoy at 14.25 meters at 52K, or 32 miles an hour, 28 off. Next competitor up is going to be Dave Island. Okay, as we continue to go along, we've got a few messages coming through on the live chat. Someone saying good morning to us from Kingston in Ontario, Canada. Great to have you tuning in. The Bugs Island Waterski Club are thanking us for broadcasting this event. And one message towards the end, wanting us to publish a link to the running order. Well, that link was posted directly above. You'll find that in the scores.waterskiresults.com. Scores.waterskiresults.com. You'll find that link about three messages prior, and that should serve your needs pretty well. Dave Island. Okay, Dave Island coming into the course. I believe he's a men's 5 slalomer. 52K, 14.25 meters. Skiing out of the Metroplex of Texas, Dallas-Fort Worth area, and doing a grand job there with pass number 1. That is David Island. All right then, so let's have a look and see. Dave Island started at 52, 14.25 meters. And not looking bad at all. Looking pretty good for the most part there. That's Dave Island. We'll get confirmation on what that pass was. He started at 52K, 14.25 minutes. We'll try and ascertain whether the boat speed went up or whether the length of the rope went down. That was at 55K, so the line length was still the same at 14.25 meters. So now he's gotten through the max boat speed for senior division competition. He's men's 6, by the way. He now will start to shorten the line, and he's looking pretty good at this time. All right, here we go, folks. That was at 55K at 13 meters, and getting into a little bit of difficulty about halfway through the run. We'll take a look at the instant replay and see where things started to go a little bit pear-shaped for him. Much of the problems that he suffered in the course stemmed from his gate shot, where he pulled the handle up high and couldn't get the leverage and the swing that he needed to make a halfway decent play on this run. Dave Ireland skidding in to his fall there, and he scores 2.5 at 55K 30 meters. 55K 30 meters. That is the score for Dave Ireland in the amateur competition. All right, continue to rock our way along. This is the Travers Grand Prix. For those of you that are just joining us, you are most certainly welcome. We are in the first section of amateur slalom skiers. We're about halfway through. We're about to take out skier number 10, and that is Brad Bennett. Then we've got about another 10 or so skiers to go after him before we go into the pro section of the event, which we anticipate starting at around about 11 o'clock based upon the calculation that we made using the traditional formula of 6 minutes per skier. We believe 11 o'clock is our best estimate there.
Barry goes in. You going too, Barry? I'm going to ski. Yeah. After these two? Is that Greg? Curtis? Yeah, I'm going to go first. Hello. Morning. Whenever you guys are ready. You should be able to see right under that.
Okay, Brad Bennett coming back in, or making his initial pass in towards the slalom course at 55K, 14.25 meters or 34 miles an hour, 28 off. Brad Bennett. Looking at this once again, looking pretty smooth. All right, so Brad Bennett getting ready to come back at 55K, 14.25 meters. Another men's 6 slalomer, I believe. And men's 6, their maximum speed is 55K. At least according to the chart that I'm reading from page 46 of the AWSA rulebook that outlines the maximum boat speeds. You can check that out for yourself by going to usawaterski.org and navigate through to the free event tournament section of the site, and you should be able to find that under official resources For those of you that are rather new to the sport, USA Waterski is the national governing body of water skiing in this part of the world, with the American Waterski Association being the sub governing body tasked with overall control of tournament water skiing, which you see here in the form of slalom. The other events being a tricks and jump. Brad Bennett get into a little bit of difficulty on 13 meters, so 1.5, I believe, is going to be the score. 1 1/2 at 55K 30 meters, or if you translate that to feet and inches, it's 1.5 buoys at 34 miles an hour, 32 off. Oh, I'm not even too sure whether he actually made that ski actually made it on the outside of buoy number 2.
28, please. Well, we'll see when I'm done.
All right, so next skier up is going to be Curtis York. All right, coming in at 52K, 14.25 meters, it is Curtis York. Skiing in men's 6, which means the max boat speed for him is going to be at 34 miles an hour or 55K. Getting it done at 14.25 meters. He will keep the boat speed. He will keep the rope length the same. The boat speed will move on up from 52K to 55K, or from 32 miles an hour to 34 miles an hour. Keeping you informed as to what's going on out there in metric and in imperial, to make sure that every single one of you out there that is watching, or even along the shore side that is watching, knows exactly what is going on with that. As we continue to roll along, 34 or actually 55K at 14.25 meters coming up next. A quick reminder that you can check out the TWBC YouTube channel for watching this coverage, of course, and also by subscribing, hitting that button at the top. That gives you the ability to participate in the live chat. And by hitting the bell, you'll be informed as the next time we go live. The next time we go live after this is the King of Darkness, which will be on Halloween weekend towards the latter part of October. And then we have one more tournament after that, and that is the Miami Pro on the very next weekend. So plenty of top tournament action coming for you right here on the TWBC YouTube channel, which is also the home of the TWBC podcast, and you can check that one out as well once you have a little bit of time on your hands. This is 14.25 minutes at 55K, straight path into number 6, gets the job done. That is Curtis York, I believe. Curtis York on the water at this time. 2 passes to the good. All right, so currently Curtis York, who has gotten through that pass of 30 at 55K or 34 mile an hour. It's currently on 84 buoys based on the scoring matrix, which you can find on page 47 of the rulebook. There you go, Curtis York. 30 meters. Oh, look at this. He's fighting this one. Curtis York getting around buoy number 5. Can he make it round buoy number 6? Oh, yeah! There you go. Curtis York getting through 13 meters at 55K. That brings his score up to 90. At 55K, 30 meters, getting the job done. And just settling in really, really nicely indeed. Still has got a ways to go to get anywhere closer to the best score that we've seen so far. That is courtesy of Connor Pesic, who scored 4 buoys at 58K, 12 meters. So, coming in at 12 meters or 35 off with the boat speed maxed out at 55K. This is Curtis York. He is on 96 buoys. Looking good round the first couple. There's number 3. He's good to go for number... Oh, and he approaches number 4 and he collapses like a wet lettuce. Oh, my word. Inside a buoy number 4 and coming to a grinding halt. That is Curtis York. It's going to be 3 1/2, I believe, and that puts him half a buoy shy of the lead that is currently held in the clubhouse by Connor Pesic. In the water there, 3 1/2. So 3 1/2 at 55K. On 12 meters. Good solid effort there, chasing down Connor Pesic's top score, which is at 4 buoys at 58K, 12 meters, which is max speed for his division, which is men's 1. Curtis York, just seen slotting himself in second. Okay. Okay, looks like a score revision there, or at least based upon my assessment of the original score. 3 1/2 was what I originally counted that as, but looks like the ski didn't make it outside buoy number 4, so 3 buoys is going to be the score on 12 meters for Curtis York. In the meantime, we have got Barry Young. Barry Young on the 22 off line length for 16 meters. At 55K, 16 meters. Yeah, gets it to go. Nicely done. 55K. He's a men's 6 slalom skier, so 55K is going to be his max speed. The next pass he'll go to is 14.25 meters. So having run through the line length of 16 meters or 22 off, he is currently on a total score right now of 78. There is a Skip Hormel at the helm of that towboat.
Here we go.
So, all right, here we go, coming into the course at 14.25 meters, entrance gates number 1. Nice and early round buoy number 2. Nice backsided turn on number 3. He's good to go there on number 4 and 5. And just absolutely destroys that pass of 14.25 meters. That is Barry Young. So there we go. Barry Young getting it done. So it looks like we hear from the boat that there is a gate review in progress for Barry Young on that 14.25 meter at 55 attempt. Upon reflection, his approach into that gate was pretty close. All right, then. So the judges have ruled that his gate approach into number 1 was good. So we continue on to 13 meters or 32 off. Let's see what he's got. Entrance gates, number 1. All right, and getting round number 1 and number 2, but unfortunately unable to get much of anything going on past number 3. With that in mind, he scores 2.5 buoys at 55K, 13 meters, having run 16 and 14 in quick succession. Getting a good turn in towards buoy number 1 and just looking good. Looking strong for the most part, but coming off buoy number 3, taking in a bit too much speed, and he had to kind of wrangle his way around that handle and was just unable to continue on beyond that point. So there we go. That is Barry Young. All right, we now go into the section of our amateur list where we have some rather fruity names on this list. Coming up soon will be Roberto Linares. Then after him will be Santi Di Bado. and then after that, Nikolaos Visladis from Greece. But before all of those skiers, we have a skier with an Italian-sounding name, Matteo Mazzoli. Okay, looks like we've got some issue with the engine. We'll try and get that situated. We're switching out boat driver as well. Whilst all of that is taking place, we're going to step aside and take the briefest of breaks. But be sure to stay tuned for continuing live action here at the 2024 Travers Grand Prix, and we will continue right after this.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
All right, there, we're back, and this is continuing live action here at the Travers Grand Prix for 2024. A big shout out to our sponsors, Syndicate Skis, Good Skis, along with Mike and Kerry Morgan and Michael DeMello here at the Sunset Lake Ski Club. We also appreciate the support offered by Waters Wetsuits and Edge Bindings. And we've also got contributions from some of the other families that reside here as well, as we see Greg Chapman at the wheel of that Nautique towboat. Looks like in that towboat we've got Daniel Odvarko, former European champion. All right, so coming in at 49K, 18.25 meters. Next skier up is Matteo Mazzoli. Matteo Mazzoli, I believe this is a men's 2 competitor. Coming to us from Italy. Skis over at Jolly Ski, the home of the San Gervasio Pro-Am competition on an annual basis. And I tell you something, Matteo Luzzeri, who is his coach, has got some really, really cool stuff planned for that facility. Can't really explain too much about it at the moment because there are a number of moving parts. But I had occasion, I was privy to a lot of the stuff that he showed me, and it is very, very impressive indeed. And can't wait to see it come to fruition in the next few months, possibly. But so far as Matteo Mazzoli is concerned, he got through 49K on the opening pass of 18.25 meters. I won't go too deeply into the Italian, otherwise I'll end up sounding like Brad Pitt with his little bit of Italian in a Quentin Tarantino movie. Matteo Mazzoli, 18.25 meters. Oh, and he's inside buoy number 4. So that will give him 3. Very cleanly inside buoy number 4 as he grinds to a halt. But for his first experience on competitive action in the United States, not doing too badly at all by most accounts. Continuing on, that is Matteo Mazzoli. As we continue right along, a quick reminder that if you go to the TWBC YouTube channel, you can check out the TWBC podcast. Latest episodes that have been released to the good public involve interviews with Lucas Cornell, who we'll see ski in a short while, as to Jonathan Travers. He certainly has plenty to say in his podcast episode, so make sure you check that out. Also, the most recent podcast episode, an interview with Freddie Winter about his recovery from injury that took place in the Monaco Grand Prix this past June. His prognosis for the future, and when would expect him to get on out there, back out in the water, and be and prepare for the season, the upcoming season to come. So check that out on the TWBC YouTube channel. Skier about to take to water is Roberto Linares. So Nicolau Visidis is our next competitor to go. He comes to us from Greece, or at least the name would actually suggest that. He's in men's 2, which means that the rope would only shorten should the boat speed reach a maximum of 58K. So that was on 16 meters. We'll get a correct speed. Yes, that was 58K. 58K on the opening pass. 58.16. So he'll come back at 14.25 meters for the next run. So Nicolaus Visedis, who was actually a big old winner in recent times, actually won himself a slalom ski in the men's by accurately predicting the podium for the men's competition in the pro event that took place over in Polk City not too long ago. And you too could possibly win yourself a slalom ski if you enter the audience prize competition, being the frame for winning yourself either a D3 or a Conley slalom ski by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. 14.25 meters. Nicolaus Visledis. Oh, getting in a little bit deep there off number 4. Round number 5. And he just manages to sneak that ski around buoy number 6. So getting the job done. Nicolaus Visledis. Hopefully I pronounced that right. I'm sure someone's going to correct me if I didn't. As we continue right along, for those of you that are looking for places to visit online concerning the sport, may I suggest you go to the U.S. Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation, their website, usa-wwf.org. Among the items making news, the news of the recipient of the upcoming awarded distinction for 2025, and also the next inductee into the Waterski Hall of Fame, that being Scott the Rocketman Ellis. His induction will take place on May the 3rd next season, and I'm sure quite a few of you will be making sure you get your tickets in for that. In the meantime, Nicolaus Visledis, 13 meters. Oh, and gets the job done. A little bit of slack around buoy number 6. He gets it to go. And now he gets through that run. He went through on 16 and on 14, and that was 13 meters. It is now within 2/3 of a pass from leveling up against Connor Pesic, who is currently on a score of 4 at 12 meters, the next pass. And as I mentioned, Scott Ellis being the next inductee into the Waterski Hall of Fame, let me at least tell you that the awarded distinction recipients next year feature Bob Archer, an industry magnate within the sport of water skiing and the wider water ski industry. Mike Madrak-Chan, Mike McAleer, Jeff Surde, and Gino Yakla. So big shout out to all of those folks there on their upcoming receipt of the 2025 awarded distinction. So let's have a look and see what we got going on here. Nicolaus Visledis, 12 meters. Oh, horrid number 1, and he's inside buoy number 2. No attempt to get the full 2. So it looks like it is going to be a 1 buoy count on 58K, 12 meters. 58K, 12 meters, 1 buoy for Nicolaus Visledis. So Nikolaus Visledis, one buoy there on 12 meters, representing his best score. Getting a few messages through. And getting one or two messages from the likes of Tony Bondonzi, even Fidele Luzzeri. Messages in a little bit of English as well, which is a rarity. Coming in on 14.25 meters for the next run. Next skier on the water, Thomas Daigle. Thomas Daigle, one of the up-and-coming stars in Canadian water skiing. 58K, 14.25 meters, goes to 13 meters coming up next. All right, not looking bad. We're navigating this way through this pass very, very nicely indeed. I'm sure there are still some competitors needing to register, and if that is indeed you, then check in with Lalani at the registration desk and make sure you get your bib situated before you go out and ski. And also, while you're online, check out the TWBC YouTube channel. You can participate in the live chat if you subscribe, and you can also use that same resource to check out the TWBC podcast. Let's have a look and see. Thomas Daigle on 13 meters right here at Sunset Lake. Nicely navigated round the first half of the course. And Thomas Daigle absolutely crushing 13 meters, much like someone crushing an avocado to make guacamole. Thomas Daigle looking in very, very good shape indeed, not moving around too much in the turns, which is always a more favorable path to take. Helps with balance, helps with technique, and just absolutely just taking this pass down. A little bit off kilter off number 5, but he had enough in hand to where he didn't really have to put too much work behind it afterwards. So there we go. That is a 6 buoy count. That is Thomas Daigle. He's 2 passes to the good right now, 14 of 13 under his belt. 12 meters coming up now. Needs to get more than 4 to take the lead. There's 1. There's number 2. 3, he's already well ahead of the game on 12 meters, but can he seal the deal here? Oh my word, he was almost too narrow on number 5, but he manages to just play the clutch move there on 12 meters, getting around all 6, and for the second time in this competition, we will see 11.25 meters. Men's 2 slaloming. Thomas Daigle. So right, so continuing on. Greg Chapman at the helm of that towboat. Daniel Odvarko in the passenger seat. Daniel's looking on and checking out the performance on 11.25 meters for Thomas Daigle. Boat speed at 58k. Boom, hits number one. Nicely done. Round buoy number two. He's still there. 11.25 meters. He's halfway down the course. He's good to go. Round number four. Oh my word, he collapses. Collapses into buoy number five like a half squash tomato. 4 buoys on 11.25 meters. It gives him the lead. Absolutely crushed the 12-meter pass, the attempt before. But 11.25 meters, certainly a different proposition here to try and stay early. Brought the handle in, went for number 5, and that ski didn't exactly want to cooperate with him as he made his approach there towards number 5. So at 52k, 14.25 meters. Coming up, our next competitor is going to be Michael DeMello. Michael DeMello, who comes to us originally from Portugal. Skiing in men's 7. There you go, getting through the opening pass, which is always good. 52k, 18.25 meters, Michael DeMello. I believe that was 18.25 meters. I may be a little bit wrong on that one, but we're at 16 meters. Okay, so he goes in at 52k, 14.25 meters, runs that pass. He is at max speed at 52, so any pass he attempts from here on out will be on a shorter line rather than at a quicker speed. Michael DeMello, one of our gracious sponsors of this event. We thank him very, very much for his continued support of the Travers Grand Prix. Right, he gets around buoy number 2 and not much more beyond that, I'm afraid. So it's going to be a 2 buoy count at 52k, 13 meters. The top score, the best score for Michael DeMello as he skis in towards the inflatable trampoline. No doubt he'll want to have a little bit of fun on that before he leaves the water ultimately. But in the meantime, we'll take a look at this long pull-off for number 1 into number 2. Gets to 2, but unfortunately unable to get much beyond that. But he at least skis for the wake to get the full 2 buoy count. That is Michael DeMello. 52K, 14.25 meters.
Jump in there.
52K, 14.25 meters. Tom Phipps, men's 7, which means that his max speed is 52K as well, much like Michael DeMello. And also, much like Michael DeMello, he runs the opening pass at that speed and at that line length of 14.25 meters. Good. All right, so Tom Phipps, nicely done there. Looking at the instant replay, just looking in very, very good shape indeed with that run. There we see the future Hall of Fame inductee, Scott the Rocket Man Ellis on dockside. And then we also see Noah Veek. He'll be taken to the water very, very soon. Tom Phipps. This now is 13 meters. Boat speed at max for his division, which is 52K. Getting broken over into number 5, but he still has enough width. He still slices and dices there. Slicing and dicing his way through that pass. Coming back at 35 off for the next run. All right, here we go. Coming in. Tom Phipps. This is 12 meters. Not the best of starts, but he's still there. He's still on top of the water. And he tried to make a play on number 3, and nothing was doing there. So he avoided taking a huge fall. But for his trouble, he gets 2 buoys on the 12-meter line at 52K. 52K, 12 meters, or 32 miles an hour, 35 off. That is Tom Phipps. All right, so let's have a quick look at the time. Eastern Daylight Time. We are at 10:23. We've got Noah Veek taken to the water next. It's 6 minutes of skier. That should put us a little bit after half 10 in the morning. Another couple of skiers after him. That'll probably put it through to 10:45. So we might actually start the pro competition a little bit early. So for those pro competitors, keep an eye on what's going on, because we are running at a pretty hot pace here. We anticipate starting the pros at 11 a.m., but we could be starting it a little bit early, but we'll see how things pan out in that regard. Greg Chapman there at the helm of that towboat. Daniel Dvarko in the passenger seat. Our next skier to take to the water will be Noah Veek.
Do a simulation, I'll just go to the bathroom. I'll wait for you.
Drivers change.
Okay, so from what I understand, there is going to be a driving change. So while that takes place, while that takes place, we'll step aside, and when we return, it will be just in time for Noah Veek to take to the water for his run in the amateurs. We'll be back right after this.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
Okay, skier on the water right now on 13 meters. This is Noah Veek. Noah Veek, who I believe is in men's 2, so far as his category is concerned. That being the case, that would have been 36 miles an hour at 30 meters, but we'll get double confirmation on that. All right, there. So continuing on, just to verify that Noah Veek is actually skiing in the Masters Men division, which means that the boat speed is maxed out at 55K. He started out at 13 meters. So the boat speed, for those of you that are not metrically inclined, that was 34 miles an hour at 32 off. Looks like at the helm of that towboat, we got Scott, the Rocket Man Ellis, future inductee into the class of 2025 Waterski Hall of Fame. Now, stick around a little bit, folks, because we're we're going to introduce to you another exciting element to this competition. It involves auctioning off some skis. Some more details of that in just a moment. In the meantime, Noah Veek, who comes to us from Palm Bay in the southern portion of this great state of Florida, skis specifically over at the Pantalago facility. He, having moved there pretty recently, along with his wife Vanessa Veek, who we will see in the women's competition in the pros. That's Noah Veek getting through 12 meters, having started on 13. So Noah Veek, well versed in the techniques that were taught to him from the likes of Chet Raley down at that down in that portion of Florida. But skiing at his own site nowadays over in the Pantalago, which I just mentioned. And Noah Veek getting ready for 11.25 meters coming up, having run through 13 and 12. He's at max speed for his division. So our best score at the moment is Thomas Daigle with a 4-buoy count at 11.25 meters. Let's see what Noah Veek can do with that same line length at max speed. Here he comes. There's one. There's number 2. He's good to go round number 3. He makes a play on number 4. He's a little bit back on the ski. He's still losing time, but he has enough time and enough width to get through 11.25 meters. Absolutely wonderful stuff. Pounding that pass like a tenderizer on steak. Yes, indeed. 6 buoys at 11.25 meters. Wonderful pass here. Looked a little late on some of these turns, but he was patient enough. He just allowed the ski to just sneak around the buoys and then got into his position. Then he went slingshot from one side of the course to the next. So that was 11.25 meters. 10.75 meters comes up next. That is the equivalent of 39.5 feet off the standard 75-foot line. So we're a rope that's only 32.5 feet in length, course of 37.5 feet in width. Has to make up essentially 5 feet on each turn. There's one. There's number 2. He's still there at 10.75 at 39.5 off. He's still there. Oh my word. He's round buoy number 4. Round number 5. And here he goes. He's going to crush this one. 10.75 meters there. Noah Veek. Pulverizing that pass. And that pass looked even better than the 11 that he just ran. Just sliding that ski round on buoy number 1. And number 2 just buries himself there knee-high in spray, but still able to generate enough momentum and enough speed to keep the ski high enough in the water to where he can make a play on each buoy, especially that one, round buoy number 5. So Noah Veek, I'm guessing the ice creams are on him then. All right there, so 13, 12, 11, 10. Pass number 5 coming up. Coming in. This is 10.25, 41 off. Gets it to go around buoy number 1 and number 2. And at 41 off, he comes to a halt. But it's a great ski in there. He takes the lead in the amateur competition with a fantastic score. Oh, my word. Skiing at 55K maximum boat speed for Masters men. Noah Veek, 2 buoys. Good entrance into buoy number 1. He was well on time there for that one, and he still had enough room to make a play on number 2. But as the rope gets shorter, the margins for error just increase with each one. But there you go. That is a 2 buoy count at 41 off, or 10.25 meters with the boat speed at max 55K, 34 miles an hour. So, what more do you say about that? That's just remarkable stuff. We've got 2 more skiers to go on this list, Skip Hormel and Brian Decker. But ladies and gentlemen, as he comes back into the shore, let's give it up, please, for Noah Veek. Isn't that a happy sight?
I didn't understand a word you said, Alice, but I know what you mean.
Skip's going at 28. Thanks, guys.
All right, so next skier to take to the water. He's been driving a little bit this morning. We certainly appreciate him for doing that. It's going to be Skip Hormel. Okay, it looks like we had a brief technical issue with the towboat. It's going to make its run up and down. Just enough time for you to grab your favorite seat and grab your favorite beverage and get ready for the pros, which will be coming up in about 2 skiers' time. So why don't you go do that? And, you know, we love to give people a break here at the Sunset Lakes Waterski School, the home of Jack Travers. We love to give people a break. And here's yours.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, then back on, and technical situation resolved. Coming in at 52K, 14.25 meters. This is Skip Hormel. So Skip Hormel doing a fine job there with the opening run. Nicely done. So looking in good shape. A little bit hesitant off buoy number 1, but most of everything that happened beyond that on this pass seemed to be pretty good. And good skiing there from Skip Hormel. Big shout out on the webcast to those teams that are in the final stages of training for the Collegiate Nationals, which will take place starting Thursday of next week over in San Marcos River Ranch. The teams have been selected, and they're making preparations now to travel the somewhat immense distances to the Collegiate Nationals, especially those that are in those teams that are based out in the Western and Midwest region. I'll certainly look forward to being there starting Thursday of next week for the NCWSA National Collegiate Waterski Championships. Skiing on the water right now on 13 meters at 52K. Skip Hormel looking good. He's nice and wide and just trying to take it nice and easy on the turn, allow the ski to do what it's designed to do, letting that syndicate do the work for him. Skip Hormel. So as we continue right along, we're just minutes away from starting the pro section of this event. We'll also get details of a ski auction coming up very soon, a silent auction. Well, more details of that to come very soon. In the meantime, this is Skip Hormel. There's 1. There's number 2. This is 12 meters. He's round number 3. He's still there. 2/3 the way down 12 meters, and he's still got some good technique to go. An absolutely fantastic looking pass on 12 meters. Insert subtle canned chili reference here for Skip Hormel. Great skiing there from him. Didn't look particularly auspicious there, or at least on the first third of the run, but he just stayed in with this run and just continued on into the halfway portion of the course. Highly disciplined skiing here from Skip. Not trying to get on the gas too early and affect his balance in the turn. Handle coming up a little bit on number 5. That was the only black mark there on the last half of that run, because everything else was just dialed in perfectly there for Skip Hormel. So 14, 13, 12 meter passes under his belt. 11.25 meters coming up next. Here he comes. Skip Hormel. There's 1. There's number 2. This is at 52K. He gets around number 2. That's 11.25 meters. Solid skiing there. Just looking at the instant replay. Again, a little strung out to number 1. Tried his best to get the ski round in time for buoy number 2. He managed to do that, but unfortunately leaving himself exposed to the boat in the process. And inside buoy number 3, so Skip Hormel getting 2 buoys at 11.25 meters. A wondrous effort there for him in this section of the competition. Skip Hormel, 2 at 11.25 meters. All right, now approaching the course, our last skier in this amateur competition, in this section at least. This is Brian Decker. 55K, 14.25 meters, or 34 miles an hour, 28 off. Opening up very nicely indeed with 55K, 14.25 meters. Yeah, just really clutch with that opener. Just really just piles on the pressure off the buoy number 1, allowing the ski to go full on backside angle. Just gets in, just allows the ski to angle, and then just releases that back arm pressure off the second wake and allows the ski to journey its way out in front of the buoy, and then just shuts it down in time for the exit gates. Wonderful skiing there from Brian Decker. That was at 55K 14. He was now going to come back at 55K 13 meters. There we go. Not looking too bad. Excellent skiing. That is Brian Decker. Continuing to go from one end of the course to the next. 55K, 13 meters. Little open to the boat there into number 4. But managing to hold everything together long enough and strong enough to make a play there. Not too sure where the wind is coming from. It's very minimal at best. But let's have a look and see what Brian Decker can do with 12 meters coming up next. 55K, Brian Decker. There's 1. There's number 2. He's still on top of the water, still upright on number 3. Can he make a play on number 4? Yes, he can. Can he make a play on number 5? Yes, he can. And much like the Clash in 1982, he was rocking the Casbah on that run. Fantastic skiing there. Looking in good shape off for number 2 with this instant replay. A little bit on the back of the ski, but certainly noticed that he wasn't tempted to push the ski or do anything out of the ordinary around the turn except what he's used to doing. But I tell you what, that turn off number 5 into number 6 really made that pass. Obviously, for the obvious reason that he got round number 6 and through the gates as a consequence, putting that aside, but just staying with the run and not doing too much to upset his balance. So now, with Scott the Rocket Man Ellis at the helm of that towboat, and Daniel Odvarko in the passenger seat in the judging position. This is now 11.25 meters for Brian Decker. Let's see what he's got. Entrance, number 1. Looking good for number 2. He gets the number. Oh, he's still there, you know. He's round number 3. He's still there. Look at him go round number 4 and just running out of steam there. Going into number 4. He just couldn't ski any more beyond that. But I tell you what, 4 at 11.25 meters is not a bad score there for Brian Decker. So that was at 55 kilometers an hour for Brian Decker. And with that, that ends this section of the amateur slalom skiing. We still got some more amateurs to go after we get done with the pro skiing, which is going to be coming up next. We anticipated a start time of around about 11 a.m. We could be starting, we are on schedule for 11 a.m., so how about that? So we got a few minutes, about 8 minutes as a matter of fact, before we go headlong into the pro section of the competition, starting with the pro women, and then we go to pro men. But we're looking at the tail end of Brian Decker's run at 11.25 meters. And I tell you what, some great skiing we've had so far in the amateur competition. We've seen the likes of Brian Decker there with 4-11. We saw a Noah Veek with 2 at 10.25 meters or 41 off. Saw Connor Pesek right off the dock with 4 and 12 meters. And then we see others that have gone into 11.25 meters, such as Travers Torley. So we've seen some great amateur slalom skiing, and they should all be applauded for their effort out there on the water. Now we turn our attention to the pro section of the competition. We're going to take a little bit of a break. So make sure you grab that favorite drink of yours, grab that favorite seat, and also add some popcorn to the proceedings, because we have got the pro slalom skiing with the women's competition coming up next in the 2024 Travers Grand Prix, all to come right after this. All right then. So, I tell you what, we've been running this slalom competition at such a high clip that we're going straight into our next competitor, our first competitor in the women's slalom. No time to lose. Jenna Morgan got through the opening pass, which I believe was 14.25 meters. That being the case, we will continue on to the next round, which is going to be 13 meters. All right, so as we get settled in to the women's slalom opening round, the women's slalom, pro women's slalom opening round, we got Jenna Morgan. Jenna Morgan, who is a flight attendant these days for American Airlines, operating out of Miami. So obviously quite busy, and sometimes a little bit too busy to do much of anything on the water. But she keeps in shape, she keeps in practice, and there you go. She's gotten through 14 and 13 meters. And while we get her ready for pass number 3, I'm delighted to introduce to you once again the two-time world men's slalom champion, and many-time professional winning athlete on the Waterski Pro Tour, including this competition, the Travers Grand Prix. Unfortunately unable to ski this time around due to injury, but we're delighted to have him here. He's Freddie Winter.
Tony, thank you. That was a very wonderful introduction. I'm honoured to have you remember such things about me and to introduce me in such a way.
I try. We try. And for those of you that have gone onto the TWBC YouTube channel, you will know that one of the latest podcast episodes is the interview that I conducted with Freddie Winter last night. Some startling revelations were given. Startling, yes, absolutely. So check that one out once you have time. TWBC YouTube channel, and check in with the TWBC podcast. My episode interview last night with Freddie Winter. On the water right now. This is 12 meters. Oh, and Jenna Morgan all over this run. Nice and early into number 4. Almost a little bit too early, but I tell you what, she is crushing this one.
God, I love that offside. She looks fantastic, doesn't she, through the back end of her offside. Very still, very patient, and just generating that last little bit of angle while keeping her weight exactly in the middle of the ski, and that's where you get good acceleration from. 2.4, not so good. Grabbing the handle early, a lot of tip rise, but then getting very much more over her feet towards the wakes, and despite the stall, not losing too much speed. So very good, and good for her. I wasn't giving her a ton of chances out of 2, but 3 and 5 were exceptional, and there you go. She runs it fairly easily in the end.
Yes, indeed, and crushing that pass like a clove of garlic.
Like a clove of garlic.
Yes, indeed.
I overheard you just a second ago, Tony, saying that a skier had, like the Clash in 1982, rocked the Casbah, which is an excellent early punk reference.
Yeah, I love some of that stuff from the 80s. I'm an 80s fan. So sue me.
I think anyone that doesn't like the Clash isn't a music fan. So I'm with you there.
All right then. So here we go. Let's turn our attention to this pass coming up. This is now 11.25 meters.
Slight headwind, is it? Just catching my bearings here.
Slight headwind.
And
just dumps it into buoy number 1.
I would say just got a little bit ahead of her feet here, Tony. She has that really, really good offside. Just maybe a touch long, hips back, and then just pushed a little on the nose, and maybe you'd see that's something that you'd see some of the maybe the male competitors with their higher ability to withstand load hold on to, but Jenna not quite able to hold on to that one there.
All right, so it's going to be half a buoy. I don't know if that's going to have much of an impact in terms of making it through to the next round of the competition. We take 8 through to the next round of the competition. We have a total of 9 skiers in this event, so that kind of gives you an idea of what it's going to take. Essentially, don't finish last in order to make it through to the next round of the competition, the third round final. So, next competitor up, coming to us from Germany, Chiara Bonnemann.
Second pro event in a row for her. We don't see her too often at tournaments, but she skied the Mastercraft Pro very well last weekend.
I think she's pinch hitting for Janina.
She's what, sorry?
Pinch hitting for Janina.
I don't know what that means.
Well, you've been in America long enough, you should know.
Is that right?
So, with that in mind, Chiara Bonnemann from Germany, 14.25 meters. Nicely done. And 14.25 meters, getting things situated as we've seen the towboat there. Scott, the Rocket Man Ellis, who will be enshrined into the class of 2025 Hall of Fame. And certainly a well-deserved honor going forward there for Scott Ellis. You know, he's been world champion at a junior level. He's been world champion, I believe, at senior level as well, and is certainly one of the best coaches out there in my estimation, and is certainly a great ambassador for the sport of tournament water skiing going forward. We certainly congratulate him. Kudos to him for his future enshrinement into the class of 25 in the Waterski Hall of Fame. That will take place on the 3rd of May next year, so make sure you get your tickets for that by visiting the USA Water Ski and Wake Sports Foundation website. Chiara Bonnemann, 13 meters. As the drone is following her down the course, always a unique perspective having that drone in this situation here. So, Freddie Winter, who's taking care of one or two messages, that have been sent his way. Probably in response to the podcast that's gaining some traction out there.
I don't think I said anything too crazy, Tony, but yeah, a bit of an update. Nice, and always nice to chat to you. I mean, I enjoyed my time with you in the booth for 15, 16, 17 hours last week. So
something like that.
Back for more, starting last night for a little taster.
And then multiply that by about 10, and you've basically got the sum total of the times that we've kind of interacted together in that vein as well. So I mean, it's always nice to have Freddie here to pick his brains and his deep slalom analysis.
Well, that's what I'm here for, and I mean, it's, yeah, like I say, very, very nice to be involved. I would have been watching this anyway, so I feel like I might as well sit up here and have a chat with you about it, and I know all these skiers quite well, and I know they're skiing a little bit just from being around it for so many years. So hopefully I can bring a little bit of insight. And anyway, this is 12, so this is a must-run pass to have it in on the back, quite similar to Jenna Morgan here. Very, very good buoy 3, tiny wheelie at 4, better though, and beautiful offside turn. Actually, that really was quite similar to Jenna's. Like didn't like that buoy 2, wheelied it, but that really strong offside is exceptional. Now, last week we saw Chiara come on her 4th pass on 11 meters, having done really well on her offside up to that point, and you know, hopefully we'll see again at that little bit further down 11. I mean, that is pretty textbook. I have to say, I like that. And one of the reasons I'm here, Tony, is also I can be right amongst it, watching and taking notes for my return start of next year, and you know, that's as good of an offside turn as you can really have.
All right, so Chiara Bonneman looking in very, very good shape there, just making sure that she keeps her balance around the turns and then allows for that ski to come round, and then it's off to the races there for her. So Chiara Bonneman, that comes to us from the part of Germany that's the home to the big yellow wall, i.e. Borussia Dortmund.
Borussia Dortmund, yeah, that's where Jude Bellingham and Erling Haaland became global superstars.
Yes, indeed, the home of champions, as it were. Here we go. This is Chiara Bonneman. There's one.
She was narrow there, but she's making it work here.
Oh, look at
Solid
this. She's
enough
round
two.
two. Oh, and makes a play on number 3, and that takes the lead there. And being as she's taken the lead out of the 9 skiers that are slated to go in this competition, it almost certainly puts her in play for a appearance in the Pro Women's Slalom Final, which will take place a little bit later on in this competition.
Yeah, so top 8.
Yeah,
that's what we're looking for. It's actually a bigger final than we had last weekend at the Mastercraft Pro. So you know, there's one unlucky person that's going to be put out in the first round. I think that's it can almost make it more nerve-wracking, can't it, Tony? I mean, you're sort of skiing maybe more defensively, or it would be easy to do so.
Yeah.
So anyway, Chiara's done pretty well here. I didn't love her gate. She came off and ran pretty straight at 1, but did well on the back end of that turn. Grabbed maybe a touch early at 2 and on the back of the ski, but yeah, over to 3 and no chance of turning it, but certainly a very easy S turn, and it'll be 3. And you know, looking at the skiers remaining, perhaps that's not going to be, you know, standing up quite so well in terms of, you know, being competitive, certainly for the lead. But you know, this Vanessa Wieck here, good for 2 or 3 at 10.75 on a normal day. Same with Paige Rini. Alice Bagnoli's been running 11 this year. Elizabeth Montavon came 4th last weekend with 3 at 10.75. Whitney McClintock ran the best 10.75 I think we saw last weekend. Absolutely beautiful in that preliminary round. Regina Jaquist coming up just short. Sorry, no, Regina Jaquist won last week. And Jamie Bull on her home site where she's won 2 world championships. So very, very, very high level of skiing going forward. I think that we're going to go to Chris Travers on the dock.
Yes, indeed. Let's check in with him.
Hey, what's up, guys? Chris here, sitting with Jenna Morgan, the first skier on the Travers Grand Prix. Jenna, it's no surprise you're used to flying the friendly skies, and now you're gliding through the waters here. How did it feel out there?
It felt so good. I just can't wait to do better tomorrow because it felt amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you look smooth out there, setting the pace for these girls. What do you think? Going to be a good day?
I think it's going to be a great day. It feels amazing, and it's an amazing sight. So, yeah.
Awesome, great skiing. Pass the handle back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much there, Chris.
I like that. Pass the handle back to you. That's new, isn't it?
Yeah, that's something he's trying out. I think that's a solid 4 out of 10.
4 out of 10, brutal. I like it. I think it's imaginative. It's water ski related.
Well, if you want to suggest a tagline or something like that, or a throw towards me, then why didn't you get on the live chat and suggest something for Chris? I mean, he should be able to read the live chat going on the YouTube channel, so maybe he can segue from one of those.
I know. My good friend Glenn Campbell told me that him and his son, when they're having breakfast in the morning, that when they pass the butter to each other, they always go back to you, Tony.
No.
Quoting Wade. And that's great. It just shows the fans you have, and that TWBC, you know, how TWBC is so influential worldwide these days. There's breakfast tables in Stanford. Is that's
Spalding?
Yeah, in near Tallington Lakes.
Yeah.
That are getting catchphrases from Wade and Tony.
Apparently.
I believe it. I mean, look, Charlie Campbell is a big fan of TWBC. There are many kids these days that are glued to it. I always love to hear it. You know, people always. I mean, I meet people and they're like, "Do you know Tony Lightfoot?" Well, I do actually. Yeah, I know him quite well for many years.
All right, then. So we've got Vanessa Veek out there on the water. She's gotten through 13. She actually started on 13, and the second pass of 12. So provided that she gets more than half a buoy on 11.25 meters, that would almost certainly put her through to the next round of the competition.
Pending to the next round tomorrow. The next round is tomorrow, right?
Yes, indeed.
Next round. So just one round today, and then almost. It's always funny. I mean, I totally understand why it's done this way, and I think it's good to have variety. But for myself, I always find it quite interesting to have the second round of qualifying before the final. You've got to get the nerves out of the way of making the final. Anyway, Vanessa can only do one job today, and that's put herself into a final placement, if not confirmed. She needs to get past 1, and then she will. It's not the best one of all time, but she'll come over to 2, and it's a solid 2, and she looks very strong. Good 3. And sets herself up into that really strong position that she has through the wake. She's very, very connected, and that's how she's able.
I like that.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, it's that was we talked about last weekend, Tony. Like nothing there was 10 out of 10, but it was all very, very solid. And she got through that pass without any issue, and she's taken the lead. If anything, it's a slight tailwind that way, I think, and so she'll have a slight headwind. Coming this way, I believe, and that'll help. And she's, we've seen her get to 4 in pro tournaments, I believe, but she's often around that 2-3 area, and she'll want to get, to 3 and beyond really to have a, she's almost certainly going to make the final with the score that she's just completed, with a few more buoys to potentially get, but she will be wanting, of course, to get up as high up as possible, because not just to see, so she'll have an understanding of the score she has to beat from a higher point on the list in the final, but also because if there's any ties, it'll go to count back, and you definitely want to have, as good of a position when it comes to count backs to potentially, even steal a podium place.
All right, as we see a few of our skiers getting ready to go. I'm sure that that Vanessa Veek still has some fans over in Perth in Western Australia. It's about quarter after 11 at night there on
solid 1
on Friday.
That's
Here we
good
go.
2. She's going to get over to 3. Will she turn it?
Yeah,
I think she is going to turn it.
She will turn it.
It's funny. The 3 skiers we've had so far today, they all have a fairly characteristic, very balanced end of their offside turn, and I think that. Vanessa used that very well. 3 is a very, very good score, by the way. And I think in terms of personal bests, I don't think Pedrini's who's our next skier, has gone past 3. Alice, I know hasn't, because she's run 2 and is chasing that Italian record of 3. Elizabeth Montavon I don't think she's ever passed 3 in a pro tournament. She did it last week, though. Then, of course, we go to the top 3 skiers who are very, very capable of running. They've each run 5 buoys more than that, and they're looking for the early to mid 10.25s.
So 3 at 10.75 meters, taking the lead, and that certainly provides for a viable target for the remaining skiers to go. We've got Pedrini coming up next, and Alicia Bagnoli, Elizabeth Montavon, Whitney McClintock-Reaney, Regina Jaquist, and Jamie Ball.
I think Vanessa was not so far away from turning that 3. She actually had a good 2, very good 2, got a good move into 3, opened up just a touch quick, I would have said, so ran parallel to the boat as opposed to sort of still moving across the lake, and just pushed on the front a little bit at the end, but was very, very close to turning that 3, and good for her. She's attacking. As we see Pedrini. How cool is it to see Scott Ellis in the boat?
Yes, indeed. That is one of the coolest things you'll get to see out there.
He drove us in the Travers Grand Prix in 2020. and I just thought it was amazing. We're having one of the best skiers of all time, now a Hall of Famer, in the boat driving us as we go to Chris.
All right, then, let's check in with Chris Travers.
What's up, guys? Vanessa, great skiing out there. Conditions look good. How's it feel?
Oh, it was amazing. Always excited to ski here. We wouldn't miss this tournament for the world, so I'm sorry I'm so out of breath. It's like I'm getting old or something.
It's all right. You were looking good out there. 3 at 10.7, setting the pace for these girls. I think that's going to hold up.
Certainly not against the last few. But I think anytime you go out, you might as well, have a crack. There's no point taking it easy, especially as you, like me, getting towards the end of my career. You just have to go for it, and it's perfect out there, so why wouldn't you?
That's right. You Aussies are tough. Good luck out there.
Thanks so much.
Back to you, Tony.
Well, the husband still has the upper hand. He got pretty much a third the way down the course on 10.25 meters at 55K. So big ups to Noah Veek there in the amateur competition. And
we're not going to give her 6 boys.
Pardon?
We're not going to give her 6 boys. That's typically what's done between men and women. You add 6 boys. I think probably that's.
No, but they're both at 55K.
Sure. I don't know. When I was growing up, the women would sort of, if you were competing directly against them, would get an extra 6 boys. But that's fine. I think you're obviously all about equality, Tony. Paige looking a little narrow there into 2.
Oh, look at this view.
It's fantastic, isn't it? Just making dollar signs, as they say. That boat going dead straight down the middle. And, yeah, beautiful, beautiful lake. We are at one of the best slalom lakes in the world. It truly, I mean, my experience of skiing here the last few years, I've had some of my best memories here, but also some of my best scores. And, whenever people turn up here, you just know the scores are going to be extremely high because we've got, everything set up. The site is more or less run, with help, of course, by one of the best slalom skiers in the world, the guy putting on this tournament, the Travers Grand Prix. So, things are just going to be set up for perfection, and that's why we love to come ski here. That's why we've had the World Championships here twice in the last 4 years, the last 2 editions, and yeah, I mean, just these. I'm so happy that with the risk of sort of sounding like a TWC fanboy, but I'm so happy that you guys are coming here, Tony, and broadcasting, because it's this site and this tournament deserves the best broadcast around.
All right, then. So we've just seen Paige Reaney get through that pass. She went in on 13 meters, to the best of my knowledge. Yeah, 13, and that was 12. And what we also saw on that pass is that sky-high view above the skiing is how much the line affects your approach into each buoy's turn. But here we go.
Oh, on the tail, this is not good from Paige, and it's a really good offside turn.
She's fought her way back into this one. She's 2/3 the way down. She's struggling a little bit with this, but I tell you what,
good for her.
She's obviously played that on plenty of occasions before, skiing a little bit down course in training, and just basically just training yourself not to overturn, not just stay upright on the ski and just let it come round, and then get physical behind the boat.
I think I agree with you there, Tony. I think that this displays huge confidence in her own skiing, because this is an absolutely shocking turn. She's got no movement across. She's having to create all the speed again, and then just no panic. Moves over to her offside turn, which was potentially going to be a bit tricky, and gets a fantastic turn there at 2. Better at 3, if not spectacular. Good again at 4, and then 5 was actually quite good. She was quite late here at 5, and if she'd had the same turn at 1, she would have for sure missed it. But that's good. So, well done, Paige. I'm impressed with that. That's, I know for myself, like, you get that weird buoy 1 turn, and it can be quite tricky to sort of stay calm and to not try and do it all on the next buoy, and just to kind of, keep moving. And all you've got to do in this sport is to turn the ski, 45 degrees 6 times, and if you can do that, you're going to be fine. If you're turning at 90 degrees and after a bad turn, you're probably going to end up falling.
All right, then. So
lead is 3.
Lead is 3.
Her PB is 3.
Yeah.
Slight headwind. She'll need a better 1 than she had on 11. This looks like a solid gate. Relaxed.
There's 1.
It's a solid 1. Can she get over to 2 and turn? No, she's going to take a 2.
And 2 is all.
That's solid. We saw her do that last week. I think she got 2, at least. Well, there was 2 rounds, wasn't there, last week? She ran 2 in the first round. I forget what she got in the final. But yeah, so not quite taking the lead, but a strong score nonetheless. She's put herself, considerably above what we're going to assume is going to be 8th place, with Chiara's 3 at 11. So she's 5 boys ahead there. A big gap. She'll, almost certainly put herself in the final with that score. So in some ways, it's job done. She might have wanted to get to 3, but she's you can't run your personal best every time you go out to ski, and that's an unfortunate truth for anyone that has tried to slalom ski to any level.
All right, good skiing there from Paige Reaney. And next competitor to go, we move from Canada to Italia. And the skier concerned coming to us out of Milano, it is Alice Bagnoli.
And more recently out of Clermonto.
Clermonto.
Just down the road. She woke up just down the road at Swiss Ski School, and she's helping with the webcast and doing all the good stuff for this tournament, including competing in it. She's been running 11 this year. We've seen her do it a handful of times. I think she's been training well. Maybe a little narrow on that gate. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. But this is a 14-meter pass. Remember, the last 2 skiers have started on 13. She's starting on 14, so slightly different.
All right, then, and with that, let's check in with Chris Travers right next to the large monitor.
Hey, Paige, how did it feel out there today? Looking pretty solid. Conditions look good. Walk us through this pass here.
Okay. First of all, my one ball at 38 was a little scary, but I thought I had a pretty good gait, maybe a little slow, and just a little behind at 1, and kind of had to pull all the way to 2, just a little narrow. But overall, I'm happy with that. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's a prelim score. I know you've been here many times before, but again, just kind of feeling the waters out and getting comfortable with it, saving your strength for the finals. Yeah. So are you excited for go-karting tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not very good, but it's kind of fun, so.
Awesome. Well, great skiing out there, and look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Thank you.
Passing the handle back to you, Tony.
Excellent stuff, and I think Paige is pretty light, so that might mitigate any kind of deficiencies so far as driving is concerned.
Probably. I think definitely being in a go-kart, being light helps, but also, I don't know. I have nothing to add about how skill works in go-karting. I have none. Alice, a little on the back foot through the gate there. She'll probably want to get a bit more balanced over her feet, and they're much better into boy 3, over to 4, over to 5. This is easy, and 6 boys scored. So Alice, really, knocking on the door of running 11 every time. She's a very powerful skier. I know she's been working on keeping her shoulders fairly balanced around the back end of the turn. We did a lot of skiing together at the start of this year. It was really fun to see her. She's a fantastic coach herself. By the way, she was my at the start of the season. She jumped in the boat for me. For 20 or 30 sets, and I always learned something. She was always able to tell me something new about my skiing, which I think was very beneficial to me. And and that's one of the things that's really cool about this sport actually, is that you have training partners, and you literally cannot water ski by yourself. You have to have a driver, and often you have to have someone sailing the boat watching you, which is nice. And Alice is a very, very good person to ski with, and I think that I'm obliged to be impartial sitting up here in the commentary booth, but I can say that I'm maybe pulling just a little bit more for Alice because I'm a big fan of hers. So she'll come back here on 12. Scott Ellis, the Rocket Man, driving, wearing a matching T-shirt to the boat. Good for him. And 12 meters. I think she's a little on the tail through that gate. I'm not loving that. I think that she needs to get a bit more over her feet like she does here. She's a lot more sort of balanced over the ski going across into 3 and 5. It's a very, very good pass. It's very, very easy. And I think, you know, I can't remember Alice's exact scores last weekend, but she was, you know, definitely got fairly deep at 11. That's right, she ran it, I'm just hearing on talkback, she had a 4.5 and was very close. So anyway, we're looking to get Alice through this pass here. She's very, very capable. As I say, she skis pretty local to here. She's a strong skier. She's able to roll with the punches. And yeah, look at this view here, Tony.
Beautiful skiing.
Yeah, beautiful skiing on a beautiful lake. It really is a special place. I've been very upset not to be skiing in a lot of different tournaments and even just skiing in general in the last few months. But I woke up this morning thinking, man, it'd be nice to be putting my ski on today at Travers. It's such a good place to ski here.
Just look at that boat path, rock solid.
Just right down the middle. A man of precision, Scott Ellis.
Indeed.
He knows what he's doing.
All right, there we see Elizabeth Montavon getting ready to go, coming to us out of West Palm Beach in Florida. And here comes Alicia Bagnoli coming to us out of the Italian province of Lombardy. Entrance number 1. Oh, a little bit bogged down on number 1.
Alice.
Oh, and jumps on the back of the ski, and unfortunately unable to get much out of that. So it's going to be a two-buoy count at 11.25 meters.
Yeah, there's no doubt she's going to be very disappointed with that. And I have to say, I thought that 1 was definitely good enough. Usually when you see the ski chatter like we saw there, it's sort of bit. That's where you move from the tail to the front of it quite abruptly, and it just catches and sort of sticks and goes behind you. And I think that's, you know, you do want the ski to be sliding, you know, the nose to be moving across, the tail sliding around. And I think that, you know, when you jump on the front like that, it doesn't like it as much. The interaction with the water isn't quite so easy and smooth. So this is a good one. I've definitely seen her run it many times from here. I'm not going to have the best view here of buoy 2, but yeah, I think just her body definitely moved ahead of her feet. And that's unfortunate for her. I mean, she, you know, critically though, if we're looking at final placements, she's got ahead of what you know could well be 9th place with Jenna's half. So she's into 8th place, pending the next skiers beating these scores. But that was a very strange situation there with the ski. I think that usually when you see those bobbles, it's where the ski is kind of being slightly forced as opposed to wanting to, you know, following the path that it, let's say, wants to move through. It's just an unnatural position for that ski to get into. Scott Ellis and Elizabeth Montavon up next.
Indeed, on the water and coming in on the 30-meter line, or 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. This is Elizabeth Montavon. All right, then. So that was Elizabeth on pass number 1. Let's check in with Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm here with Gianna. How you doing today?
Doing really good. Just coming out here to watch everybody ski and enjoying a nice day.
Excellent. I see you've got another little package here. Who's hiding in there?
This is little Luca. He was born on July 31st, and he's our little sunshine.
Awesome. He looks like he's enjoying the tournament. He's checking out all the action. Is he going to be a little ripper like you?
I hope so. We'll see.
That's awesome. Back to you guys.
All right, then, continuing on, and just a quick reminder there that you could win a slalom ski if you enter the audience prize competition and accurately predict the podiums in the women's and men's slalom skiing. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play for your chance to win yourself either a D3 or a Conley slalom ski. There we see Whitney McClintock-Reaney just getting situated, going through the motions, and on the water at this time is Elizabeth Montavon. This is 12 meters. Nice start.
she's definitely got that commitment coming around the back end of her offside. She sort of drops in, gets those feet moving, and I was impressed with that last week. And that's where she was able to get over to 2 at 10.75 and do the turn that we don't see from her that often, to get around 3 and give her 4th place in that tournament, giving her some more money and points. So yeah, I mean, we can see that she's on form. That's a very good placement for her, especially in a totally full field as we had last week. So yeah, I mean, Elizabeth, I think she came. Did she get on the podium here in 2020? I think she ran a 3 here in 2020. It was one of the early, big scores that she had, yeah, she looks confident. She looks dialed. I think you mentioned it last week about her husband Tony. That these two they do a lot of gym work. They're pretty fierce with I believe CrossFit, and that it shows on the water. The strength through the wakes is very, very good, and they're able to kind of get moving. She's swinging side to side well because she's quite static. She's not moving around, letting the boat pull her around. And when you don't let the boat pull you around positionally, then the boat pulls you across the course, which is exactly what you want.
All right then, folks. This now is Elizabeth Montavon. 2 passes to the good, 13 and 12. This is now 11.25 meters. From this point onwards, the handle does not reach buoy's width.
She's a little late. Wasn't her best turn at 2, but that's...
Oh, and goes down hard there on the buoy number 4.
Yeah, we saw a little bit. So, huge tip rise, fell out the back, and not enough ski to stop her falling backwards there. And we saw a little bit of that there at buoy 2, just, finishing a little on the tail. Unusual. Certainly wouldn't have picked that, given that, she looked so solid last week at the Mastercraft Pro. She managed to get through 11 both rounds, and really quite easily, and then made round 2 and 3 at 10.75. So this is a good one, maybe a touch taily, but nothing to particularly worry about. And then you'll see just a little bit back on 2, but again, I think maybe didn't get quite into the position that she wanted to over to 3. She was a little riding more the tail of the ski, and then here she had to commit because she was a little bit late. And then just out the back, and that's not enough for well, that would put her in provisional 6th place.
Yes,
so
it would.
Going backwards below her, we have Jenna Morgan, Alice Bagnoli, and Chiara Bonneman with 1/2, 2, and 3. So she's put herself ahead of those. Now, not the biggest cut she's ever going to have to deal with in her life in terms of getting to the final. So this is not cataclysmic, and we've actually seen her ski poorly in early rounds of tournaments and then come back quite well. I'm thinking Morocco earlier this year, didn't she? She missed her gates or something on her first pass,
Yeah,
or
she
something,
did.
or second, and then she came back and did quite well in the final. I think maybe came 5th or 4th, or I forget where it was, but she definitely moved back up that order. So she'll have probably, not guaranteed, but made the final with that score. Just has to beat one person after these 2 rounds. So very, let's say, uncompetitive cut. Not so many people to beat in order to get through, but she's probably done that, and so she can start focusing on, what does she need to do to improve. And I think that, again, one of the benefits of TWBC is that when you go and ski, you can watch back your set, not just from the bank as people used to get, to analyze their stuff when I was first starting to compete in pro tournaments, but from high definition, slow motion replays from multiple different angles. So actually, I think that's actually helped raise the standard of skiing. Also, people can actually improve themselves between rounds from analysing their first set. What did I do wrong? Did I go too hard in this place? Was I not balanced over my ski? Was I too aggressive? Was I too safe? And Whitney on her first pass of 13, looking the absolute business. And we'll go to Chris. We'll pass the handle to Chris, Tony.
As it were.
What's up, guys? Hanging out here with Scott Greenwood, a.k.a. Greeny, the premier boat driver that we've got, one of the premier boat drivers that we've got at the moment. How's it feeling out there?
Feeling great. Got to get here yesterday about noon and got in the boat and took a ski ride and had a great time yesterday pulling some skiers and ready to be out there again today.
Excellent, excellent. And are you skiing as well?
I am, yeah.
Excellent. I know you're quite the hunter, so are you going to be 10 for 10 on the shooting?
Ooh, I don't know. That's a good question. I was 5 for 10 last year, so I kind of disappointing shoot, but this year hopefully I can clean that up a little bit.
Oh no! Hopefully you've been doing some practice, and your team will be thankful that you're joining them. All right, guys, back to you.
Yeah, speaking about that, I discovered 2 years ago that I was left-eyed.
I've always thought that about you, Tony.
Oh, okay.
Greenie, as Chris said, is a very very hard to argue that he's not really the best driver in the world. In my humble opinion, he's fantastic, and always great to see him in the boat. Same as Scott. These guys are phenomenal, and we're going to see some huge scores today. Whitney, 12 meters. This is an easy pass for her, whereas before you might have expected to see potentially a bobble here or there. I mean, let's say that these last three, these are the gods of women's slalom skiing. These are the big three, somewhat similar to Djokovic, Nadal, and Federer. Regina and Whitney have been skiing against each other since forever, but in a professional sense since late 2000s.
Yeah,
Whitney
absolutely.
with her first wins around 2009 with the World Championships, and it's just been a phenomenal battle that everyone who's enjoyed professional slalom skiing has noticed and looks forward to every time that there's a tournament. And of course, Jamie Bull, our last skier, has certainly joined them. She came not out of nowhere. She was a very good junior skier, but then just from 2020 onwards, just has been phenomenal. So we're in for a treat here. I'm going to expect 2, maybe 3 of them to get through 39. Probably 3, to be honest with you. And I'm then it's sort of, it gets to, whereas the previous skiers are sort of like trying to get to the other end of 39 of 10.75. These guys are expecting to run it, and then it's what can they do at 10.2? And we've seen some 2s recently. Last weekend, we've seen some earlier this year. I don't know if there's been many scores much better than 2 in pro tournaments, but we're excited to see what happens here. Whitney with that very good, very good technique, and she had, I'll say it now that she can't hear me, she had a unfortunate experience the last time she competed here in at the Worlds last year, so she's past that level, and she's going to, she looks fantastic, doesn't she, Tony?
Yeah, looking in great shape there, and not looking as if she's at all phased with what happened in the World Championships. A good. I'm not too sure whether it was in the last cycle or the cycle before. I think I'm probably hinting towards the World Championships still true in 2021. But
so, I was in 2023. It was disappointing for her.
Yeah, it was disappointing.
Didn't do so well in the final.
But I think she's gotten past that, and I mean, just looking at her technique there. I mean, a stance on the ski. She's patient enough to allow that ski to come through, and then once she takes the hit, she just drives her hips and drives everything that she can forward across the wakes, and still stays on top of the ski. So she's gone through, what is it, 13, 12. That was 11. 10.75 comes up next.
So she is the third skier to run 11?
Third skier to run 11. Yeah, you're absolutely right there.
And will she be the first skier to run 10.75? She's easily good enough to do it. She's done it literally hundreds of times. We've seen her do it, so many times in pro tournaments, and I think she's going to do it now. She looks totally in business. The first 3 passes, she ran it beautifully last weekend in the first round. A little out the back there at 1, but she's so strong and poised, and that's a beautiful buoy too. Oh, little out the back there
taking a bit of a hit there.
But I think her offside is just dialed, and she's 1 and 3 big hits, like you say, Tony, but 2 and 4 were just spectacular. They were so committed and so smooth, and that to me is something that I'm. There's a number of these top 3 skiers. They're so capable of taking big hits. I mean, the pressure on the body here. You'll see Attaboy one. Watch her neck slightly snap back. And but she just goes, right, okay, I'm strong, gets back into position very quickly, and look at this too. It's just spectacular. That's exactly what you're looking for. 3 was again pretty big of a turn, lots of pull through her body, but then 4, it doesn't get better than that. That is spectacular skiing.
Yeah, once she got into that rhythm past buoy number 2, you're always going to bet that the Whitney McClintock would get deep enough in this pass to actually run it. So I mean that's a fantastic effort there, and you caught the pass there, Freddie. So well done, you.
I wasn't so sure after buoy 1 actually, but she did.
Not
two was so good, and 4 was especially good. So Whitney's PB and the Canadian record is 2 1/4. I believe it might even be here. I could be wrong. I think she's got around 3 here. I could be wrong, but yeah. Anyway, she's been getting 2s this year. She needs to get that nice 1 over 2, and then with that offside, what will she be able to do?
There's 1.
Good enough 1. I think she'll just take 2, and she's got 1. She is too narrow. Let go of the handle before she got around 2. So that's a 1 buoy count as far as I'm concerned. Didn't look like the worst one of all time, but just couldn't get the angle across and just came up narrow. Good skiing. I think if we look at last year's scores, I think that in the first round there was 3 skiers all ran 2 at 10.25. So we're just behind that at the moment, but we've got a lot of skiing to go into. Little out the back, but over to 2, but not quite around it with the handle. And I think we can probably more freely talk about Whitney had a terrible crash from 1-2 here at 10.25 3 years ago, and every time it's going to be in your mind a little bit. So good for her. She's out there. She's skiing really, really well, and she's going to build for the final.
So Whitney McClintock-Greeny, who claimed a first place. All right then. So we'll be back in a moment. We've got Chris.
Hey, what's up, Ski World? Hanging out here with Dar, all the way from, what did you say, northern Idaho?
Southern Idaho, southwest Idaho.
Oh, my bad. Hey, so I understand this is your first time here for the Travers Grand Prix. Tell us, how'd you hear about it, and how excited are you to be competing here?
Oh, I've got good friends that have been down here before. Barry Young, ski with him, and Tom Phipps from Wyoming. So we got the Wyoming-Idaho contingent, or the Idaho team. Sorry.
The Idaho.
I had to put that in there.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So what do you think is your best event here?
Oh, gosh. Well, I hope it's going to be water skiing, because all my teammates can either drive better or shoot better.
Sounds good. So we're looking for you for the top score.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
That was fun, Chris.
Yeah, that was good, huh? Good eyes.
Poor old Dar there being mistaken for a northern Idahoan. That was he seemed pretty upset about that. Quickly corrected Chris.
Yeah, I went through Idaho for the first time this year.
Was that on your 19-hour drive down to Florida from Louisiana last weekend?
No, it was from the 2-day drive that started in Calgary and ended up in Bakersfield.
Oh yeah, you guys did travel this year. Wow. Well, good for you. We're glad you do it. We're very lucky. I actually, you had 3 announcing booths there in
triple announcing.
Unbelievable. Like, and they were sort of like tiny little bespoke, like almost podiums. So
well,
you were going to make some sort of a motivational speech.
Well, it was this desk that we just cut into 3 pieces. But anyway, we got Regina Jaquist on the water, who comes to us from Santa Rosa Beach in the northern part of Florida. Looking good. Looking pretty sharp out there, I would say. And
would you expect anything less from Regina?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, she's just on her game every single time that she takes to the water out there, and good skiing there from her. Regina Jaquist, 6 buoys on the opening pass of 13 meters.
It's what you asked me last night when we were doing that podcast, Tony. You asked me, who was going to be the next first debut winner in women's skiing, and I said I can't predict that because I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. We've got when you've got Regina, Whitney, and Jamie all turning up, and then it's very hard to see past any of the 3 of them. And if they're not quite there, then it's Manon who won in Oxford this year, and Ali Nicholson who won in Marrakesh. So between, let's say, those 5, the next first-time pro event winner is a tough one to really call, because they're just we've got 5 skiers that are just so good, and you know, there is a chasing pack for sure, but I'd be very happy to prove wrong, of course. We like to see competition, but it is so exciting every single time for me to see these three, and then the 4 and 5. We're missing Manon and Ali today, but to see them go and ski head to head, and they're always delivering. And Regina, we saw Whitney in the opening round last week run maybe one of the better 10.75s that we've seen all year. We saw Regina run probably the worst that we've seen all year. She made it through, which was just incredible. There's more than one way to skin a cat, and we see that between these very, very high level, very competitive, and very dominant skiers.
All right, then she settles into the water and gets ready for her next pass. So she's been through 13 and 12, 11.25 meters coming up. Regina Jaquist, multiple-time world women's slalom champion, the current world women's slalom record holder. She boosted up a score of a 5 at 10.25 meters last season in the pro tournament in Tuscaloosa in Alabama, and I tell you what, she just continues to rack up the wins and rack up the points on the Waterski Pro Tour. Was first last weekend at the pro event in the Polk City. Was first at Lake 38 at almost the beginning portion of the season. The only blemishes on her sheet this year: a second in California Pro-Am and a 4th at the Swiss Pro Slalom, an event that she was absolutely unbeaten in for like the first 9 occurrences of that tournament.
Yeah, exactly. It was, and I mean, actually, the first time off the podium in something like 160 pro events at the Swiss Pro, there where she came 4th. Very, very unusual. Hasn't skied too many pro events this year, just because the season starts I take it back. She went down to Moomba for the first time in a long time, and she won that for the first time. So it's an amazing job by her in completing the set of tournaments. She really has won everything now. And then she didn't make it over to what I guess we can now call the Mediterranean Tour, given the introduction of Morocco in there, which certainly isn't European, as much as it's fairly close by. So there was 5 tournaments down there in Europe which she wasn't a part of, but that she's now coming back strong. She got a 2nd at California Pro-Am and a 1st last weekend. Now there is a possibility of her taking over Jamie's score. I think Jamie's on 310 points on the leaderboard, and Regina, if she wins all the events coming up, I think she can get to something like in the 330s. So it is all to play for, and Regina has, let's say. She's not won the Waterski Pro Tour yet, and then she has let's say some unfinished business on this lake. I think last year she came 2nd at the World Championships when she would have absolutely believed and wanted to win. So she'll try and sort of look at this as maybe a way of coming back stronger. A little bit of
redemption.
A bit of redemption, exactly.
Indeed. Here comes Regina Jaquist. 10.75 meters, just barrels in off buoy number 1, is nice and early on number 2, keeps the flow going. Look at this. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Regina Jaquist, having run 6 buoys, 10.75 meters. All right.
Good for her. Well, it's not often that you're going to think that Regina's going to miss 10.75. It doesn't really often happen, so I wasn't sort of that nervous for her here. It was a very easy pass, and it just shows, that with all respect to every other competitor of the day, I think that when you can look at these last three women, that they're not looking to just run 10.75. They're looking to run it well. They're looking to they're not sort of thinking, oh, will I run it? They're thinking, I will run it. They're trying to get big scores here at 10.25, which we're going to see in just a second. The lead is 1. I don't think that's going to hold up as the lead before the end of this round. We've got 2 of the very best skiers coming up. Whitney skied well. She didn't ski spectacularly for her. She's capable of more. And I believe, today and in the next rounds, the final, it's going to take more than one to win the tournament, pending any strange weather, as you know, as we had last year at the World Championships, didn't we, Tony? I mean, it was extremely windy, so things can happen even on the best lakes in the world. We're an outdoor sport.
All right, so Regina Jaquist, who has been on the who has won 22% of her competitions this season, has placed in.
That's a 1.
Yeah, that's a 1.
What do I know, Tony?
Wow.
So that's unusual. Yeah, just kind of. I would say that wasn't a wheelie in the typical sense, although it ended up being. I would say that she pushed a little maybe too early. Very easy to say from in here, having not skied for a number of months, but I think she pushed maybe a little bit too early around the back end of that turn, and the ski almost bounced back off the water. So let's just have a look here.
All right, let's take a look there in buoy number 1. Oh my, she got a face fall there, I tell you what.
And she did extremely well. Not so far from the water cam, by the way.
Yeah, we want to take a look at that one.
And you can see her. You can see her face as she looks down at the water camera. She just passes it, and that was not so far away.
Ooh.
Wow, she'd have been pretty upset hitting that.
All right, let's check in with Chris.
Hey, Whitney, how you doing today?
Good. Happy to be here. One of my favorite lakes in Florida.
Excellent. So it looked pretty solid out there. Why don't you walk us through this pass here?
All right. Well, I was getting used to the rope a little bit out there, but by 39, I was pretty dialed in. I liked my gait. I liked that we had a little headwind. This was a little shock right here. Woo! Use those stealth gloves to get across to the other side. But yeah, just a really strong 1 ball, sucked up a little bit of rope at 2 there. Came into 3. I tried to tone it down just a little, but I still got a really tight turn at 3. Again, I think still getting used to that rope, but I was using it to my advantage at 39. So I liked my 4 ball, and I tried to soften up 5 ball a little bit more too, so I come up a little bit straight at the boat at 5, but I knew I had it in the bag, so great pass. Happy to ski out there. Love skiing behind the nautique. Scott's great behind the wheel, and I got used to the rope in a set.
Well, that's always good. I mean, you are one of the top pros out there, so adapting is kind of something you guys have to do on a daily basis, and like I said, it looked great out there. Great skiing, and hope to see some more from you throughout the week.
Thank you. Yeah, we're excited to be here. This was 41, I think, too, and loved my gait at 41. I actually really liked my 1 ball, and I just came up a little bit short at 2, so I know what to change for the next round, and hopefully more buoys tomorrow.
That's right. We'll save it for the finals. Thank you.
All right, then. So, and whatever coffee Whitney McClintock-Reeney's drinking, I'll take some.
Some sound effects there. Very, very entertaining. And that's just, it's great to get the input of the athletes, right? Because they're all different. They all have different ways of looking at their skiing, of describing it, of visualizing it, and then also, as we saw from Whitney, describing it with different levels of enthusiasm. I enjoyed that. I thought that was great.
I loved that too, and I mean, we've just seen Jamie Ball get through on a pass number 1. That was 13 meters. We noticed that all but 2 of our athletes on this list have gone in on 30 meters. The outliers being Alicia Bagnoli, Chiara Bonneman, and Jenna Morgan.
Yeah, but I mean, for these ladies at the end, if they're going in on 14, they're just going to be there's no need for them. They're going to be so drained. It's hot out there. The water's hot. Every time you're holding onto that rope, you're losing just even a little bit of energy, even if it's as easy as we see it is for these early passes. But there's no need for them to do that. Jamie, she's run enough 13s at a time to know she's going to run it perfect every time, no matter what the weather. She has 2 World Championship titles here at this lake. Her 2 greatest victories, I would imagine. She won with 2 at 10.25 in 2021. When it was nice and flat, and then when it was very, very windy last year, she ran with 3.5 at 10.75. Both times she was not the last skier out. She had to wait for the remaining skiers. I think last year it was she was leading with Regina to go and just managed to hold on. She will be looking to have another victory at her home lake. I mean, this is where she skis. She's somewhat of a nomad. Jamie, she lives half the year in the winter on a snow ski mountain.
Yeah.
And she's here at a water ski lake for the other half of the year, which is just such a cool way to be. She's high level at both. She's two-time world champion at this, and but spends her time at Travers ski lake, and so she knows the water inside and out.
And actually, come to think about it, in prepping for the Swiss Pro Slalom at the early part of the season, she'd only been on the water for essentially 2 weeks, coming off her winter activities.
Yeah, exactly. And I was. It taught me something, actually, because it takes me. I was talking to her about it, and she said to me that she ran 39 on her sort of 5th or 6th set, which to me is just.
It's crazy pants.
It's crazy and it's sickening considering how long it takes me to get going at the start of the year. I was very jealous, but I'm like, well, okay, I'm coming back, having not done anything athletic for a little while, and skiing is my sort of build into athleticism for the season. And Jamie's being athletic the whole winter and is using all the same, proprioception, balance, and all these muscles. So something to change for my return to action next year. 11 meters. Had a bit of a couple of weird turns at 11 in the previous tournament at the Mastercraft Pro last week, but looks very, very good here today and easy, and we love that offside turn of Jamie's. Maybe it's almost more characteristic in the women's field that everyone has these amazing offsides. Not something that we see so much on the men's. I think potentially that's a function of the differing speeds and the forces involved, but potentially. I mean, I'm thinking off the top of my head, Tony, but yeah, I mean, Jamie's offside is so spectacular. She gets up over her feet. I saw an Instagram post, actually. I think HO posted it, of some guy sort of criticizing Jamie's buoy 3 at 10.75, which I have to say I thought should be illegal. I mean, no one should be allowed to criticize Jamie Bull's offside. It's spectacular, and I think that we're going to, and that's often where she runs all these passes from. Is she comes? We talked about Swiss Pro earlier, Tony, and she came into buoy 5 late, and I was commentating with you, having not made the final, and I thought she was going to S-turn and take the 5, which would have put her in a runoff with Whitney. Well, she didn't. She committed on the offside. She had that confidence to turn and go, and she got around 6 and won the tournament 3 or 4 weeks or 2 or 3 weeks into her season, which was pretty special. Here she is at 10.75. Can she run 10.75 again?
Here she comes. A skier that has been tremendously consistent, about as likely to make it into the top 5 as she is to make it into the top 10 at 89% of her performances. And I tell you what, looking in very good shape at 10.75 meters, and a skier that always aims to have the top score, because this season, when you look at the Pro Tour during the course of the entire season, she has a total of 6 points based upon having achieved the best score in those tournaments. So in 3 tournaments this season, she's gotten the best score, on top of the fact that she won those tournaments,
which could make the difference at the end of the year. And that's it's not just about squeaking the win; it's about getting those big scores to get the extra points that are when it's this tight at the top, every point counts. I will say that if we're talking about competition between these top 3 women skiers in the world, there's I'd say today, Whitney won last week the best 10.75 of the first round. Jamie, to me, has won the best 10.75 of this round, of the 3 that we've seen completed. The others were solid. This was very, very good, very, very easy, pretty cruisy. No moments of doubt, really. And she'll want to get the best score of the of this round to give herself a chance for those extra points. She's made the final for sure. It's not going to be 8 skiers beat her. Over to 1. Good. There's one. And can she get over to 3 and break the Canadian record? And Jamie's going to do it, will she? So close. So close. But, hey, so she's tied her PB. She's tied her best ever. That 1 was spectacular. She didn't quite get the 2, but she's getting close. And if she can get around that 3, there's only 2 women ever have got around 3. They are both of the skiers we've just seen go before Jamie, and I thought she was going to do it. She just lost her hips, And no matter how much strength training you do in the gym, and I know she does, she's very, very fit and strong. She wasn't quite able to keep her hips in the middle between her shoulders and her ski and her feet. Beautiful buoy one.
Yes, indeed. I mean, she just got the hook up right there, and she was well on her way to getting a really good approach into number 2. But then
so close.
Just like the slightest error punishes you at 10.25 meters, and she knows it. So with that, let's check in one more time with Chris.
Hey, Reginald, a.k.a. Cheese. How you doing today?
Really good. Thank you. It's awesome to be out here. It's a beautiful day, and yeah, it was good. We got one round in and got a good warm-up and got to feel out everything. It's been probably, I think, since I was last here, so it feels just as good as ever.
Excellent, excellent. Looking solid out there as always. Hey, why don't you walk us through this pass here? I believe this is your 39 off.
Okay, yeah. No, I liked every part of it. I haven't really gotten to ski too much since the last tournament, so it was more just trying to get my feet underneath me, get some timing, get some rhythm, and be able to make sure, one, you make the top 8 and kind of get a secure spot for top 8, and then, know that tomorrow you kind of have a little bit more time to really kind of hone in on, just getting dialed into the setup, the boat, the rope, just all of it. So I felt good. I don't know. I really wouldn't change too much about it. It was nice. I never felt like I was in any type of detrimental trouble or anything. So that's always a plus. And then my 41, I was just too late for the gate. So just need to figure out this end, and I think I'll be able to rock and roll. But it was just too late, so salvaged a 1. Think that if I don't have that much speed, I'll be able to get down the course.
Yeah, the gate was a little bit late, a little unusual for you. I normally we see it a little bit further down into 41, but I know you're saving that for the finals. Like you said, just feel it out, get a good prelim score, and rock it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the only thing you can do today and tomorrow is lose. So I'm in for the finals, hopefully, for that score, and kind of get to settle down a little bit more tomorrow, and then it's game time on Sunday.
Heck yeah, excellent. Looking forward to it.
Thank you, and thanks to the ladies back home at Emerald Coast Compounding Pharmacy for letting me be here today.
All right, so excellent stuff there from Regina Jaquist, and there we see the women's slalom leaderboard now. Jamie Bull at the moment with her score of 2 at 10.25 meters. Currently, because she has the top score with that score of 2 at 10.25 meters, actually has two points in a possession provisionally, and it would take a humongous score. A better score from the likes of Whitney McClintock-Rainey or Regina Jaquist to deny her those points from the Waterski Pro Tour. But as it stands right now, Jamie Bull is your leader. We got a two-way tie for second between Whitney McClintock-Rainey and Regina Jaquist. Fourth is Vanessa Veek with 3 at 10.75. Then you look down to see Paige Rini, and then you see Elizabeth Montavon, Chiara Bonneman, Licia Bagnoli, and Jenna Morgan with 8 making it through to the next round of the competition based upon the best score from 2 rounds. All right, then, with that in mind, let's check in with Chris.
Jamie Bull doing the family name proud, charging those red buoys out there. That was incredible. So close to that Canadian record. You're looking solid. Tell us about it.
Yeah, definitely a super solid start at 41, and I want 3 so bad, and I came into 2 feeling really good and just tried to turn and get over to 3, and ended up just losing my hips when the pole came on and didn't get to 3, but feels good to be close, but definitely want more.
I know, you look good out there. You had a great one. Solid turn at 2. I was like, oh, she's going to chuck the ski out there, just go for it, get a piece of it, or even just think about getting around it. But again, save that for the finals, and hopefully the conditions hold up through the weekend, and you'll be able to knock that, take that score down.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Back to you guys.
All right, then. So as we get ready for the men's slalom competition, let's play that game show that has taken the world by storm. It is called Pick Your Pass. So, Freddie, I'll give you the opportunity to pick first. So, pick your pass.
I'm not going to go for the super obvious one, the Jamie Bull 10.75, which I think was really, really special. I want to see Paige Rini's 11 with that very average buoy one, and I want to see the way that she's able to stay so calm through it. So quick. That's amazing.
Yes, absolutely. He's on his game.
This one just went too early, tried to move out the back, no movement, no ability to kind of get over the 2 with any surety necessarily, but she stayed super calm, and I really liked the way that she was able to attack her offside turn at 2 without going too much, and then over to 5, and just shows how confident she is, and I really enjoyed that. I think we're going to see her get a bigger score than her 2 at 39 in the next round and then in the final.
All right, then. So as we continue to look on, this is 39.5 off, and your assessment here, Freddie?
Yeah, I thought she had a good gate. I think everything was sort of set up, but yeah, just lost the hips a little bit over there into 2, and as we saw with Jamie Bull at 10.25 a minute ago, as soon as you lose those hips behind you, the boat's winning that war. The only way that you can get across the lake with all that force on you, with a chance of turning the next buoy, with a boat with a huge engine in front of you, is if you have your skeleton doing a lot of the work. With those hips behind, your skeleton's not doing all the work. You're using all your muscles. No good.
All right, then. So I get to pick my pass, and the pass that I'm picking is Whitney McClintock Greeny, 39.5 off, especially that number 1. And just watch her neck snap back on this one. Entrance gate, buoy number 1 just brings the handle in and just takes a big old jolt there. But I tell you what, she stays strong, she stays determined, and she actually got a really good strong offside turn on buoy number 2. She still took quite a heavy hit on number 3. But as long as she stays upright, as long as she keeps her water speed up, she's always in with a chance there, Freddie.
That buoy 4 is as good of an offside turn as you will ever see, especially in those circumstances. She needs to run the pass to get ahead, and she came into that turn, having got sort of back in it, but 4 was spectacular. Over here, this is the same angle we saw a couple of years ago, or 3 years ago, where Whitney kind of rocked all the way back, went over the front, hit her head, got a concussion. So, it's a shame not to see it get around 2, but I agree with her assessment that she mentioned afterwards. She was able to get over to 1 actually, and with a good gate, and it was a solid one. Just didn't maybe quite do enough work over towards 2 and came up a little narrow. But no, she's looking really good. I mean, she's such a phenomenal skier. We've seen her do it for so long, and I'm it's 15 years since she won her first World Championships, and she's still at the very, very top and winning tournaments. She won the California Pro-Am 2 tournaments ago. And she'll be looking to repeat that here.
All right, then. So we've got the men's starting list. Matteo Lazzeri is going to be our lead-off skier, followed by Dorian Llewellyn. Kamil Bamra from Morocco will be next up. Then it will be Robert Pagozzi, Nicky Antonsen, Daniel Odvako, Nick Parsons, Martin Bartowski, Jay Need, Charlie Emmett, Jaime Palomino, Jamie Calhoun. That's on page 1, and while we wait for page 2 to load, oh my word! Look at those skiers. It's like a who's who, isn't it? I mean, you got Stephen Ireland, you got Aaron Davis, Lucas Cornell, Dave Meckler, who won his first Pro Tour title last weekend. Joel Poland, looking to try and do the same here. We've got Jonathan Travers, we've got Sasha Deska, we've got the 11-time European champion Thomas de Gasperi, Corey Vaughan, Cole McCormick, who won the Masters slalom title, Robert Hazelwood, who's won at least a couple of Pro Tour events this season for the first time, and then Will Asher, who is currently in the lead on the Waterski Pro Tour in men's slalom. All right, then, with that in mind, let's check in with Chris.
What's up, guys? I'm here with Scott and Louisa Benner from all the way up from New Hampshire, New England area. How you guys doing today?
Doing awesome. Loving this weather. Freezing back home. I think our water's like 60-some degrees, so this is totally different.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet to ski down here in the warm conditions instead of the freezing cold wetsuit conditions back home.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, you got this beautiful thing about in Florida. We got the sun shining all the time. It's great. Thanks for coming out to the Grand Prix here. I know you guys have been here a couple times, so I've heard you guys aren't on the same team, so there's a little bit of competition going on this weekend. So what's your top event, would you say?
Slalom?
I mean, as far as this go-karting, shooting, or the skiing?
Yeah, slalom.
Still the slalom? All right. I'm going to look for that. Hopefully you take down your dad.
Yeah, hopefully shotgun. Take it down shotgun would be my goal.
All right, looks like we have a sharpshooter here. we'll see what happens throughout the weekend. Thanks for stopping by. Ski good out there.
Awesome. Thank you, Chris.
Awesome.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, continuing on with this competition, we got the men's slalom to take place very, very soon. But I mean, just as a tail end of the event, the coverage with the women's slalom. I mean, we saw Whitney McClintock really get very close to making it round number 2. We actually got Jamie Ball actually making it round number 2. So they're in the hunt for that Canadian national slalom record. Do you reckon it's going to fall here?
Well, if it's going to fall anywhere, it can definitely fall here. This is a spectacular place for scores. I think that, I could see that Jamie was extremely motivated to get to 3. I think as everyone is and beyond, but I think that as the tournament goes on, this is a qualifying round. I mean, Jamie and Whitney and Regina did not wake up today thinking, I've got to make the final. They knew they were going to make the final. Their level is so high, they could, with one person to beat to get in the final there, they were going to be, for sure in. So, this is almost a warm-up round for them. But here we go, as we go forward into the tournament, in the women's field, they're going to get more and more dialed in and focus on that victory. And I think that, Frank, I could well be wrong, but I think that, Jamie, Whitney or Regina they would take any old score, be it 3 or much less, as long as they win the tournament. That's really what I think they're here for.
All right then. So a total of 24 skiers, and it's going to be quite an aggressive cut. 8 go through to the third and final round.
Yeah, I mean that's quite a different situation here. Is the women's field. You could say the top half of them would not have even thought about if they're going to make the final. Well, in the men's field here, no one's safe. Even skiers like Will Asher, who's had so much success this year, he's made every final. Even he will be thinking, what do I have to do to make the final? When you've got to beat 16 skiers to make the final, and 16 very, very good skiers, it's very, very tough. But there are, we're missing a couple of names. I'm looking at Brando Caruso, who was very, very good earlier this year in Europe. Nate Smith's not here for whatever reason. So it's not a full field, but it's a very, very, very competitive field, and there'll be some big scores.
All right. So Matteo Lizzeri, who comes to us from San Gervasio Bresciano in the province of Lombardy in Italy. He's one of the coaches of that facility at Jolly Ski, and certainly a great ambassador for the sport. And there we also see around dockside there Jaden Need, who operated our dockside camera. We thank him. We thank you very much for that. And we also introduce Kyle Eade. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, thanks, Tony. Enjoyed sitting upstairs doing a little officiating for the Open Women's Slalom and some good performances there, but I'm happy to be back on the mic with you guys. Some big action from last weekend. Kind of seems like we're kind of back at it again another weekend, and I think there's quite a few events to go this fall.
All right. So as we work our way through, we see a whole bunch of our skiers around the dockside area. We see Scott Greenwood at the helm of that towboat. Not too sure he is in the passenger seat, but we'll find out in due course. Yuta Menestrina.
Yeah. Pro women's jump, where she came third last week at the Mastercraft Pro.
Yeah, strong showing after not really being around the scene so much.
Pretty good. And it seems to be to get it at least in that boat, there at least has to be one very good jumper, Scott Ellis or Yuta. Pretty good stuff. Matteo has it's his second pass. It's 12. He's coming back still. I mean, he had a horrific Achilles tendon injury of about in the start of August of last year, and he's coming back. We saw him ski at his own tournament, San Gervasio, this year. He ran 3 at 10.75 in the first round there, having barely skied at 36 up to that point, which is pretty inspirational. But these are difficult injuries to come back from, and Matteo haven't been in touch with his skiing since then. I'm not sure. He had maybe his best ever showing at the European Championships But here he is. He's entering pro tournaments again, and we're very happy to see him back.
Yeah, I guess for him, though, seeded up, he hasn't got any points and not many scores on the board. He's going out pretty early, but this guy can get it done on the slalom ski. And, we could see our very first skier off the dock running into 41, which would be a great way to kickstart this event.
Most certainly, Matteo Luzzeri. As we've mentioned, a great athlete, great ambassador. Says that the San Gervasio Pro is definitely on for next season, 2025. It will be the 11th edition of that competition. And let's see what he does on top of the water here at Sunset Lakes. A little bit back on the ski on 11.25 minutes, rearing back up on number 3, but managing to stay in it and allow the ski to rotate far enough around and then get with it behind the boat. That is Matteo Luzzeri.
Not his best 3 and 5 of all time, but he made it work. We'll have to keep an eye on that for the next pass.
Yeah, 1.35 wasn't really flowing, but the 2.4, he seemed to have full confidence, let it trip down the lake a little bit, but he knew it was going to come around and get him back to the other side of the lake with enough time. So sort of smart skiing, and looked like he was in touch with it, definitely on his onside anyway.
He's another skier organizer, isn't he, of pro tournaments. John has, what are we, is this the 6th Travers Grand Prix? It would be a 5th or 6th, it'd be around there. I think the first one was in 2018. As I recall. But, John Travers putting on a tournament, Matteo putting on a tournament. This is pretty inspirational stuff, and it just shows that these two skiers that I just mentioned, that they're really in the sport, not just for themselves, but for the sport, to promote it as far and wide as possible, and there's no better way of doing that than putting on your own pro event.
All right, so I've got Kyle Eade, I've got Freddie Winter right here in the announcing of. And we've got a whole bunch of sponsors and supporting entities. We've got Mike DeMello, we've got the Morgan family, along with the Sunset Lake Ski Club, along with Syndicate, with Good, with Edge Bindings and Waters Wetsuits, all of them contributing to the success of this event. Here we go, hard pass. This is 10.75 meters. Good hook up on 1.
Come on, Matteo.
Keep going, come on.
Come on, mate. It's such a shame.
Was just about to hook up on number 3. He knows it too, but I tell you what, certainly one of his better performances after coming back from Achilles tendon injury from well over a season ago. But he will certainly pick up from that and see if he can apply it to round 2. That is Matteo Luzzeri.
Well, I remember on his return in San Gervasio, he ran 3, but it was a squeaky 3. And here he was going. So, he's run a lower score while being much more ahead of the game and skiing much better. So that's very unfortunate of him. Good 1, good 2. I thought he was in this, and I think just dropped that inside shoulder a little bit at 3 and tried to use the leverage at the top of his body as opposed to at the lower half to try and get that ski on edge out of that turn. And he's frustrated. He's very frustrated, as he might well be. He knows that 2.5 at 10.75 is not going to put him anywhere near the final. It's going to be, really around that sort of mid 10.25, I would say, to make a top 8 final with the scores here are always. Last year, actually, was it not that the 8th best score was 3 1/4? I think Corey Vaughan ran 3 1/4, and that was over 2 rounds. The 8th best score was 3 1/4, which is the highest cut of all time. There was a number of 3s that did not make it. So this really is the tournament, of the season. Everyone's fit. They've gotten through the season and put a lot of skiing under their belt to get to a high level, and then everything's set up here perfectly. We've got a great driver, fantastic lake, and everything else to have the biggest scores. So no, sorry to Matteo, that's not going to work for him in terms of getting to the final. But he's got another round. You only need 1 good round out of the 2.
Well, speaking about this tournament, though, probably a little bit about the format too. It's it's a bit of more of a relaxed atmosphere here, I think, at this event. There's obviously other stuff going on with the go-karting and part of the sort of the pro-am sort of features of it. And I think the skiers kind of relax and just enjoy themselves on the water too.
All right, then, and with that in mind, let's check in with Chris.
What's up, guys? Chris back here with Camille Belmara. Man, I feel like I need a step stool or something here. You're like towering over me.
I feel like I'm getting taller every year, man.
That's awesome, man. So are you excited to be back here for the Grand Prix? Ready to post out a big score?
Really excited. Always a pleasure being here. Personally, it's my favorite lake, and I'm sure it will be awesome.
Oh, man, that's awesome. Appreciate it. So have you been practicing on the side, like do a little go-kart, a little shooting in your spare time?
Well, as everyone knows, I'm a big driving fan. I'm a racer, actually. I'm sure I'm going to win the go-karting race.
Oh, bold words from a bold guy. We'll see what happens tonight.
Well, I tell you what, he's definitely got some competition in the driving realm. I mean, like Sasha Deska is, I think he's the defending driving champion, isn't that right? Or Alex King, and Alex King isn't is no slouch in the shooting realm as well. But
Alex King, the defending champion, is not here.
Not here.
So, well, good luck to Camille. He's definitely got some. Some competition. There'll be a lot of competitive people. Waterski is a very competitive people, and they'll be trying to take him down.
Here he comes, Dorian Llewellyn, 13 and now 12 meters. Turns, sets, and just lets the boat and the ski do the rest. It's a wonderful combination there, Kiwi.
Yeah, for sure. Dorian, obviously more of a tricker and a jumper, but when he's in touch on the slalom ski, can go deep into, through 39 and into 41. He ran that score, I think, a 1 at 41 a couple of weeks ago here at the overall competition. So. And I think that he's one of those skiers that, you know, with the format we've got this weekend, he likes to take part and be involved as a slalom skier this weekend. Freddie, I know your injury has sidelined you from the slalom portion of this event. What about the go-karting? Do you think you can squeeze yourself into a kart?
Oh, I wouldn't want to embarrass anyone, Kiwi. I think that I'm gonna let Camille try and win. I think that if I was going to give it no, I'm always at the back. I'm absolutely terrible, which is...
I have seen that before, Freddie, but I know it's not your
you know,
strong point.
That's the thing. I mean, I've always said when people laugh at me, which they do, everyone's very unkind to me about my go-karting, but I've won 3 of these events. So in the slalom, which is...
We're not unkind, we're being realistic.
Well, fair enough. But I always say that I'm trying to win the slalom side of it and the shooting, which I did, by the way, get once 10 out of 10 as a complete fluke. But no, I will be doing other things this evening while people are doing their driving. And good luck to everybody else.
I think in respect to your go-kart driving, I think one season away from the sport is enough, don't you?
Yeah, I plan to be back here.
While we're talking about go-karting, Dorian's kind of fallen into 1, 2,
Whoa,
and 3
that was
then.
a little flat into 6.
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest pass there for Dorian. A little bit of a tailwind pushing him along. Got a little bit antsy at sort of number 2, I thought.
A little bit of oversteer, wouldn't you say?
Of course. Well done.
Top man.
Yeah, late on the brakes there. And
on the brakes there, you need a little bit of wedge here and there.
Yeah. It's a competition you can really never win in the go-karting, though, because it's always like, oh, I had the slow kart, or I'm too heavy. And
yeah, exactly.
This is one guy, Dorian does.
That's my excuse anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Dorian usually does pretty good in the go-karts, but he weighs about 140 pounds soaking wet. So slight advantages there, and it's always a big competition later on this evening.
Well, that was not, let's say, the 11 he would have wanted to run, but you know. This is a man that has won his only individual title here. He won the tricks here in 2011 at the World Championships on these lakes. So he's a professional, and he's going to be able to take a deep breath at the end of the lake and then come back and run that 10.75 that he's going to absolutely need to do. We are not in the same scenario as with the women, as I mentioned earlier. I mean, to get into the final here, you are going to need to run 10.75. You're going to need to run 3 boys, I'm going to say, 2 is not going to do it. So let's see what happens. As you said, he's capable. He did it a couple of weeks ago. He's got a slight headwind.
Yeah, tiny headwind.
All right, here we go. 10.75 gets the hook up on number 1. He's there on number 2, a little bit on the back, but he's still on top of the water. He's letting himself go a little bit here off number 4. He gets around number 5. He will ski for the wake for 5.
To be honest, that's impressive that he eked out 5 out of that. I thought he was kind of losing ground, a little bit slow. And to keep going and get that far down the pass, that was pretty well done from Dorian. He's not going to be that happy with it. He wanted to run it. But he had a slow 1. He had a slow 3. And was just losing time. And, being a little shorter than the other competitors, there's not really that much room for error. He can't kind of make up with that reach. So, yeah, you could see him just little slow at the beginning, and but did well to get the full 5.
He's taken the lead, and that's at the very least, as much as you're not going to be happy with your score, you're taking the lead, which means you put yourself above. Well, just one person at this point, but we'll see what happens next. There's some skiers coming up that maybe wouldn't be guaranteed to run 10.75, so a 5 is solid enough.
Valuable points for his team too. Obviously, the team format in this event, they paired up with some amateurs, and his personal best, or like his season's best, is probably only maybe 1 at 41. So he's only a couple of buoys shy from it, which is going to be a lot closer than maybe we'll see some of these other pro skiers.
Good point.
All right, so let's get ready for our next competitor on the water. Our sole entrant coming in from Morocco. It's going to be Kamil Bamra. Now, Kamil, who has skied collegiately, is here coming in on 13 meters. Very tall, very light on the ski. Just loads up, then just releases the ski onto its inside edge and gains width. And with that, let's check in with Chris.
Ciao, Matteo. How's it going, buddy?
Oh, I've been better, Chris. How are you doing?
Hey, I can't complain, man. Looking good out there on the water, channeling those Italian Super Mario vibes on Star Power. Looking great, dude. Tell us about it.
Well, I didn't get enough mushrooms, man. No, it was okay. I skied very well in practice here, and today, for some reason, I was just hesitant. Hesitant at 11, good one at 10, and then 2-ball hesitant. And, you can be hesitant at a pro tournament. And I learned my lesson for tomorrow.
That's right, man. I got to charge, get those coins, get the little firepower, and I'm sure you'll be out the next round, putting up a big score, making these boys chase you.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I think I'm going to be again early from the dock tomorrow, so hopefully the strategy remains the same, put up a big score, and see what the others do.
That's right. Make them chase you. Love it. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
Next thing you know, he'll be driving Miss Daisy.
I love it how they just sort of ignored the TV there in the background. It's a wonderful new feature not really being utilized, but maybe we'll get some more use of it going forward. Yeah, interesting you were saying, Kiwi, about the team aspect, and I think that I do wonder, especially as we get close to the end, how much people will be focused on the team so much as their own skiing. I know. I mean, I could maybe I'm just an extraordinarily selfish and sad person, but there was one year I came second here at the tournament, being beaten in runoff for the win, and then my team won the overall team event, and I was very, very, very upset. So cursing that it wasn't the other way around, but that's just me. Maybe I should admit that.
All right there, so we got Kamil Bamra. He's gone through 13 and 12 meters and looking in very, very good shape there, and hardly moves on his ski, does he? I mean, going into the pre-term, he just stretches the hand out, the ski just whips around, and then he's off to the races, Kyle.
Yeah, well, obviously very contrasting to our previous skier, Dorian Llewellyn, who probably gives up about 2 feet to Kamil in height. Things look a little bit more relaxed for Kamil out there. He doesn't have to work quite so hard side to side. And running through the 35 off pretty easily. I think he has run 39 in a tournament, maybe once. I know he was very, very close to it. So I think maybe his personal best is into just touching 41.
He ran 5 at the Marrakesh Pro, I think once or twice early this year, but he was very close. He actually hit 6, but didn't try and fake it, which I was impressed with.
And that's the event from where he's from. Tell us a bit more about that event. That was obviously a first time in Africa, yeah?
Phenomenal. I mean, and talk about people, helping put on, pro skiers helping put on tournaments. That was, I don't know, but very good shout for my favorite event of the year. Not that I did too many, but I mean, any year it'd be special. Let's just watch him get through 11. And he's not in the best shape here. He's going to need a big 4, which he's capable of, but he's a little on the tail. Moved around a little bit through the wakes and over to 6, and it's enough. But look, it's exactly as you said, Carl. He's huge. I mean, the guy's 6'5" probably and quite skinny. So yes, when he gets at the buoy, and there is obviously an overall advantage to be tall in this sport. That's why generally all the best slalom skiers in the world are taller. But you can see going through the wakes from 4 to 5 there, that pure height of him. he was struggling to keep it aligned, and that alignment's so important.
The propensity to get out of position is a lot higher, obviously, with the the bigger levers and the taller center of gravity, I guess.
Yeah, and the handle's higher by necessity, so
sure.
it pulls you over the front. So,
Definitely sort of steering the ski through that 135, not really kind of on top of it and carving it back to the handle. So kind of had to rely on that reach, the big reach on 2.4, and just kind of squeak the pass out.
He did well on 4 and 5, I thought. That was fairly mature skiing. He was able to kind of, again, not go for those backwards turns that we'll often see from our younger athletes. I think Camille's only 19 or 20. So he did well, but yeah, he'll need to do better than that at the start here. 2.5 was the first score we saw, and then a 5. To get to the other end of this pass, he's going to need to start off a little bit better than what we just saw.
Pretty much, our first 3 competitors, all a little shaky on the 38 off tailwind.
Yeah,
they're all kind of just eking it out, or just kind of being a little cautious, making the pass. Everyone has run it so far. Our best score 5 from Dorian Llewellyn. And they seem to figure things out a little bit better at the 39 off. They kind of attacked that one a little bit harder with that headwind, kind of keeping the rope a little tighter.
All right, let's have a look and see what Camille Bumrah can do with 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. Round number 1, a little bit on the back foot. Once again, he's still there on number 2. He's halfway down the run here. He's pushing the ski out ahead of him on number 4. He's good to go round number 5. He will ski for the wake. He will get 5 at 10.75 meters there. For that.
Tie the lead.
And tie the lead.
And just like you said on the previous skier, Kiwi, I thought he did quite well to get there. He just kept moving.
I sort of was giving up around 3, to be honest. I thought, okay, that's about where he's going to come, but he just kept going, kept reaching, and kept his cool. So great skiing to get all the way to 5 and just shy of running the 39.
I think when he gets a little bit, maybe a little stronger, through his core or whatever, we're going to see him do some damage, because I think that he's losing a little bit through the wakes, which kind of puts him in a slightly awkward position at the buoys. I think what you're seeing with those turns not being quite so perfect is a result of not being fully set off, through the second wake and in that transition. So I think that's an area of improvement for him, and I think that he's done well there to get to 5. But if he can solidify in a couple of places, he's going to run far bigger scores than that. And that actually is his best ever score in a pro tournament, I believe. With that 5, he's improving, and he's done it at Travers, his self-described favourite lake, after doing it in his home of Morocco. So some nice symmetry there.
Okay, with Camille stepping to one side and letting our next skier come forth from the Dominican Republic. This is Robert Pagozzi there, Kyle.
Yeah, so Rob Pagozzi coming out fairly early on in the draw. We've noticed he missed a few events. He came out last weekend, had a pretty close 39, but didn't quite get through it, so it ended up down the pack a little bit. I did see him in practice, and he was looking really strong so far.
All right, then. Well, let's check in with Chris.
What's up, guys? How's it going? Dorian D-Man Llewellyn here.
Yeah, no, it's all right. Not totally happy with that score, but, it's pretty good. And, we got my 39 come up here, and I thought I had a really good start, actually. We'll see if that's actually true when I'm about to watch this. But, yeah, 1 ball here. Yeah, maybe a little bit of slack, but, man, I was in a good spot and felt really good coming into 2. Greenie's driving. It's perfect out there. And maybe a little bit on the tail. But then I think here is where I started getting in trouble. I just didn't commit to this 3 ball. And there I just totally stood up, and that's usually my bread and butter is 135. And, with that stand up there, I'm coming late into 4, and I just tried to crank 4. And you know what? Actually, not a bad turn, but I'm so down course at this point. And okay, maybe I wasn't as late at 5 as I really thought I was, but yeah, that's all she wrote at that point, and get back to the wakes. And a full 5 is nice. It's definitely not going to make the finals here, but I've been improving all year and getting back to where I was before, but I want to be running 39 every tournament. So especially at a pro event like this, you got to be getting through the pass.
Oh yeah, definitely. A little shaky, a little bit unusual, kind of like your fantasy season's going this year. But hey, like anything can happen. Your players are going to start kicking some butt, and so are you. You're looking solid as always, and I think you're going to have a great second round.
Yeah, I'm happy to hopefully take down the tower, Chris Parrish, this week, and now we watch Pagozzi take down this 12-meter pass.
Yeah, so Pagozzi coming in now. This is 12, and he is all over the backside of number 5. So a complete pass there. And a new feature for TWBC this year, Tony, is the self-analysis, I guess, after post-skiing. We saw it last weekend and got inside the heads of the skiers, kind of watching themselves and kind of what they thought, what they did right, what they did wrong, and what they were hopefully going to change for the next rounds.
Yeah, indeed. Kind of borrowing off a little bit of an idea from Sky Sports and with their coverage of F1 using the Sky Pod. You know, it's in its early stages of development, but I think the skiers enjoy analysing themselves. You know, and it's the earliest instance in which they can actually see themselves perform their performance out there on the water that they've just produced. You know, and hopefully it will continue to be subject to rave reviews.
Well, it's definitely entertaining for the people at home and beneficial for the skiers here to take a look at themselves and, yeah, like you said, hopefully change things up for next round and make improvements. As Pagozzi sits down the end, he's got about 60 seconds here, drop time for the boat. We'll be bringing him back in. It's going to be 11.25, 38 off. Another first last weekend, or almost first, was the live helmet cam, which is pretty cool. Hopefully we're going to see something attached to a ski on the slalom course somewhere soon, Tony.
Here we go. This is Robert Pagozzi on 11.25 meters, and skier that goes in a little bit deeper towards the end of the turn, but he uses brute force to typically get his way around the slalom course, and that was a good run at 11.25 meters. We'll see if he will become the first skier to get through 10.75 meters with the next run there, Freddie.
Yeah, I think he had a disappointing couple of rounds last week. I heard a rumor that he's got some let's say cool new ideas. He's a guy that's inventing gloves. He's developed his own line of apparel, I guess, and he's developing some new stuff, which I think is quite exciting. I'm not going to say more than that. He's a guy that's extraordinarily capable. We've seen him get scores in pro tournaments of fours at 41, and when he's won, actually, he's won two tournaments to my knowledge. He won the Malibu Magic Cup in 2018, and he won the Bordeaux Cup in 2019. So very, very capable. He's been on many, many podiums. Unusual to see him this far down the list, Kiwi, but as you mentioned, hasn't done that many tournaments, and where better than to see him make a final and put a big score up to put him on podiums or whatever than today and tomorrow.
Yeah, well, he was kind of, when the events I did see him at, he was struggling for form, but although his scores weren't that great last week, and I actually liked the way he was skiing, he looked on top of things. And so far, this is a great start to 39. He ran 38 with confidence, the first skier to do so, and now he's on the backside of 5-ball. Full pass, guys. Our first one of the day.
There you go. First one through 10.75. Excellent skiing there from Robert Pagozzi.
It doesn't get any easier than that, I wouldn't say. I mean, that was seriously no dramas. There was a couple of strange things happening last week, like you said, but he got through that without any difficulty whatsoever.
Robert Pagozzi of old, maybe.
Maybe. But just looking at this approach into buoy number one, just absolutely just pummels that turn and brings the handle down good and solid. Goes a little bit far down course, but he's still very much confident in running the pass as long as he maintains a good amount of resistance behind the back of that Nautic towboat. Then he's always in with a fighting chance, and he fought all his way to get around buoy number 6 and through the exit gates. Robert Pagozzi getting ready for 10.25 meters, and I think he knows pretty much what he realistically has to do at 10.25 meters, because even a 3 at 10.25 meters last season wasn't enough to get you through. So he needs to get about 2/3 of the way down this pass to give himself a fighting chance here.
He'll want 3 as a minimum.
Yeah, we know he's going to sit on the backside of number 1. What can he manage at number 2? He probably hasn't had as much experience at this pass in pro tournaments for a little while. There's the good number 1. Yep. Across to 2. Can he turn it a little bit slow? Takes the ball.
he's inside. I'd have said he's inside. I don't know for sure, but that to me looks like a 2. Still, a solid score. I wonder if coming into that onside turn, he could have thrown the ski out there and got the piece of 3 that would have shot him up the rankings. I mean, there are 21 very, very, very good, or 20 very, very, very good skiers left, who he's going to have to beat. But it was a good one. He just didn't quite get the turn out of 2, and just all that slack in the water. And I wonder if he could have just thrown the ski here, Adam Caldwell style.
Adam Caldwell not on our starting list this weekend.
Yeah, there's a couple missing, aren't there? There's Brando, who wasn't here last week, but very, very good competitive skier. There's Nate, who was here last week. I don't know where he is, and then Caldwell, who looked very, very good last week, and Capel, and shame. But we'll go to Chris for some analysis, I think.
What's up, guys? I'm here with Joel Poland, a.k.a. The Polish. How you doing today?
Doing really good. Looking forward to a fun event.
Excellent. I know it's just a slalom event. Know you've been doing the 3-event tour, but now we have a different kind of a 3-event, a little shoot and a little go-karting. Are you excited?
Yeah, I mean, any kind of 3-event tournament is down my alley. So very excited for this. I got a cool-looking team, and really excited for the go-kart and shooting part, and we'll see how the skiing goes, I guess.
Right on, man. You've been dominating the 3 events, so I feel like you're going to dominate these other events this weekend. And I'm excited to see what's happening. What do you think is your strongest event then?
I'm going to have to say go-karting. I think I have a better shot at winning the go-karting because I'm small and light and half okay at racing. The slalom stuff, I think that's going to come in second, and then the shooting, man, my hand-eye coordination sucks, actually. Kind of surprising, but yeah, it sucks. So we're just going to hope we can hit 1.
That's awesome. Let's hope so. I know your fellow brethren, Freddie Winter, the Fred Winter there, has not been the greatest out on the go-karting course, but I'm sure you'll take one and raise the British team up another level.
Yeah, Freddie's a classic slalom skier. All he can do is slalom on land, no balance or control. But amazing slalom skier though.
Oh, definitely. I'm excited. Thanks, guys. Passing the handle back to you, boys.
Well, Joel not able to cheat in this 3-event tournament with his absurd natural on-water talent. I think those guys are pretty mean to me.
I think Joel will actually struggle to finish above Charlie Emma in go-karting.
We'll see. I mean, I'm probably not allowed to say I hope they all crash, but yeah, I'll leave it at that.
All right, then, and with that in mind, let's. We've just seen Nikki Antonsen from Austria do the business there out the slalom course, and thanking you, every single one, for tuning in to this webcast of the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. I've got Freddie Winter over here, I've got Kyle Eade over here, and we've got great sponsorship support from Syndicate. And looks like we've got an auction coming up. And we've got some skis to auction off silently. So for those of you that are on site, you can put your name in for the silent auction. We've got a good Venturia. We've got a Syndicate
you pay me
Works 01 and Works 02 as well. So make sure you get your name in. And with the amount that you're willing to pay for the skis, and obviously the winner takes the ski, and that's a pretty neat contest to have right here at the Travers Grand Prix.
I hope everyone heard Joel's contribution to that conversation there, just displaying what a terrible bloke he is.
Anyway, we talk a little bit about Nicky skiing, eh?
Exactly.
Under 21, silver medalist at the 2023, and he's attended quite a few pro events. This is the first one on a new ski, the D3 Neo, and he completes 35 off, round 6 ball. Came onto the scene a couple of years ago, came on strong. Still a young guy, pretty strong guy, and was starting to post some good scores, some through 39s. Of late, maybe down a little bit. He's still in school and was kind of struggling a little bit, but hopefully we can see him back into those 41 off passes like he was maybe a year or two ago.
Yeah, came second. You were there, Tony. Came second at the Junior Under-21 Worlds last year. Is that right? To Charlie
That's right.
Ross.
Yeah, to Charlie Ross.
Ran 5 at 10.75 then. He's a phenomenal skier. He's a very, very nice chap. Actually, shout out to his mum, Caroline, who, when I was hurt early this year, she bought me a book. I read Andre Agassi's autobiography, which is fantastic. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, really good book, yeah.
Yeah, lots of weird drug references that I was confused about from a professional athlete, but there you go. So, yeah, no, Nicky's a great guy, and yeah, maybe he came to Moomba this year. I think he came he ran 5 at 11 in the final there, and probably, got somewhere in the top 6 or 7, and yeah, maybe not his best season of all time. Since then, had a bit of a rough time at the junior, at the Under-21 Europeans this year, which he'd have been, really one of the favourites to win. But he's back. He's on the, one of the better lakes in the whole world. He's looking pretty good in his first 2 passes. He's on a great ski. I love that ski. My favourite ski of all time, actually. So I'm glad to see that he's using that. He's on 11 and he's looking pretty good so far. This is looking very solid. He missed 11 twice over there in Lacanau in Bordeaux, France, just maybe 3 weeks ago. But he looks very, very good there. He's run 11 very easily, and I think he's going to have a really good shot of running this 10.75.
No, for sure. What I liked about his skiing, when he was sort of popped onto the scene and sort of started off strong, was he just stayed so connected. He's a strong guy, not the tallest, but sort of stays together through the wakes. His edge change was very compact, and never really moved too much, through the slalom course. Looked rock solid, and just judging by that 38, looks like he's found some of that form again.
I skied with him in 2019 in Portoheli, Greece. Actually, he came across there and we skied together. And he was obviously quite a lot younger then, 5 years younger. And he'd been 15 or something like that. And I was very impressed with him. He just has a pretty raw talent. Certainly, he's more refined now than it was then. But you could just tell that he was very balanced on his ski and just had the ability to go from left to right very rhythmically and with control, while also being quite strong. And he's a brute now. He's huge.
A family of skiers too. You talked about his mum, but he's got some siblings that also ski?
Yeah, his dad Oliver and then a brother and sister who are younger than him and very, very good. They ski over there in Vienna, where I've skied a couple times. Great people, and always excited to see Nicky ski and do well. He was my pickleball partner last year, and we played tennis with each other earlier this year. He's a good chap.
All right, here we go.
10, a little slow. He'll need a big 2, and he's got a bit of a taily 2, but I think he's over to 3 in decent enough shape. He'll get to 4. I think he's going to be struggling to get over to 5, but maybe he will. Over to 5. He's inside.
And he's inside 5.
So 4 at 10.75. I mean, it's probably one of his maybe better scores of this year. I have not seen him at too many pro tournaments, but he's not. I think he ran 10.75 in Monaco. I could be wrong, but he's very capable of running it, but that's certainly better than he skied a month ago in Bordeaux, and he'll be happy to at least be in the mix. And he's got a few boys on 10.75.
And if you fancy your chances in winning a ski just like Nicky Antonsen's, that D3 slalom ski, then all you have to do is enter the audience prize competition at waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play for your chance to win yourself either a D3 or a Conley slalom ski for accurately predicting the podium and also getting closest to the best score as well. So,
kind of aside from Pagozzi, the other 4 competitors that had their shots at 39, all looking very, very similar, just losing a little time, not falling, just losing a little time, getting further and further down the lake and coming up a little short at 4 and 5.
Yeah, and on that point, pretty brutal for Matteo, who kind of looked really in it at 3, but fell. So that's just how the sport works. If you can stay on top of the ski, then you kind of can eke out a couple extra boys. Going a little bit too hard, or maybe just not having the balance to finish a turn, then that's where you're going to move down that order.
Yeah, we all want to be backsiding and way up course, but sometimes it's a matter of survival in the slalom. Live to see another turn, and you can just eke through the pass and get your shot. The more experienced skiers seem to do that well.
All right, then let's check in with Chris.
What's up, guys? Hanging out with Nicky Adsom here. No stranger to these competitions, man. How'd you feel out there?
Pretty good. It's the first tournament on this ski on the Neo. And yeah, I was struggling a bit with the gates, but trying to settle in. Felt I had a better gate at 39 and not a bad one. And I was like, the last days I could rely on my 2.4, but clearly on this one, as you can see, it was not that good. I was on the back, stayed on the back foot, and I knew it was going to be a struggle from there and tried to fight to get through, but unfortunately after 4, that was it.
That's all right, man. Getting your bearings for the next round. I think you'll be solid.
Yeah, I'll obviously review that later tonight and see what I can do better, especially on the gates. I think I can get a bit better gate and stay calm into 2 after getting a good one. I think it hopefully will be better tomorrow, so we'll see.
Great, man. Looking forward to it. Excited to see. Passing the handle back to you, boys.
And as a matter of fact, Caroline Atterson thanks us for the comments. She's a big supporter of TWBC, especially the live coverage that we have, and is also a sponsor for our live broadcast during the course of the season, repping for Waterski Wien.
A great drone shot of the boat coming through and watching Daniel Edvarko complete his 12-meter pass. Always love watching the overhead shot, kind of seeing the lines these skiers run, the angles that it shows, and sort of creating those dollar signs down the lake is kind of is a pretty cool angle.
I think one of the most revealing things that you find whenever you have that shot directly overhead and you're looking down upon the path is you come to the realization that, say, on these short line passes, you don't have to really fight that hard to stay that wide ahead of the buoy. You can actually approach it from the inside and still make a pretty decent turn to stay with the course, and it's I mean, you fight to stay resistant behind the boat. Sometimes you have to get down and dirty with the turns to get back into it. But for all intents and purposes, slaloming does take a fair amount of just a little bit of calming action around the turns.
Well, I mean, the angles are actually kind of a little bit misleading. We think we're going 90 degrees at the backside of the buoy, and you watch from above, and that angle's a lot shallower than you think. So, one of the fallacies that a lot of skiers think, they've got to crank the ski, get around. You've got to kind of keep the speed up and keep moving through. The angle kind of comes with that.
Ooh. Big one. He's lost his hips out of 2.
Horrible.
He's in trouble here, but he's going to get through it, I'm going to say, but by the skin. Oh, no, he's not.
Oh, my word.
No, he's not.
That was all sorts of wrong right from buoy number 2. Even number 1 wasn't the smoothest, but yeah, completely out of position on 2, and just a little confused as to what went wrong there.
Deep 1, I think, tried to push a little too hard there at 2 maybe, and it reminded me a little bit of Alice's 2 at 11 today, where the ski just sort of bit. Like it bit, caught behind him, and then his shoulders went ahead. At that point, he's not connected. Let's see what happened here. So he's over to buoy 1 in all fine shape. It's deep. He's got pressure, but nothing too mad. And then here I think he just moved a little bit too much. Yes, the hips go behind him, and from there he's in big trouble. Didn't get the big 3 he needed, and just lost space down the course, as you mentioned before, Kyle. And then inside of 4, and that's it. And that's a very disappointing score from him. He's a guy that's capable of more. He's a 2-time European champion. He's got around 4 at 10.25 in tournament, a number of times. So that is a disappointing score for him.
Well, it shows how hard these passes are. I mean, we take it for granted that all these skiers are going to go out and run 38 off, but it's extremely short. It's shorter than the distance out from the center of the course to the buoy. One medium or a large mistake like that at number 2, and it puts you in a world of trouble. Some of the skiers can get out of it and rely on that big turn on their onside, which he was hoping for at 3. He didn't get it, and then couldn't really do much with the angle of the approach into 4. So a skier that's going to have to rely on a big, huge second round if he wants to stay in this competition and make our top 8. It's going to be a big cut. We've talked about how high this cut has been in the past, one of the highest in ever, 3 1/4, I believe it was last year, to get into our top 8. We've got 23 skiers contesting this competition in 2024 and 18 remaining. Nick Parsons entering the waters is 32 off.
Nick Parsons, it's so good to see him out there. He's a guy that I have been skiing against for many years. My first I did 2 pro tournaments in a week when I was 19. There were 2 in England, and I remember, and actually that was the second one was the first edition of the Three Sisters Wigan Grand Prix, where they had shooting and go-karting attached to it, which was the inspiration for John doing the same here. I remember very well me on my go-kart, not knowing which way was forward or backward, spinning at every corner, and Nick Parsons giving me the finger around every time he went past me. And I didn't know him very well at the time, so I've always found him very amusing. He's a great chap, very amusing, very funny, and good guy to be around. So good to see him here. We don't see him at too many tournaments, but here he is, and I'm excited to catch up with him later on.
Well, I'm dating him a little bit, because I remember I used to compete against him in some of the World Cups years and years ago, and he's a past World Cup champion.
And surprisingly on A2, because, and I'll explain that in a little bit, but let's check in with Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm here with one of our little junior skiers here at the Grand Prix, Kate Nelson. How you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Oh, I'm not too bad. Tell us about this little contraption you got here. It looks pretty cool.
Well, it goes pretty fast, and the thing is kind of broken. Other than that, it's pretty good.
Awesome. Well, it goes fast, so you like going fast. Are you excited for the go-karting tonight?
Yeah,
Excellent. What about the skiing?
I'm really excited for that.
Awesome. Well, look forward to it. Hope you do good. Good luck.
Thank you.
Passing it back to you, boys.
Well, it's funny. You mentioned the World Cup, Kyle. I think that, I hope Nick doesn't mind me saying this, but Nick is definitely the only water skier to face a ban from the sport for French kissing the head of the International Federation on stage, having had a few drinks. Legendary story for a legendary guy.
Okay.
I'm not sure anyone would really fancy doing that these days, but it would be bad advice to follow what Nick did.
All right, then here we go. We've got Nick Parsons coming in on 12 meters, one of our taller, certainly one of our larger competitors coming into this competition. And be that as it may, I find it rather surprising that he's selected Alpha 2 rather than something like C2.
Yeah, it is surprising. He is one of the bigger, stronger guys in the field, and that boded him well, actually. I think the World Cup stop he won was down in Malaysia, maybe 2008, give or take, 2007. So, yeah, maybe not quite 20 years ago. But this guy's still getting it done on the water. Bit of a weird choice on the selection, but I'm sure he skied behind this boat a number of times, and it seems to... That's what he's... there's your explanation of your letters there. And it seems to work out well for him. He's got a lot of experience. Like, he's been around the sport for a long time, and he's been running 39 off for a long time as well.
For a very long time. He's nicknamed the Yeti. That's how everyone knows him. He's an absolute mountain of a man. He makes me look tiny. I look up at him, and he's got shoulders 2 feet wider than mine. So it's sort of unusual to see someone run with... Was it A1?
A2.
A2. Yeah, because, you'd almost think that someone with that much sort of upper body leverage would want to have an earlier pull out of the turn. But also you do see A2 run quite a lot by a lot of heavier skiers. I mean, it's kind of probably, I'd say 50% of the skiers use that. It's almost a default for men's slalom skiing, certainly behind this boat. So maybe there's method to the madness.
Let's see him come back in at 11.25. Let's watch his technique. And although he's a big, strong guy, he doesn't really jump on the boat hard at the end of his turns. I mean, he's a pretty fluid sort of skier, patient through there. So, maybe that's factored into it as well. Every once in a while on his 2.4, he can get a little bit more aggressive.
And he's skiing on a ski of his design, the Parsons Project Pineapple. And looking pretty strong on it, So, I mean... Certainly likes the ski and certainly likes what it does for him. But have either of you had a close inspection at that ski, and if there are any differences?
Not a big inspection of. I have seen a few skiers go out and try it, and it was a very different animal. So, as with a lot of the kind of experimental skis that are around the place, it's often handy to try them with the guidance of someone like Nick that can kind of help you with the settings, because a lot of them will run specific settings that make the thing work. And so if you're just out there battling on your own, but that's probably my advice with any ski. You want to try it with stock settings, factory settings to begin with. But if you start making changes, get some help. get some help from a professional that's used to kind of seeing you and knowing how to make them work their best.
We saw a gate review there. I wonder what's happening with that. But anyway, I mean, that is an interesting part of our sport, isn't it? That you can run the pass beautifully, miss the gate, and that's the end of your ride. You don't see it too often these days. People tend to be, pretty good at going through them. But I'm hoping for Nick that he's managed to get through that gate to give him a chance at running 39. He's been on the podium. I'm trying to think in 2021, the only European tournament during that sort of COVID era of the San Gervasio Pro-Am, which has run every year. As we hear, he gets a good gate. That's great news. He came, I think, did he come second? He came, I forget where he came, but he came. He'd certainly made the podium at the San Gervasio Pro-Am over there. With he ran 3 at 10.25 quite consistently that weekend. Haven't seen him at too many tournaments since then, but he's always a threat. He's big and strong. He's been doing it for a long time. He's a great skier. So let's see, 10.75. It's a must-run pass. Been run by one person already today, only one. That was Robert Pagozzi. It's a really good one. Patient at 2. I think he's looking really good here, and it's a solid 3 and good 4, and he should have it wrapped up. Come on, Nick, over to 5, and that's a really, really good pass actually. And that's Nick could be 43. I think he's around Thomas de Gaspery's age, so he'd be between the two of those would be the oldest 2 in the field today. And that's fantastic. And we haven't seen him run 39 that consistently the last number of years, but that looked very, very easy.
Certainly made this one look a lot easier than Robert Pagozzi's attempt on the same pass. A little jump.
I don't know if I'd agree with that, Tony. I thought Pagozzi's would look pretty good as well. I think both the competitors through into 41 so far has been their 39's probably been one of their better passes, coming back with that little breeze in their face. And I'm liking the way that Nick is setting up for his 41. He's a tall skier. He's not. We keep talking about the settings, but he looks confident in what he's doing. He's just letting the ski finish, letting it turn, and it's getting him across the lake and never getting him in trouble. I think 4 was the only sort of stronger turn there, but he was dominating it from 4 to 5. So great effort for Nick, and good things to come here, hopefully at 41.
All right, then let's see what he's got. This is Nick Parsons, originally out of Utah.
Chasing a lead of 2 at 41. The interesting point, obviously, this guy is a righty. So if he can get out of 1 and across to 2, he has a chance of turning it and then getting that valuable 3 ball. It's not a bad 1. He's still in the game here. Can he hook up 2? It's a big 2. He's got to pull a good pull across to 3.
He's inside 3.
Was he? He was outside 3. We'll go to review, but we'll watch the replay. But I thought he got his ski outside, and it could be a full 3 and a great round 1 score. The score's coming through, I believe, from the officials. It's going to be a 3 at 41 and a new leader after 7 skiers. Our first 3 at 41, 17 skiers remaining. Look at this great 1 ball, comes off to 2. Big reach. Maybe took the pull a little bit funny there, but was a little bit down course and said, you know what, that's enough. I'm not going to try and crank 3. I don't want a 2.5. I want the full points and sit myself into a good spot going into round 2. Freddie, you've just joined us back, mate. The first 3 at 41 of the tournament. We'll only see 7 skiers gone so far.
Yeah, that was a hell of an attempt there. I thought that he actually came out of 1 in really, really good shape. I mean, that's great. And then, just you said, just maybe just got tried to get on the handle a touch early, lost the nose of the ski a little bit. But yeah, I mean, 3 at 41, it could. Remember, we've only ever seen one tournament where 3 at 41 wouldn't get you into the final, and he could, with a good backup, he could well be in with a 3 at 41. So he's certainly in the mix. Certainly in the mix.
All right, then. With that, let's send it over to Chris.
What's up, guys? Hanging out with Roberto Linares, fresh from Colombia. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing great. Just can't wait to get in the water.
Excellent. Yeah, I heard there was an unfortunate incident earlier this morning. You were all set to ski. You were prepped, focused, ready to go, and then had something to do with a little bit of paperwork, so to speak.
It's all right. I was just ready to go run my 39s. And, I just haven't filled my safe sport. I haven't done my course. So I just have to get it done before I get in the water. But we're all set.
Perfect. Got it completed, ready to attack the course. I'm expecting big things from you.
I'm ready to give you some big things to talk about.
Great. Pass it back to you, boys.
All right, next skier up coming to us from Slovakia. This is Martin Bartowski.
All right, and as with every other competitor, starting off at 32 off, 13 meters. And we talked about him last weekend. He didn't have a great showing at the pro event last weekend. Come up with a 1 and I think at maybe a 2.5 or 2 at 39. He looked good, especially in the second round, but didn't complete didn't get the swing out to 3 that he was looking for to carry on through 39. What was exciting for him was he skied really, really well here at this site behind this boat 2 weeks ago. He ran one of the best 39s I've seen him done in a while. Got a 2 at 41 and looked like he was in the hunt for maybe get an extra buoy. He hasn't seen 3 all that often, but he'd love to get there, and he's going to need, as we keep talking, a 3 at 41 to hopefully see the final at the 2024 Grand Prix, especially with Nick Parsons setting the pace so far. Early in the event, 3 at 41, followed by Pagozzi with the 2 at 41. Llewellyn and Belmra sitting there at 5 at 39. Atkinson 4 at 39. Lozeri 2.5, and Advarco 4 at 11 rounds out our top 7. Another skier running the D3 there. Freddie, which one's this one?
This is the R3. It's actually the one I'm least familiar with personally, but as I think you mentioned last week, he's enjoying it. He pulled out of the box and skied really, really well. Yeah, we've seen the full 3 skis in the range of D3 earlier. We saw Camille on the Ion, we saw Nikki on the Neo, and we've now seen Martin Bartowski run a couple of passes on the R3.
All right, so 2 passes to the good right now, Martin Bartowski. And with that, let's check in with Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hanging out with Nick Parsons here. Man, I saw this guy earlier in the parking lot maneuvering with such precision, and we saw that same precision out there on the slalom course today. Tell us about this 39 off pass.
It's been a long time since I've been in a tournament. I've been skiing a lot. I just haven't had my competition scores get to where my practice scores were. So this week I was skiing with you and you drove, and I skied well. So I'm like, if Chris is driving, he's driving well, then I can ski in the tournament and do the same. So that was kind of my goal.
Great to hear, man. I'm loving it. Yeah, it was fun. It was awesome pulling you. It felt great out there. And you've got one of the top scores now at 3 at 41, setting the bar high for the rest of these boys, making them chase you.
Yeah, those young guys. Get off the dock, young guys. I'm 42, so I can say that.
Thanks, Nick. Back to you, boys.
I was half expecting him to say, "Get off my lawn." All right, then. I'm wondering who's taller between Camille and Nick Parsons. I think Camille might have the edge there.
Yeah, but Nick would have the weight advantage. I'd back him in a fight.
Well, let's get back to the water. It's 11.25 for Martin Bartowski. Unfortunately, he does not have the height. He is one of our smaller, lighter competitors.
Whoa!
And he's down
And
round
he's
number
down.
4. I'm surprised what happened there. Kind of a bit of a Daniel Advarco moment. Just got himself in trouble on the 11.25 meter pass.
And now he's going to have to battle back.
Yeah, no, that's not the start he was looking for at this event. Like we said, 2 weeks ago, looked formidable on the slalom course. And the start didn't look too bad. Tight number 1. Keeps things going through number 2. Yep. He's all over the backside of number 3. Yeah, putting no problems. Just a lack of focus, maybe kind of feeling things out and kind of lost the rope. And I think it's his onside that's been plaguing him a little bit of late. But he's jumped on the ski and kind of figured a few things out and has looked a lot more consistent.
And therefore, that means that 25% of the skiers that we've seen so far in this competition failed to get through 11.25 meters, with the remaining 75 either getting round 6 buoys and beyond running that pass.
Yeah, strange there for Martin. He's usually so consistent. He was on time, looked good, 1, 2, 3. And a small error ends up in the water. We'll be moving on to our next skier. It's Jaden Eade. 17-year-old from Claremont.
32, 82.
With the most heroic 10.75 of last weekend, with the exception of Regina's probably, but we saw him do so well and get through the 10.75 for what the 7th or 8th time in his career, Kiwi?
I think that's so, yeah. I think it's been maybe 4 or 5 times this year and a couple 3 last year. So,
yeah, exciting. And amongst these new guys coming through, we talked a lot last weekend, and we'll see them today. Lucas Cornell, Charlie Ross, and then right behind him, Jaden Eade.
Well, I guess these are the skiers that Nick Parsons is talking about, the young fellas coming up. And yeah, like you said, there's a few in the list to come. Going up on his Conley DVA slalom ski, setting of A2, I believe. And this is 32 off.
A little on the back as he made his return towards the gates, but looking at this, whipping that ski hard around. It seems to be riding the back of the ski quite a bit beyond the front foot, going towards the tail.
Yeah, he put the brakes on a little bit on the gates that time. I feel these skiers kind of comment that the setup on your first pass on this end is a little bit different. The timing's a little strange, so sometimes you can overshoot it. But it didn't pose any issues there for Jaden, and he'll be coming back at 12. Speaking about tall skiers, young skiers, old skiers, Chris Parrish, guys, where's he? He's usually a favourite at this event. He usually shows up and has his go at the go-karting, the shooting. He does a lot of skiing out here. Is he in town right now? Chris Parrish. No,
sorry, Kiwi, getting distracted over here. Long day.
A lot longer.
Yeah, Chris Parrish. Yeah, unusual not to see him. I haven't seen him too much this year, unfortunately. Great guy, and again, one of these the older guys of the field amongst Nick Parsons, Thomas de Gasperi, and Will Asher, who was such a big force skiing, not so long ago, and has making finals the last few years. So yeah, shame not to see him here today, but I'm sure he's watching. I imagine we might see him pop up in the live chat, Tony.
Yeah, we'll give a shout out to the tower, Chris Parrish, and we miss you here, mate.
Indeed.
I did mention him because he does a lot of skiing out here at the Travers Ski School.
Here he comes.
We have seen him in previous events.
Jaden Eade, 12 meters. Takes a decent hit off number 1, but managing to smooth it out in time for the offside. And look at him go. Nicely done.
How tall is he, Kiwi?
I believe he's 6'3". He's got me by a few inches. Both my kids now have me by a couple inches.
All right, then let's check in with Chris Travers.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hanging out with Cole Cool McCormick. How you doing today, bud?
Pretty good, Chris. How about you?
Hey, not too bad. You got to be feeling pretty good about it after your fantasy guys performed good last night, huh?
Yeah, I had Baker Mayfield on my team. He scored 23 points, so that's pretty good. Pretty good start of the week.
Oh, definitely. And I'm assuming you're going to transfer that onto the water, post up a big score. The conditions are looking pretty good out there, huh?
That's the plan. Hopefully we'll do a little better than last weekend. Placed okay, but didn't ski all that great. So, hopefully the scores will be there this week.
Yeah, like I said, it looks like it. Everybody's doing pretty solid. Got a top score of 3 of 41. I feel like it's going to go a little bit further than that. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, look at last year. Basically, to get in the finals, you had to have a piece of 4 to be guaranteed in, and there was some big runoff for a pair of 3s. I think I was like 13th last year with a 3 and a 2. So, I mean, you just got to ski well. That's
sweet. Looking forward to it. Good luck out there. Back to you, boys.
All right, then moving right along to pass number 3, 11.25 meters for Jaden Eade, the current IWWF World Under-17 Slalom Champion. Oh, a little broken over off number 4, but he manages to keep things on an even keel. Nicely done.
Just a little bite there at 4, wasn't it? But he dealt with that very, very well. And I mean, again, just shows how good he is that he can make a little mistake there at 11 and still turn up at 6 early as possible.
Well, that's kind of what happened last week, wasn't it? He got a good start at the 39 off pass and got that cautious, oh, geez, I'm in this at 4. And it's also all sorts of stand up, basically facing the boat, and to be able to get it back down and run that pass was a feat, I think, that gave him some confidence going forward.
Well, all eyes on him. I think that we're going to see him do very well here at this next pass. He looks very good, very dialed. He's got I was asking how tall he was, actually, because he does a really good job through the wakes, I think, of getting very stacked, as people like to say. You know, everything lined up over his feet, not leaning forward, not leaning backward, and allowing the ski to build speed for him by getting it on edge and good leverage against the boat.
It's a good point, Freddie. It's something I think he's focused hard on to try and make sure that he's not just using his height, he's keeping his position still and being strong on the water too, because and to make it sort of bulletproof, not just to be able to handle conditions in that are beautiful here at Travers, but some of the sites you go ski at, they are a little bit tougher.
An ambitious man. We'll let you take a breather there, Carl, as you watch, and then it's a good 1, and then
5.
Solid 2. He'll get a big 3, I would imagine, and then some pressure on 4. Will he turn it? No, he doesn't. That's disappointing for him, because he was, nothing up to that point was absolutely spectacular. But if he'd have got the 4, we saw him make a big mistake at 4, and then not run the pass from there. So this is disappointing for him. I thought he might have had that. But unfortunately for him, just made that same mistake at 4 that we saw on the previous pass. Just kind of the ski bit. I think he's just pushing a little bit too far on the front of the ski to get that ski to allow the ski to rotate almost around him. So disappointing, and that won't do him any favors for making the final. Sadly for him, but he does have another round, and he remains the greatest young ski. Oh.
Well, we just watched the replay there, and I don't think he was too bad going for. I think he was looking for a little bit of a safety turn and then carry on. He was definitely down course. It was a big number 3, maybe a little bit out of position, reached inside, and it was needing something big. It didn't quite happen. It's a handy ski. I mean, anytime that he goes out on water and he gets to 4 at 39, as a 17-year-old, I think he's got to be happy with that. He's shooting for more, for sure. He ran that pass here last year, kind of the first time he ran a 39 in a pro event. So he's maybe reflecting on that, but it doesn't happen every time. This is it's a difficult sport. He's had a good year, and he'll be coming back in next round. Hopefully, we'll see him at 41 in round 2.
All right, skier on the water right now from Great Britain. This is Charlie Emmett, who has a rather peculiar slalom style, little limp-shouldered on one side and almost counter-rotated on the other there, Freddie.
Sean Hunter, if he's watching, he'll be happy that you're sharing the description of limp shoulders with another skier. Sean is always saying to me, he's like, Tony always calls me limp-shouldered.
Yeah. What, am I wrong?
I don't know if that's a comment they really enjoy, though. Limp shoulder doesn't sound.
No, it doesn't. No, I'm saying Sean doesn't love it.
No,
Sean doesn't love it. So I'm not sure really what it means. I guess Charlie. I'll watch this next pass. I know he's skiing fairly well. He's an English guy. We ski together a fair bit.
Referring to the 2-4 inward, like rolled in a little bit with the.
Something like that, yes.
Well, you've got to back it up here, Tony. Come on, let's give us a description of what limp shoulders means.
Tony, come on.
Okay, well, let me go on to the next pass, and I'll point it out to you a little bit. So it's kind of difficult to explain, but I mean, to the untrained eye, not saying that I'm totally untrained or anything like that, but I mean, to the untrained eye, it would almost appear that the outside shoulder has gone limp, and
yeah, so slightly round-shouldered, kind of. Okay, all right. Well, let's see it here. He's a lefty with a big onside turn. He's improved tremendously in the last few years. He's good, for scores off very, very consistently. Mid 10.75. I think he's getting close to the end of it. He's around 3. It's not the earliest you could possibly be on a 12-meter pass, but it's solid and no need to panic there.
Not looking. It wasn't his best pass, was it? He was definitely down course a little bit. but hopefully make some adjustments at 38. We're going to hear from Chris before that.
Indeed. Let's.
What's up, guys? Hanging out with Jaden E., the up-and-comer young ripper. How's it going, man?
Good, thank you. Just got off the water. Everything felt great, but not the score I wanted today. So.
Yeah, I know you've been skiing pretty awesome. I've been watching you in tournaments, and you're taking down those 39s, getting into the 41 pretty deep. What happened out today?
One was a bit slow, like from the gates. I think I went a bit too early. Bit back foot on 2, so that's where the tip kind of reared up. I tried to manage it. I think I decently managed it at 3. It was kind of a survival turn. It all came down to 4, and unfortunately I couldn't pull 4 out, so it was all right.
That's all right. You're going to learn from that and take that into the next round, and I'm sure you'll take that pass down, no problem.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
All right, then. Good to hear from Jaden. And indeed, Chris, as we now get ready for Charlie Emmett to come back into the course on 11.25 meters. Now, let's see what kind of changes he makes between the last pass, last pass being 12 meters, and what he can apply to 11.25 meters to run this one as well.
Yeah, well, I'm seeing him just being a little bit tight, maybe. Even on both sides, he needs to open up just to get the ski moving out a little bit more, and then it hopefully comes back further, create a bit more angle, keep him on time. He's doing a better job at 11 because he's staying on time. He's going to hopefully run this pass. He's down course, snatches at number 5. And had to reach a big at number 6, but he's made it. Another skier through 38 off. We only had 2 skiers so far that have missed that pass. 2 skiers that usually would run that in their sleep. So Charlie Emmett joins the group of skiers that had their shot at 39. We've had 2 skiers through 39. Nick Parsons, of course, on top of the field with a big 3 at 41, and Robert Boghosi sitting in second with 2 at 41. Good thing is he's got a little headwind here kind of to help him out, coming back in at 39 at 10.75. Yeah, I'm still kind of perplexed a little bit about this limp shoulder thing. Comment on 2.4. I don't think to me it doesn't look limp. It just looks like he's rotated back towards the boat, like his arm is in front of him, and that's what we see Sean Hunter does.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
I don't think it's limp. I think it's. But Sean Hunter did it really, really well too. Like, I mean,
he kept really still.
Still, exactly. So the way it was, it's an unorthodox maybe movement that we are used to seeing, but he made it work really well when he was training hard and skiing well. He was a under 21 world champion, I believe. So
yeah, it was in the runoff.
Different ways to achieve, to get through 39, to get scores at 41, and hopefully he can own it on this pass and be another skier. I think his personal best, he did that this year, 4 at 39. Is that correct? Yeah, Monaco 4 at 39 in a pro event. So he's down it's good to see him down the seedings a bit. Not a bad number 1.
There's one. There's number 2.
Come on, Charlie. I think he's going to get around 4. Oh, no, just lost the handle. Brutal. He was in that. He was doing well. What a shame. But, in it to win it, he looked good there. I was pretty impressed with that. I thought he had a good one.
A decent start there with the entrance gates into number 1, but it took a pretty good hit there off number 1, and really tried to get ahead of the game round buoy number 2, and by doing that he just couldn't really gauge the pull from the boat in a way that would have allowed him to get across the back of the boat and still stay upright round number 3.
So yeah, a lot of these sort of mid-39 off scores, I think that I'm looking at the next names coming up, and I think we're gonna stop seeing those. We're gonna start seeing 10.75 run consistently. Coming up in the water is Jamie Calhoun, who's a guy that's extremely capable. You mentioned we just talked about Sean Hunter. Jamie was just narrowly beaten in a runoff to the Under-21 World Championship title, I think 2 or 3 years ago, by Sean.
That was during the COVID one.
Yeah, they are good friends, so he he's extremely capable. I think the tie was at 1 at 10.25 in that tournament. So yeah, very capable here. A guy that I know pretty well. I've skied with him a fair bit over the years. He's over on where I used to live on the east side of Orlando. So he used to ski a bit in the mornings before he had work, and he's someone that's got a a good understanding of slalom skiing. He pulls hard, he turns hard. He's a big lefty, but he's figuring out that offside more and more and more. I think he had the record for at the time. He had the highest scoring 8th place in a final with at the time the Travers Grand Prix 2 years ago, around 2.5 at 41 in 2022, and came 8th. Since I think at Lacanau last year, someone ran 3 and came 8th, which was pretty tough. But yeah, so he made the final 2 years ago. He'll be looking to do that today, and I think it'll be a 3. It could be a 3 plus a back. In fact, I think it probably will be a 3 plus a backup. I can't see necessarily with a few names missing that it's going to be a piece of 4 to make the final. I think that would be a lot. But I think a 3 and a backup, a 3 and a 2.5, a 3 and a 2 could be a runoff. That's what we're looking at, and that's what Jamie's going to be sort of focusing on in order to get into the final tomorrow.
And we just saw on the starting dock there Stephen Ireland getting ready to go. And just a quick note for you fans that are watching and don't want to miss a single piece of action on the water. Around about the time that we get done with Stephen Ireland slalom skiing, we will refuel the boat after he gets done skiing.
What a good-looking family that was on the screen then.
I was going to say, luckily you weren't there, mate. It'd bring the average down.
It would have. Thanks.
Sorry, mate. You did walk into that one.
Fair enough. You've been taking a bit on the mug this morning, so
yeah, I know. I have. Yeah, I'm very salty today.
Yes. I'm not immune from any of it either, apparently, but there you go. All right, so let's have a look at Jamie Calhoun, pass number 2. He's gone through 13. This is now 12.
Well, we do sit here and criticise people all day long,
yeah,
so I guess
exactly. We deserve it.
It's time for people to get it back at us. But Jamie Calhoun, I really like the way this guy skis, especially when he's had some time to devote to his training. A former Florida Southern College alumni, and through 12 meters.
Very easy, very beautiful. Actually, that was, as you said, Carl. Like, he looks great. He's got that really nice technique. I think that I like the way he sort of keeps his chin up out of his offside. He comes through, pretty straight, but pretty, over the ski and moving. Joel who ran 10.25 here last year in the World Championships preliminary round, trying to figure out how to improve his ski for next year, looking at that HO.
All right, so looking at Jamie Calhoun back in with pass number 2, and I like the way he transitions, coming at the beginning portion of the turn and at the back. He seems to kind of like wind it in a little bit towards the back of the ski as he connects through with the handle.
Yeah, a lot of positives to Jamie Calhoun's skiing. You're sitting here watching so many top skiers. We see a lot of big onsides, and it's impressive to see when you see a good onside. But when I see somebody really balanced coming into their offside, control the rope going out, stay really centered, and the ski just carves through, that's what really impresses me, and that's what I like about Jamie's skiing. A nice, smooth offside turn. Beautiful to watch from Jamie.
All right, let's have a look at Jamie Calhoun, 11.25 meters. Nice and resistant behind the boat. Building up the pressure on the back arm, and then flips the ski onto its inside edge and lets it cast out wide, and there you go. That's
obviously intensity always comes up 11.25, 38 off. Got a little bit grabby on that one. Wasn't one of my favorite passes. Sort of pushing, just maybe not as confident as calm as he was through 12.
I'd agree with you. I think that I'd have said that was not his best 11 that he's ever run in his life. I mean, just not quite as fluent. Just a couple of little rears up. I mean, no problems, very easy. But yeah, the boy 3 here just finished a little. He kind of almost high-sided himself, rolled onto a flat ski. That's not where you really want to be. He'll have to, I think he's very, very capable of running 10.75, but he might have to sort of dial in just a little bit to get through this next pass, which I think he will. But he doesn't want to have a boy 3 like that.
No, really hard to change your tempo though when you start the pass like that. Yeah. It's hard to kind of switch gears, calm down, and keep kind of smooth it out. But all these skiers get, a minute down the end of the lake, and a lot can happen in that minute. You go through like a bit of a mental process. You revisit that pass, kind of visualize what went well, what didn't, and I've seen a lot of people kind of change gears and step things up after a little bit of a shaky pass. It kind of wakes them up and goes, okay, time to get things going here as we get to the business end of his slalom run.
All right, we've got 12 skiers remaining after Jamie Calhoun, who is on the water right now, getting ready to attempt 10.75 meters off 39.5 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Jamie Calhoun out of Canada. There you go, number 1.
This is good. This is much better. Oh, no.
Oh, no. And
oh, dear.
Just couldn't quite connect on that one as smooth as he wanted to.
I'm not sure if he missed the handle out of 3 then, or he definitely didn't get a great grip on it. But the 2 kind of got a little bit of a funky position at the end and didn't really have his swing across the 3, so it ended up a little narrow and the handle maybe a little far away from him. At the end, let's watch the replay.
1 was very good, wasn't it?
Yep.
And I thought 2, as much as it wasn't perfect, I thought it was definitely enough. I was waiting for him to come over to 3 and kind of and finish well. We're not going to see it from this angle, but I think it's a good shout that he might have missed the handle because I couldn't really figure out what happened there.
It didn't look that bad. I mean, you saw him out of 2 turn well, and then as he hooked up with the boat, as he got pulled down the lake a little bit, he lost direction. So he wasn't riding probably the best line into his onside at 3, but he's more than capable of handling that. Let's watch from this angle. There, skis comes around, then back to the boat. You see, and then it's from that line. It's not a great angle across. Comes around. He gets his hand on it. He goes through a little bit, and then he gets his grip. But
yeah, but it's very unusual to ping the handle in that. I know he had the handle out, but it looked like he didn't have a grip on it. Be interesting to hear from him.
All right, then. This is our last skier before we go into a fuel break, and a cue for you guys out there watching at home or wherever to grab that extra bowl of popcorn and refill your glass of whatever is there.
Most people watching this are sitting at their office desk, aren't they?
Well, there are some people that like to lounge around at home and take the day. Not being very
productive at work, I would say, as they're watching the webcast on a Friday afternoon.
Well, all right, then. They should go to the coffee machine and see if they can't get a brew.
I think they've cracked open the desk drawer and got the whiskey going, a couple of little sips. Enjoy your Friday afternoon with some great skiing. Take the rest of the day off, I say.
Yep.
All right, then. Let's check in with Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hanging out with Charlie Emmett. Charlie, it's no mystery. You kind of adopted this cowboy kind of lifestyle. You kind of honky-tonking your way through this 39 off pass. Why don't you walk us through it?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I felt the start okay. I mean, it was a decent start, but I was pushing the ski in front of me. Need to just leave it a bit under and just calm down my upper body. But yeah, 1 was decent. Disconnected after 2. But I kind of felt okay, and I thought, okay, maybe get to 3 or even 4. But yeah, I mean, straight to the brewery and then too much loud, and that just got me. 2.5 is okay.
Hey, not too shabby. It looks like you need about 8 more seconds and you'd be good.
Oh, absolutely.
Anyways, awesome skiing. Can't wait to see you in the next round. Good luck, bud.
Thank you. Maybe a bit of line dancing.
Oh, definitely. Back to you, boys.
Awesome inside jokes there from Chris Travers with Charlie Emmett, and I think he'd be pretty happy with that performance. Tony, his best in a pro event, 4:39, 2.5. He had a chance of getting to number 4 there, but didn't quite complete it.
And he's still got one more round to go, of course.
Yeah, or anytime these pros are hitting near their personal best is great for their team scores. It's usually the amateurs that kind of win that for them because they can step up a few buoys, over their personal best. These guys are when you get your personal best is down 39 or into 41, it's hard to get there. Stevie Ireland is running through 12 meters. Didn't have the best tournament last weekend. He's had a good season. He's been to 3 at 41 a number of times, and he's chasing Nick Parsons, who holds the score exactly at 3 at 41 as of right now. Llewellyn and Belmra with the 5s at 39, still sitting in third tied there. They were out pretty early with the handy scores, almost completing the 39 pass. Atkinson and Eade in the 5th and 6th position.
All right, then, continuing right along, we see Stephen Ireland out there on the water. Incidentally, we still got our live auction going on for for a Works 01, a Works 02, or a good Ventura slalom ski. The entries are open for those on site, but they're also open for those of you that are online as well via the live chat on this webcast. And so all you would need to do is to give us your name and give us the price that you're willing to pay for one of those slalom skis, whether it's the Works 1, the Works 02, or the good Ventura slalom ski. Just make sure you give your name and the price you're willing to pay, and the name of the slalom ski that you are bidding for. So here we go. Stephen Island, 11.25 meters.
All right, let's watch this pass. He looks like he's in control here as he rounds number 4. No problems at all. Yeah, he is in touch. Maybe a little inside at number 5. But you always look at that 38 off pass. Some of them early this morning were a little bit shaky, kind of a little bit nervous maybe, but he looked it's very good control. And we're hoping he's going to join our 2 skiers that have run 39. He gets his shot in just a minute's time.
And this is all a byproduct of the experience that he's been able to gain over the last 2 to 3 seasons. You know, I mean, he showed up at the Hilltop competition about 3 seasons ago, and he ran through 10.75 meters for the first time. But he kind of struggled a little bit after that. But you know, with some more time on the water and being able to compete at more of these pro tournaments, he's found his stride. And if things go a little bit sideways, he always has some kind of response to keep him going.
No, for sure. He's always a threat, Stevie Island. He works hard at his skiing. He's on the water a lot. Competes, a number of just record tournaments too to stay in form, giving him confidence getting those scores at 3 at 41 in the smaller, less pressured record tournaments. But yeah, like I said, always a threat. And if he's in touch, he can make short work of 39, 10.75. Let's see how he goes. He turns in on the gates. And the offside, yeah, that's a good start for Stevie. He's got a strong onside. It's a bit deep.
Lays it down.
Control the rope at number 3, and it's not there.
And another one with 2.5. This is the 3rd skier in a row that has scored at 2.5 at 10.75 meters.
Really surprised to see that out of Stevie there. I thought his one ball was bang on. Maybe 2 was a little bit heavier than he'd like, but he was in the pass, The one ball's always, can be a little dicey because you haven't got your rhythm yet. But yeah, once you get out of 2 and you sort of start skiing, things usually sort of fall into place. So let's watch the replay, see what happened. Like I said, come through number 1, a little bit of shake on the ski, but he was in a strong position to 2, balanced. A little bit of a load there, but came out of it well. Didn't sort of over crank across to number 3. So his speed was managed. Sort of sat back a little bit and maybe a little bit cautious at number 3, and it's as simple as that. It's one little mistake, and it's all over at 39 off. So 2.5. He's going to join Luzeri and Emmett, kind of down the lower end of the order so far. We've had, I think it is 11 skiers so far, 11 remaining.
All right then, folks. All right. So let's continue let's check in with Chris Travers.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hanging out with Cameron, a.k.a. The Salmon. How you doing today, girl?
Swell, living life.
Awesome. Are you excited for the Grand Prix here?
I'm so freaking excited. I'm going to dominate.
Heck yeah. I know you've been known as quite the jumper, but you're no slouch when it comes to slalom skiing. Are you, have you been focused, and are you prepared for this event?
Oh, I'm so focused and so prepared. It's crazy. I'm looking to run some really good passes, maybe 4 of them. So that would be cool.
Yeah, I mean, that would be great if you got 4 passes. We were talking like 38, 39-ish?
Yeah, more like 41, actually, but yeah.
I mean, you got to set that bar high, right?
Yeah, I mean, I got to get those points for my team. My team's kind of slacking, so.
Ooh, bold statement there. Hope the rest of your team's not listening.
Just joshing.
We'll see. Back to you, boys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot there, Chris and Cameron. And let's have a quick look at the leaderboard as it stands right now. These are your top 12. Nick Parsons in the lead with 3 at 10.25 meters. Robert Pregozzi on 2. The only skiers to get into 10.25 meters. Dorian Llewellyn with a two-way tie for third with 5 at 10.75 meters with himself and Kamel Bamra. All right, then. So we're going to take a break. So grab yourself a cold beverage, grab yourself that seat, and get ready for some more slalom skiing. And we're going to take a quick break right after this.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit pentalago.com.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Brian?
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
Well, we're just doing a simulation pass as the next skier gets ready, which I believe is Aaron Davies, I should say. My compatriot shouldn't get that wrong. 12 skiers have gone already today, and in the lead, convincingly, really, is Nick Parsons. There's surprisingly only been 2 skiers that have managed to get through 10.75. They both did it very, very well. Nick Parsons rolling back the years, I hope you wouldn't mind me saying, and then Robert Pagozzi somewhat doing the same, actually. Really looking in top form. Like we might have seen a couple of years ago. Behind that, Dorian Llewellyn, Camille Balmer 5 at 10.75, and various scores thereafter. I think that coming forward, we've got 11 skiers left, and is that 3 going to hold up in the top? Sorry, there's a dog by my feet. Will that 3 hold up? Nick Parsons will hope so, but with all of these, very, very special skiers to come, it may not. I'm looking at skiers like, of course, Will Asher is going to be at the very end. We can't quite see him on our screens. He's going to be getting, the 4 like he got last week at the Mastercraft Pro. Cole McCormick, local boy, very capable. Rob Hazel has been getting 3s all year. Corey got a round 4 to get on the podium last weekend. There's going to be, there's a number of skiers that are very capable of running 3 or more. Will Asher ran 10.25, I think, 2 in each of his attempts 2 years ago and won a runoff to take the tournament. He'll be looking to do the same this year, and people would say he being the Waterski Pro Tour leader at the moment, as well as the person that's won the most tournaments this year, with 3 tournament wins, I believe it is. He's probably the guy to beat.
All right, there we go. Greeny at the wheel. And about 30 meters directly behind him will be Aaron Davies, coming to us from the northern English city of Bolton in Lancashire, which almost seems to be an eternity away from where I've been from.
Pretty far from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Tony.
I was more thinking about Colchester in Essex.
Yeah, well, we're all of us Brits and Kiwis are very far from our original home, but very happy to be here as we see a lot of the world's best skiers go up against it for the Travers Grand Prix. I'm going to say, let's see, we had 2018, 19, 20, 21, so we're 6th or 7. Aaron Davies coming in on the Neo 2. a very, very good ski that he's sort of made his home on for the last couple of years. He went to Moomba this year, skied pretty good, made the final. He's through 13, and we're going to see him do what he will be hoping is a very big score to challenge the lead and therefore put himself in with a chance of getting the final tomorrow.
Well, speaking of New Zealand, I'll give a bit of a shout out to the Kiwis who are just kind of waking up pretty early back home, maybe 6 in the morning, give or take. Maybe the Aussies too. I know the Cornell family and their cheering crowd will be tuning in to the webcast as the Southern Hemisphere starts to wake up a little bit.
Yeah, it's about 10 to 7 in the morning in Auckland.
Yep. So a lot of keen folk back in New Zealand. Obviously, October down there just starting to warm up a little bit, and the season's getting underway for 2024-25. Looking forward to going down to New Zealand and Australia in November and kind of work with some of the associations down there. Yeah, good to still be involved in the Southern Hemisphere skiing, and actually we're hoping to make our way back down to Moomba next year. Take the fact it's been a long time since I've been, 2009, and my kids were like, yep, we've got to go at some stage, so maybe 2025 is the year.
And of course, next year, New Zealand is going to be the site of the IWWF World University Championships.
That's correct. Yeah, that's at my home site, Aoraki Basin, so pretty exciting event to be coming to New Zealand.
And a skier who is technically eligible to ski in those championships is the skier on the water, Aaron Davis, who previously represented the University of Louisiana at Lafayette's Raging Cajuns.
He's the current national collegiate slalom champion.
That's correct, yes.
I believe it was a 1 at 41.
Yeah, that was 1 at 41.
Yeah. And has he won it a couple of times, no?
I think that was the one and only time.
One only time, okay. We're seeing some warm-ups. Dane Meckler going through his motions there. I know he's getting that ankle warmed up. I know he's he's worked hard to get that back in form, and obviously last weekend everything was going well because he ended up on top of the podium with a 4.5 at 41. Missing names this weekend. Another one, Charlie Ross. I don't see him on the running order. He featured last weekend. I'm not sure where he is. Always enjoy watching the young talent coming through, and Charlie's one of the biggest, youngest superstars to come. I know he's skiing collegiately, and maybe that's where his focus is right now. They'll be going off to the national champs, maybe heading up on Tuesday over to Texas this year for the collegiate national champs. He'll be representing Rollins University or Rollins College.
Rollins College,
yep.
All right, let's have a look and see what Aaron Davis can do. He's gotten 13 and 12 under his belt and looked very, very strong with those opening 2 passes. Let's see what he does on 11.25 meters.
Yep,
there you go, good hook up.
Yeah, big, strong guy, and stays in touch with things. Bit of an aggressive movement on the 135 side, but he's looking better than I saw him last weekend. A little bit of a fold at number 4 or 5 there, but easy pass for 38 off. One of the best ones we've seen so far today.
Very methodical skier, especially on his approach into those turns, especially into his offside.
Definitely, and I believe he has had some good results at some of the pro events earlier on this season over in Europe and England as well.
And also a previous winner of the skier of the day at Kaiafa. Last season, that award presented by 2U Healthy Snacks, and we'll have an opportunity for you to vote for Skier of the Day on the final rounds of a competition starting on Sunday. But for those of you that are looking for a little interactivity with what you're watching right now, we still have the audience prize competition. You could go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play and enter for your chance to win yourself a D3 or a Conley slalom ski, the D3 that Aaron is riding possibly, or even the Conley ski that Lucas Cornell will be riding.
Right. Get in and submit your placings for that to win a ski. But we watched the replay while you were talking there, Tony, and it was the original view we saw was from the drone. I saw something happen at 5-ball, and it was a little bit of a upper body fold, wasn't it? He got a little aggressive on that 5-ball turn. Hopefully he can keep that in check. He does rotate a bit through there. Make some adjustments. Here's 39. Can he be our third skier through it?
There he is on buoy number 1. He's round number 2. He keeps the ski tip rocking away. He's on the back of his ski. He's still there. He's still there. He's still fighting, and he so close, and that should put him into about third place right now.
It's third place, but it's tied 3 ways with Dorian Llewellyn and Camille Belmera. So not really where Aaron wants to be. You could see the frustration. He looked like he settled things down, and it was a nice number 1. I like what I saw there, Freddie. I know you're eating right now, but you know this guy's skiing, and I thought he looked pretty good there at the start of the pass.
Yeah, it was solid. I was just thinking, I thought he was probably going to get through it as we got to about the halfway mark, but I was just thinking it's not quite as nice as what we saw from Nick Parsons and Pagozzi, but he's capable of putting his shoulders a little bit ahead of his ski on his offside, and I think that's what just caused him to be a little bit off balance there at buoy 5, and that's ultimately what's cost him the pass. Maybe
a little bit of that in the back of the head, because he did fall at 5-ball last weekend. He came in a little bit fast, a little bit narrow, tried to crank it, and it ended up in the water. So there, he maybe tried to take it a little bit more cautious. The ski still bit, and wasn't able to hold the angle across the 6. So in third spot, it's not a bad spot so far, but obviously with 10 skiers remaining, only 8 making the final, things are going to have to pick up a little bit for round number 2.
It could be a backup, but I'm not necessarily convinced that it'll be that, because I think it's going to take a 3 and a 2 to make the final.
All right, then, on the water at this time, a podium finisher at the Lake 38 Pro, a little bit earlier on than the season.
Just off the podium, actually, Tony. He came into 3 trying to turn it and get over 4, which would have given him the win, and ended up in 4th. But I mean, that just showed
how close it was.
Well, how close it was, and also his attitude of win or nothing, which I think was incredibly special.
That's Lucas Cornell, and this is Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm here with Dalton Piota. Now, when I heard the name Dalton, I'm thinking, oh, man, Patrick Swayze's here? What's going on?
Yeah, there we go. I do get that quite a bit from Roadhouse, no doubt.
Right on. So you're kind of a bystander here. You're not really competing, but you do have a connection as you're kind of hanging out with Jamie Bull there. Has that kind of rubbed off? Are you going to be here next year, possibly?
Yeah, I did hear there was an amateur division, so yeah, that'd be sweet to try and hop in on that and try and hopefully get my starts going.
Awesome, man. I know you've heard a little bit about it, doing the shooting and go-karting. Are you going to try to squeeze in and kind of compete a little bit?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe squeeze in for the go-karting tonight, but we'll see. I don't know. Jamie's pretty competitive herself, so she might just end up doing it. We'll see.
That she is. Right on. Back to you, boys.
No one puts Jamie in the corner?
I don't know.
Really?
You tell us.
We're going there. We're going there. Okay. All right, what a beautiful view of Sunset Lakes, Jack Travers Ski School, as Lucas Cornell comes in on pass number 2, and he has spent a majority of the summer right here training at Jack Travers Ski School. So he's familiar with the setup, he's familiar with the boat, the site, and big number 3 got in deep at 4-2. He's not taking this one too casual. He wants to be aggressive and set the tone, set the pace for what he wants to do on his 38 and 39 off. That's a kind of common characteristic of Lucas's skiing. He is aggressive, like Freddie was saying. He was not out to get, just on the podium. At 3 at 41, he was turning it. He wanted to run the pass. He's got that young sort of gumption that and the belief that he can do it. And I know he's done it in practice. He's got a personal best of 3 at 41. I know he got further than that at one event earlier this year. Unfortunately, the scores didn't go through. But he's done it a ton in practice. I've seen him get round number 6, at my site a couple of times, and he would be one of the youngest skiers to get through 41 off if he were to do so.
And I had occasion to talk to him with the TWBC podcast, and you can check that out by going to the TWBC YouTube channel. Yep, you can subscribe there as well, and be informed as the next time we go live.
Well, I'm aware of a lot of data on the youngest guys to run 39, just because I know Charlie Ross did it when he was 15, almost 16. My sons have got through it just when they were just freshly turned 16. The first youngest through 41. Freddie, any stats on that?
It would be
He was pretty young, I believe. No.
All right.
I believe it would be Nate. You know, who knows? Who knows? But yeah, I mean, I think, you know, Lucas definitely has the capability of doing it. Could be today. I mean, you know, this is the site where the most 41s have been run, certainly in the last few years. So you know, and certainly in pro tournaments, this is the place where I think the most 41s have been run.
All right, just looking at Lucas Cornell working his way through this pass. He's gone through 13 and 12, and this is 11.25 meters. And Lucas Cornell, who actually skied the first half of the season on the Conley DV8, but since the second half of the season, he's been riding on the C1, and he's really adapted well to that new offering by Conley skis. And it's a ski that you can win if you enter the audience prize competition. Make sure you go to waterskibroadcasting.com and check out the play for the audience prize.
All right, let's get behind Lucas Cornell as he comes in. This is 10.75, incredibly short, 39 off. This guy can get this party started here if he turns hard at number 1, which he does
nice.
so. He's on top of number 2.
Nice.
Looks up strong at number 3. Yeah, this is a strong pass from Lucas Cornell.
This
no
is it.
problems whatsoever. That's the best 39 of the day, guys.
All right, Lucas
very
Cornell showing us some of that early season form from Lake 38, and some of the stuff that he produced a little bit beforehand in the Junior World Slalom Championships about a season or two before, where he just came up short on snagging the world title in a runoff situation between himself and Nicholas Nelson.
Yeah, that was quite the runoff, wasn't it? I think they both tied at 3 at 39. I had to go back out not once but twice in the end. Nicholas Nelson coming out on top. But you'd have to say that Lucas going on to bigger and better things. I know Nicholas is still skiing very, very strong. He's been a little bit injured of late, so we haven't seen him at some of the events. I know he's currently in school, so hopefully he's going to those collegiate nationals we're talking about. And if he's watching, well, a bit of a shout out to him.
But it is interesting, actually, because you look at that, and Charlie Ross had a very poor tournament by his standards, but these were the two guys, Nicholas and Lucas, you know, quite far behind Charlie, but you know, to take the opportunity to try and win it. But now Lucas is very close to Charlie.
Yeah,
he's really made big strides on, and it shows, you know, if you look at a graph of people's progression, it's not always the same.
All right, let's see.
10.25.
10.25 meters. Let's see if he can drive his way as far down this pass as possible. Good pull out there for the entrance gates.
3 is the lead. He'll want to tie it or he'll want to carry on. It's a good one.
Oh,
if he
nice
can get the 2 he needs,
Nice.
I think he's going to go way down this here.
Oh,
he's blown
it
the tail. Oh, brutal.
He was so in that pass. That 2 ball was rock solid.
Well, that gives him outright third.
Second, no?
We'll go with second.
Outright.
We'll go second on that outright, yeah. So Nick Parsons still clutching the lead with a 3 at 41, but this guy had it going. The 1 ball was strong. The 2 ball was even stronger. And what I thought was sensational about the 2,
nice
he
one.
settled into this position at 2 and did not move, and just got a shot across to number 3 pretty early, and maybe just got a little bit anxious, a little bit ahead of himself, blew the tail, and he runs a pretty deep fin setting, so he was obviously kind of cranking things and pushing that little bit too much at number 3 to blow the tail there, looking for the 4, looking for the 5, and maybe even running the pass.
Well, you have to, in order to get, you know, when you're going that fast, which you are, you're going very, very fast when you're at the turns at 10.25, you know, you don't have any time to slow down. You have to get the tail moving. You're riding so high, but you have to get the tail moving, and he just had it moving too much, let's say. He pushed on the front and over, so he had less traction on the tail than what he needed. You have to do that at 10.25. You have to be to commit. Anyway, we're going to go to Chris for some insight.
No. Yeah, you're up.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hanging out with Natty, a.k.a. the Birdie Bird. How you doing today?
I'm doing great, and so nice to see new faces, new people on site, which shows that our event is growing, so I'm super stoked.
Yeah, and so you're not the chief judge, but you are officiating here. Have you had to make any tough calls so far?
No tough calls so far. Hoping for no tough calls later, but big buoys.
That's what we're looking for. I'm excited. Are you going to be participating in the other events tonight?
Maybe go-karting. Maybe this event next year, in general.
We'd love to see that. Thanks again, and good luck officiating. Back to you, boys.
Right, thanks very much, Chris. And some excitement on the water as we saw Lucas Cornell throwing down at 41, 2.5. But the potential is there. We talked about who could be the next one to run 41. His best is only 3, so he's right there and thereabouts. Some good points for the team. But he has the potential, doesn't he? He looks like he's informed to maybe go down through that pass. And more excitement. This guy is fresh from a win last weekend, his first professional victory with a 4.5 at 41. Coming back from a very serious ankle injury in May. He's worked hard, he's got back to form, and looks as solid as ever on the slalom ski.
Yeah, and I mean that confidence, he will have, as I've said a number of times in the last week or so, he was the guy that was going to be the next winner, and then he saw a lot of the guys that weren't named Dane Meckler win, and that would have frustrated him. It would have been frustrating for the last number of years for him to not have won, but here he is, and he'll be full of confidence.
Let's hear from Chris.
What's up, guys? Back again here with Corey Vaughn, a.k.a. the Wild Thing. How you doing today, bud?
I didn't know I was known as that, but I will take it. That's fine with me.
Yeah, it's a Major League Baseball movie reference. I don't know if any of you guys got that. Maybe I'm just showing my age here.
I got some watching to do. I'm not even familiar with that reference either. That's the name of the movie?
Yeah, it's the name of a movie with Charlie Sheen, the Wild Thing. So we're hoping to see some wild things out there from you today.
I'll do my best. I always want to put on a show, and it's beautiful conditions out there. So I know everyone's about to lay it down, and if it comes to throwing a slide out there, I'll do it.
Man, I'm excited. I kind of hope to see a slide, but I'd love to see you run some good buoys out there. Thanks, man. Good luck out there.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it.
Back to you, boys.
Well, Corey Vaughan, like Charlie Sheen, will be focusing on winning today, like he did earlier this year when he won the Oxfordshire Pro-Am, taking a debut win, just like Dane, the skier we're looking at right now.
He's had a good season, hasn't he, Corey Vaughan? I think he's sitting in the 5th on the tour standings.
Tied with Thomas de Gasperi.
Yep, and picked up a podium finish last weekend. Was third with an impressive 3.25 at 41. Just is set in behind Nate Smith, 3.5. And of course, this guy on the water took the event 4.5 at 41 off. He is no stranger to the tail end of 41. This guy's got to 4 more times than I can remember. And he's seen the exit gates once right here at a couple, 3 years ago. So all good things from this guy on the water. A technician, really focused on getting back on the water and getting back to health, and he's done so very quickly and in good time too, because there's a number of events here at the end of the season.
Yeah, thick and fast right now. One last week, one this week, and then King of Darkness at the sort of end of this month, and then followed shortly after that by the Miami Pro to finish the season.
Sorry, I missed the graphic there on the screen, but obviously Will Asher, miles out in front with a 291. Sitting in second, I missed it there, was it Nate Smith?
Nate's on 160.
Yeah, he's a ways behind, and not showing up at this event, he's going to miss some valuable points. We're going to sit back and just kind of enjoy the performance on the water. It's Dane Meckler showing us how to get it done on a slalom ski. We've seen some good passes this morning, and that was another one. Every pass looking pretty much the same, isn't it? 32, 35, 38. Doesn't move too much. Even his 39, he'll still look much the same as what he started the set off.
He looks good. And as I was saying earlier, I mean, he's going to have confidence coursing through his veins. It's frustrating to be skiing well for ages and to not get the win, and he's managed it. He's you know, you put a huge score out from fairly early last week, 4.5. He would take a 4.5 right now. But there's nothing, you know, there's no guarantee of making a final here. There's not one skier here, sort of, you know, maybe more unlike the women's side that will be saying, okay, I will definitely make the final. Any screw up in either round can put any skier out. So, you know, it could also, remember, come down to backups.
Some great skiing there from Dane Meckler. I like how he rotates off the front foot, you know, and goes into that extension and just stays straight up and down on the slalom ski. Not too far up front, not too far in the back, just dead center.
Yeah, I was going to actually comment. I mean, he's riding a good slalom ski, and he uses all of it. He just stays centered and over the ski. The ski's not up and down, breaking forward, popping up. It just stays level on the water, and there's no movement there to lose ground in the course.
10.75, Dane Meckler. Oh, nice. Little open there off 3 into 4, but everything else looking in pristine condition. Yes, 6, 10.75 meters, 39.5 off Dane Meckler.
And he's number 4 to do it.
Yep.
And I think he'll be looking to do what Lucas Cornell did and nail 1 and 2. If he can get over to 3, he's got that huge onside, and he'll be 4. And as we saw last week, he turned 4 pretty well and was just a hair away from turning 5 and getting over to 6 for a full pass.
Doing a good job there on that good slalom ski. And incidentally, talking about good slalom skis, we have an example of the good Ventura here as part of the silent auction, which the fans here along the shore side have the ability to enter, as well as you folks there on the live chat. Just need three pieces of information from you: your name, how much you're prepared to bid, and for what ski you're prepared to bid for. So your name, how much you're prepared to bid, and the ski that you're bidding for, whether it's the Works 01, 02, or the good Ventura. Here we
Dane
go.
Meckler, 10.25. He's run it here before. He's got a good 1. Will he get out at 2? He is going to get out at 2. He's going to get over to 3. He'll turn that.
Boom,
and
look at this.
Oh, my God. I think he's going to run it. No, he's run the 4.
Was
he? He wasn't inside of that, was he?
I think he got around 4.
I'd have said he was around it.
We'll watch the scores under review from the officials.
And he's bracing his shoulder there a little bit, his left shot.
Okay, so we'll wait for the official score, but a pretty handy start. Actually, when I watched his 39 back, he had a couple little holes in his offside, and he sort of stumbled a little bit on that gate turn. It was a little bit short. Still, the 135 always works for him. This 2, I think he came up a little bit short there, and a little bit of a delay, and had to pull a long way into that 3-ball to get around it. Still managed to turn it, but we're starting to run out of time here into number 4. Said, hey, you know what? I don't need to push it. I've done a lot of work to get back and get the ankle working. I don't need to blow 4, and I've got the lead so far. We saw just in our video earlier Nick Parsons sitting on. He was watching Dane Meckler coming in to see if he was going to get dropped down to 2nd spot, and that has happened. Dane Meckler won last weekend, and he is in lead with a huge 4:41 in round number 1.
There on number 2. Just barely got outside number 3, and then round number 4 skis for the Wakes. That's enough for him for the lead, and with that, let's check in with Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? Or should I say, g'day, mate. Here with none other than Lucas Cornell. How you doing, bud?
Yeah, mate, doing really good after that, yeah.
Oh, yeah, right. Walk us through this 10.25 pass here, man. You're looking pretty good out there.
Yeah, it felt great. I was a bit surprised with the start, I thought I bloody butchered the gate, but yeah, that's pretty sweet. And then, yeah, came into 2. I thought I exploded off the wake, but yeah, hooked up really nice. And then, yeah, come into 3-ball and just, I guess, sunk the tip a bit in the turn. And, yeah, the tail just said, see you later. And then I was swimming.
Yeah, crikey, a little bit of a blowout there. Not too bad, though. I think your chances look pretty solid to maybe get a little further down the line next round.
Yeah, hopefully. If we can get the same start and, I don't know, just fix this 3-ball and get the same 2, yeah, hopefully we can see a piece of 4.
Yeah, too right, man. I hope so. Anyways, good luck for the next round, and I'll see you later. Back to you, boys.
All right, on the water, performing on the same site and on the same course that he produced his personal best score around about this time last year. That is Joel Poland, and he's been competing a little bit more in slalom competitions this season, trying to duke it out against some of the best slalom talent the world has to offer, and yeah, he's been doing pretty good so far this season, Freddie.
He's been doing really well. He was arguably the form slalom skier, in that sort of April-May period where he was running, scores of 3 or 4 most every round, he's been doing really well. He's really improved his slalom skiing. I mean, we all saw. I mean, everyone remembers, when he ran the 10.25 here last year. It was a very, very big moment, I guess, for his career, but also, to do that in the preliminary round of the World Championships, just like Dane did 2 years prior. I mean, that's a big moment. Let's see what he can do today. That was an interesting one, as we remember. I mean, how sort of angry he was, having messed up in the tricks the day before. He came back with a shaved head and went and run 10.25. I think maybe he doesn't ski so well today. I'm going to recommend that he should shave his head again. But hopefully not. Hopefully he won't need to do that. I think Joel looks great. I was sitting here with you guys last week when he did his first round, and I was really impressed with him. I thought that he was very close to getting the 2 that he needed to get over to 3 and then over to 4 in the preliminary round, but we'll see. We'll see what he does here. First 2 passes, very good. 12 very good boys as we go to Chris.
All right, guys, hanging out here with Dane Meckler, fresh off his win, first pro win last weekend. Congratulations, bud. Looks solid out there. Same performance as last weekend, man. Pretty solid.
Oh, thanks so much. And honestly, it's still hard to believe. Last weekend was such a great moment for me, and still kind of coming down from that. But yeah, happy to. Today's all about just getting in the final. I try to get a score out there that to at least know where I sit, and very happy to get to 4. Travers feels just so easy, and so I had a lot of confidence there. I wish maybe I would have started 12, decided to just go 13, and controlled the gate speed in this gate down here, which isn't that easy, and able to get to 4.
Yeah, right on. Like I said, look good. You kind of got a game plan for the next round, and looking for that same performance. And I'd love to see you run it, man. I've seen you do it here before. I think it could go down.
Thank you, appreciate it. I think it'll take every bit of that to get the win here. So we'll see.
Right on. Good luck, man. Back to you, boys.
Interesting. Obviously, the comment that maybe he sort of should have started at 12. Competitors in the second round all required to start at 12 at this tournament, I believe.
Yeah, and it's sort of a fairly well-known thing amongst slalom skiers that this end is the end that Joel's just coming from now. The gate's just a little bit weird. It's shallow. You get a little bit more speed on that gate, so it's hard to judge. Not Joel's best 11-meter pass here. He reared up at 1 and 3, but 2 was great. Maybe that reary 1 it's just come from having maybe just that little bit of extra speed on the gate that he didn't like. And the thing is, when you know that Joel might have come and practiced here or realised from his first pass that he's got a bit too much speed, so that you can also offset. You can go, okay, I need to put out early, and then you don't do enough. So yeah, it's a slightly different gate. I've always thought that the other end's just that bit easier for myself. So yeah, I think Dane referencing that, and of course that gives everyone a chance to run 10.75 from that end, but then the 10.25 is hard. And actually, sorry, as I recall now, Lucas said that he thought he'd messed up the gate when he did his interview. So, yeah, something to think about.
We'll go back a couple weeks for the overall event that was here, and he scored 2.5 at 41 in the preliminary round. I don't think you were with us that weekend, Freddie, but looked great out of 2 and was turning 3, ended up in the water, cranking 3, ready to go. So he has skied here enough to know what that end is all about, and he wasn't the best 38 for him. I think he likes to keep things interesting though. He's sort of playing around, trying to testing things. Likes to kind of turn hard and kind of get his feeling. He does. He's very active on a slalom ski, and seems to have a bit of a different technique, but it works. It's worked through 39 a lot this year. And here's that very short pass, 10.75.
I love that gate.
4 skiers through it. Can Joel be number 5?
There's 1. Oh, nice and early for number 2. He was absolutely weighted on that, and likewise on to number 3 and 4. Once he gets into a rhythm,
That's the best 10.75 of the day.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's
very
for
smooth.
sure the best 10.75 of the day. I think, Pagosi's was up there.
Oh, Lucas's was pretty tight. Lucas, that line was tight. He was up course.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think Joel's was just a little bit more symmetrical. I think
a little more controlled as well.
I don't like Joel at all, so I'm not biased. I mean, I wouldn't move in his direction, but no, I think I like that pass anyway. It doesn't matter whose was better, but I think that what it does show is that Joel is in touch. He's looking good. I have to say, I really like this gate. Very little movement. I think for a lefty gate, that's about as good as it gets. And yeah, I mean, just no tip rise at any point. Building speed towards the wakes, moving, ski edge to edge off the second wake while maintaining balance over it. And looking very good. Very, very good. Interested to see what he does here. It's like you said, Carl. If he can get out of 1 and 2, I mean, he's a guy that can get very deep. He ran a bunch of 4s earlier this year. He ran a 6-ender last year, and we don't often see him at just slalom events. I think that one of the last times we did was at the Swiss Pro, where he came 3rd, tying with Rob Hazelwood for 2nd, and then going down by countback. It's 10.25. The lead is 4. What can Joel do? It looks like a solid gate. It's a good one, a very, very, very good one. Over to 2, and I think he's
so much time.
Not quite.
I think he's gone inside of it again.
He has. That was a great one, but almost too early at number 2. He kind of had to reach and pause, and didn't kind of follow through. Didn't use the momentum to kind of come back under the handle, and not in a great position to get the swing across to number 3. So I have a feeling we're going to see him come up with a 2. Officially, this is the 1 ball.
That's the perfect one, I thought. Yeah, I mean, just maybe gets a little bit disconnected off the second wake and then just pushes on the front a little bit. The ski doesn't want to come through. And that is almost a carbon copy of his World Championships final round last year, which was one of my favourite passes of all time, when he did not beat me as the last skier off the dock.
That's why it's your favourite, yep.
Yeah.
So Joel Pollan showing what could be in the next round. A big one if he can just sort of somehow find a little more connection at the backside of 2. He's going to turn 3, and who knows, send it down the lake. The lead still stands with Dane Meckler, and then good to see Nick Parsons still sitting in 2nd with a 3 at 41. And we drop to Lucas Cornell, the young guy from Australia, 2.5 at 41. Robert Pagosi, who was out extremely early as well, he's still sitting pretty there too at 41. With Joel Pollan tying him up, and then the rest of the skiers failing to run the 39 off. They've got some work to do in round number 2.
So with 7 skiers remaining at this point, we can say that Dane Meckler is will be inside the cut line during the next round. Nothing guaranteed right now. I'm going to say that 4 is going to do it. Though I would say there's very little chance, extraordinary little chance of 8 people beating 4. I think there's a very little chance of there being a tie at 4. I think Nick Parsons is on the edge. I think it'll come to a backup of a 3 plus something. So we'll see. John Travers, not just the hometown hero, but the man who put on this event, who had a vision a number of years ago, I think in 2018, to put on a fantastic slalom event. He started out with just men back then for a couple of years, and then brought the women in, and we can see. I mean, this has become arguably, if you were to look at the calendar on the 1st of January, you're going to say, well, if I want to see the best scores of the year, you're going to look at the Travers Grand Prix. Everything's set up perfectly. It's the best lake, arguably, in the world, which is why we're so excited always to turn up here and see some great water skiing action. And we want to, I personally, as I'm sure you guys too, I mean, we want to see John do really well to as a reward for his spectacular actions of trying to promote tournament water skiing, professional tournament water skiing.
All right, then let's send it over to Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm here with Zane. He's up from New Jersey. He's in kind of a unique position, I'd say, right? Yeah, it's getting a little bit cool up there, but you're able to come down here and kind of participate in this event. Tell us, give us your thoughts.
I think it's going to be a really fun event. I'm excited to get skiing again. I haven't skied that much up in New Jersey. It's getting pretty cold, so I'm excited to ski and do all the fun events here.
That's awesome, man. Have you been practicing as well, doing a little shooting, a little karting in your spare time?
Not really, so kind of just going to wing it and see how it goes, I think.
Man, I love it, a man with no plan. Sounds good. We'll see how it turns out for him. Back to you, boys.
Well, he is 15 or 16. I didn't have a plan then either.
I'm not sure I have one now.
Wasn't that a sitcom back in the day with Matt LeBlanc, Man with the Plan?
I think it was called Friends.
Oh, okay.
Not familiar with that show.
No, neither have I. What is it? Tell us
No,
what
he
it's
went
about.
on. He went on and did something else after Friends. I can't remember. What it's
Joey?
called. Joey, was it? Yeah.
Joey. Anyway. Okay, that aside, here we go, Jonathan Travers, who I spoke to a little bit of a while ago prior to the Oxfordshire Pro-Am slalom competition, and he certainly had plenty to say. You can listen to that podcast episode by going to the TWBC podcast on the TWBC YouTube channel. Be sure to check that out.
I will have to check that one out, because if he had plenty to say, he never really wanted to filter it, old John Travers. So I'm keen to hear what came out of his mouth. And a complete 35 off past 12 metres. A season best for John at 4 at 41. And that's the score that sits on top of the leaderboard right now.
And of course, he's one of the 7 winners we've had this year in professional water skiing. And a guy that we've had a lot of first-time wins. We've had some sort of return wins from people like Nate and Will, and John had a return win, having not won in over 6 years. The previous was June 2018 at the Lake 38 Pro. We had a runoff with Will Asher with 4 at 41, and then he had a victory against Will Asher also in a head-to-head final at San Gervasio this year. So he's bringing it back.
Well, there you go. There's Jonathan Travers now getting ready for pass number 3. He's been through 13 and 12. This is now 11.25 meters, skiing behind that all-red Correct Craft Nautique towboat. Looking good.
And I mean, not to speak on John's behalf, but I mean, I've helped out at tournaments before. Oh my God!
Whoa! Hello.
Oh.
Yay.
Bit of a sighter there on Buoy 5. But I've worked at tournaments, I've helped out at tournaments without doing anything like putting one on, and been around a ski site, in and out of the boat, all that sort of thing like John always is. And I think that, it's very, very hard to maintain your level through that. And I think that's why I'm pulling for John a little bit. He's always there or thereabouts, right at that level. And I'd love to see John have a big tournament here and yeah, I mean, he's one of a number of guys that won this year, and he can do that again here.
Just looking in total control on this pass, 11.25 meters. Hardly putting the foot wrong, except for number 5.
That one actually, yeah, it's more than I thought. He was a little bit off the back of the ski, and it looked like it was a bit of a harder turn from that angle. Yeah, definitely overextended, but he's used to holding on to some big pulls out of the backside of 135.
Using those clincher gloves.
Yeah.
Or, the gloves with the straps, whatever they're called. I don't know who makes them for him these days. But, yeah, he can hold on to pretty much anything with those things. He's a strong guy himself.
I think it's called a dowel or something like that.
Yeah, there's a dowel on the front of it. I think it's HO. He's obviously Team Syndicate, and we saw earlier they're leading the manufacturers championship so far this season.
Not by much.
I think they, not by much. I think they make these gloves, so check them out.
10.75.
Gorilla Grip on your onside. That wasn't a great number 1. He's a little down course.
2.
What happened there?
I wonder.
Did he opt up?
I wonder if he ran 39 away, because he often will he'll often do a 32 off start and then opt up to 38. It would be unusual to see John get a 2 at 39. I mean, I really would be surprised.
No, not at all. No. Yeah.
So he went 13.11. So actually,
he opted up.
We can say that actually in the end that 10.75 was very, very good. We thought it was 11, apart from a sort of a weird overturn at 5. But yeah, so disappointing for him to only run 2 at 41. I mean, it puts him in tied fourth, with 6 skiers to go. But at least, I mean, for a second we thought it was 2 at 39.
So this is a viable backup score.
It's a viable backup score. I think that, yeah, I mean, fourth with 6 to go. That means that at worst he's going to be tied 10th, but it's tied with 2 other people. I think, yeah, I mean, he's probably going to end up outside of the cut line, I'm going to say, with these skiers left to go. As we go to Chris.
What's up, guys? Hanging out here with Polish. Hey, man, looking awesome out there. Nice and sunny, glass calm waters. Talk us through this 41 off pass.
Man, it's the same story as every weekend right now. Just keep getting stuck at 2. This was honestly, like, it felt like a really good gate and a great one. And came into 2 really good. Yeah, that's just heartache right there. So good. And yeah, like, great here into 2. Maybe like a little bit of hesitation, but like had every chance to get around 3 there. But I need to stop going inside the boys.
Yeah, we're supposed to go. You're supposed to go around the buoy, man, not inside. But dude, awesome one ball. That was, I think, one of the cleanest ones we've seen. A great setup. I think we're going to see some better and bigger scores from you coming up in the next rounds.
Yeah, definitely need a better score next round. But yeah, good 39 at least. Good one ball.
Oh, definitely, man. Anyways, good luck for the next one, and we'll see you at the go-kart tonight.
Nice one. Cheers, Chris.
Back to you, boys. Yeah.
Well, we've never seen, as much as Joel is sort of widely known as the most athletic water skier in the world, and I think there's a good chance that he is. We've never seen him throw it, and get the extra quarter. And I think that Joel probably would have been wise to sneak a quarter there, just to get ahead of Pigozzi and Travers, who end up going after him. That could make the difference, really. The 2 1/4. As much as we think it's going to be a 3, 2 1/4 would be a much better at least backup, even if it's not the primary score of the set of the 2 rounds. Sorry.
All right, there's skier on the water and a pretty dab hand at the go-karts himself. This is Sasha Deska. 30 meters. And, you know, based upon that opt-up through to Jonathan Travers, I mean, from here on out, we've got to keep a bit of an eye out for maybe another example of something like that happening between now and the end.
We're going to sack our spy on the dock that we're paying all the money to give us that information. He did a terrible job there. But, yeah, that was sort of a shame to miss that because, that was actually, I mean, it just showed how well John was skiing through that 10.75. Notwithstanding a slightly big 5, but I mean it was a big 5 for 11, if not for 10.75.
Yeah, the rest of the pass looked bang on.
That really bang on.
Yeah.
When you can fool someone to make a 10.75 look like an 11, which we all definitely thought it was, then it means you're skiing very well.
Even as 1 at 41 looked pretty strong too.
Yeah, solid.
Lost a little bit, maybe a little bit off the tail, but for 41, not quite finding the 2 ball he's looking for. Back to the drawing board, and we'll hopefully see him out in round number 2 tomorrow, and yeah, we'll be cheering John Travers along. We want him in the final. It's 8 men going through. Right now, Nick Parsons is the bubble score, really. Cornell is on the outside looking in, if we've got 6 skiers remaining. Top 2 is Dane Meckler and Nick Parsons, followed by Lucas Cornell. So that's the scores these remaining 6 are looking for.
And I mean, it's great.
3.
And I mean, it's great to see Nick Parsons up there. I mean, come on. I mean, it's been a while since he's been that competitive.
And something to look for these guys, that they're all going to know that if they can get a 2.5, then they're going to know what they need in the second round. They'll be in the top 8 because if they tie with Lucas, they'll go above him on countback as a result of their scores on their superior seeding on the Waterski Pro Tour list leaderboard. So, and 3 will put them definitively inside that cut line. So I think, as much as people want to get as far down as possible, it would be silly to be late and try and turn 3 and full.
All right, let's send it over to the bros.
Hey, what's up, Ski World? Out here with my bro, John Travers. Kind of great skiing out there, man. I know it's not what you wanted, but you kind of threw us all for a little curve. We all thought that was 38. It ended up being 39. You opted up, kind of what you normally do. Walk us through that.
Yeah, I just figured the next 2 rounds, if I do get to go to the final, it'll be 35 start. And I know this site pretty well, so if I can get a good gate at 41, I know I can get further down the course from the other end. So it was just what I do.
Like I said, we've seen you do that a million times before. Like I said, solid performance out there. I know you've been working hard and tired, and hopefully we get to see you in the next round.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, guys, everyone on site in the world, there's an auction going on with HO Skis and Good. So let me know, hit me up if you're interested in it, and get down and write your name on the paper.
Sign up. Back to you, boys.
Done skiing, back to business for John. He's got
Yeah,
a lot of hats
absolutely.
to put on this weekend.
Absolutely. It's just remarkable how he can pivot like that with so much going on, especially the ski auction where we have a Works 01, a Works 02, and a good Ventura on offer. Just make sure you put your name, what you're prepared to bid, and what ski you bid.
All right, as we watch Sasha coming in, this is 38 off. And he is looking like a really easy 38 off with the tailwind behind him. So
extremely easy.
He is one of those skiers that is always dangerous on the water. Doesn't attend all the events, but had some good showing so far in 2024. And seated pretty well off, maybe in 6th so far on the tour standings. No, maybe 7th.
All right, and as we look at 11.25 meters, we're pretty sure on this it's 11.25.
Yeah, if that was 10.75, then my God, he's skiing well. I think that was 11. Not impossible it's 10.75, but no, to me that looked more like an 11.
All right, there. Got a question for you, Freddie, and this comes to us from Ben Lutz.
Okay.
Ben, how hard do you find it to throw a quarter on your offside versus your onside? How do you approach the offside throw?
I mean, I try not to. I think it's very. I mean, you're suicidal basically if you're going into your offside. That's why I look at Joel, and he came into buoy 3. That's his onside. You can sort of throw it almost. It's behind you. You can roll onto your back. If you're throwing it the other way, which you might do in some instances if you're extraordinarily desperate, but you're looking for a huge crash. So, yeah, I really wouldn't recommend. I mean, don't throw it ever because you can end up getting hurt. But if you're a professional skier and you're trying to get that win or that cut to get in the final, it's much easier to do it into your onside because you can kind of, like I say, roll the ski out and then kind of not take the fall to the face. 10.75 Sasha Scanzi, you're on a really good 11. This looks like a very good start. It's good
nice.
2 over the 3, and it's a slower 3, but easy and still in it. And I mean that's as safe as it gets. Although maybe.
Hey, hello.
Yeah, I was just saying how easy a pass that was, and then slowish 3, but very very controlled, and then an uncontrolled turn 5 there. So he had to pull hard to 6. Fine, he's out the exits and he's going to come back in at 10.25. He's the 7th skier to run 10.75. It was very very good at the start, but not so beautiful quite towards the end.
All right.
We call it a safety check, don't we? Around number 5, he said, "Hey, don't do anything silly here." And sometimes you do that too much, and it puts some pressure on. So you had to pull a long way to get around number 6. It was in control pretty much the whole way through the pass. So got a little bit of a tailwind kind of blowing up now as you see that little ripple on the water. It's in his face as he goes across to 6 on your replay. Tightens up the rope and out the gates. But it's going to be pushing him a little bit faster coming into the gate, and we've heard some comments that this is the end that's a little bit trickier. And we saw hometown boy John Travers eliminate that issue by opting up to 11. He had his 41 the opposite direction. It didn't pan out for him. He only ended up with the 2. And let's see what Sasha can achieve for us.
The key boy is 3. He really must get 3 to put himself inside that cut line.
Here he comes. That's buoy number 1 broken over. Round number 2. Does he make a break on 3? Yes, he does. But nothing outside of 4, which means that puts him into a 2-way tie for second place with Nick Parsons.
I think that was pretty solid skiing. He didn't love his gate and certainly didn't love his 1, but I thought he did a really good job at 2. And 3 came in pretty straight and turned it. He was never getting to 4, but he was a lot closer than I necessarily would have thought he would have been after a bit of an average 1. You see that ski literally sort of bunny hop out of the water. And this was pretty solid, and this says to me that he's not far away from turning that 4 with a better start.
I'm surprised he made 2 actually there. It shows how early he was actually moving at number 1. Like, although his ski caught, he was moving through the backside of it, so he had some time to give, I think, when he had that little bounce, that little let up. So he still was able to make it to 2 and turn it, get the full 3, put himself into second spot, and he's going to be feeling pretty comfortable about that going into round number 2.
It's going to come down to backup score, isn't it? We're going to, I think there's not much to say. We're going to have a repeat of last year where it's going to be a piece of 4 to get in. I mean, it's not impossible with the skiers left, but I don't think it's going to happen, especially with what we've seen. That nothing sort of crazy's happened. Dane ran a score that was there or thereabouts what he did last week, and everyone else kind of in that same sort of area. As we go to Chris.
What's up, ski friends? Hanging out here with Rob Hazelwood, the digital Instagram phenomenon. How's it going, bud?
I'm doing good. Yeah, excited to be here. It's very Florida right now, very hot, but it's kind of my home side out here. I ski here a lot, so I'm excited to go have some fun.
Oh, definitely, man. I mean, dude, I'm sweating like crazy out here, but it's because the action is like so jam-packed. It's so hot. The boys are running some insane slalom. Tell us about what's your game plan out there for today?
Game plan. I'm not as brave as John going with the up tops. I'm just going to go at 32, do my set. I know this gate enough. Don't know whether that makes it any easier, but I hope to get through that 39, and fingers crossed we get a good start at 41, but who knows?
Definitely, man. Only time will tell. I hope it goes good for you. Good luck out there, bud. Passing the handle back to you, boys.
Thank you very much as we now work our way down towards our next competitor. This is a skier, a native of Virginia, specifically the city of Bumpus. It is Corey Vaughan.
And a man who's really moving up the Pro Tour rankings this year. He made a massive jump at the Oxfordshire Pro-Am, which he won 3 tournaments ago. Since then, he sort of came 9th or 10th in California, got a couple of 2s and wouldn't have been too happy with it, but then back at it with a podium spot, a 3 1/4 at 41, getting him just behind Nate and Dane last weekend at the Mastercraft Pro. So that's put him up and up and up. And he's caught up with Thomas de Gasperi, who was in second up until last week. Of course, there's been Rob Hazelwood and Colin McCormick moved up as well. But he's going to be wanting that 3rd spot, and he's maybe a guy with a bit of momentum behind him.
Yeah, currently sitting in 5th. His best ever results, maybe on the tour standings, would be he'd be right there and thereabouts in 5th. You'd say. Yeah,
I would say so. Hard to.
I mean, he's had some great results, but maybe the consistency has kind of been lacking, in years past. But he sort of seems to have found that, the last couple of years. And you need to be consistent all year long, and you need to hit all the events. And he seems to be chasing them now.
Yeah, and he's got 2 left after this one, so he'll be looking to get the 3 or more that he needs to get into the final tomorrow, and then go for a big one. And then he's got 2 more: the King of Darkness end of this month, and then the Miami Pro in about a month's time.
Scott Greenwood, the driver behind the wheel, doing a fantastic job. All of our skiers love to get out behind that fellow right there as he navigates the boat through the course, keeping it within inches of the center line for all of our competitors and providing a good feel too. It's not just keeping it straight, it's picking the skier up at the end of the turn, making sure there's no erratic movements, giving the skier the full trust that, hey, they can do what they need to do out in the water, and the driver will be right there with them.
All right, and with that, let's send it over to Sasha and Chris.
Haha, bonjour. How's it going there, buddy?
All good. I know you're really happy to interview me, so.
Oh man, I'm always happy to interview you, dude. You do such a great job. Walk us through this 41 off pass. That was a great job.
Great. I don't know. I almost fell at 1. That's what I remember. Then I pulled all the way to 2, and the driver is here to pick me. Yeah, that was limit. And then I get to 3, man. But in TIS, I try to turn. In tournament, I'm using my brain too much, man. I push, I don't want to blow the tail, and it's done.
I mean, won't do. You can't do that all the time, right? Don't think, just ski.
Yeah. One day, maybe.
All right, man. Excited to see you out there on the go-kart tonight. I know you're a force to be reckoned with out there.
In go-kart, yeah, I'm more confident than in slalom skiing, that's for sure. But who knows? Maybe the Alex is not here this year, so I think I'm safe.
Right on. Excited to see how you're going to do out there. Thanks again, bud.
Thank you.
Pass.
Sasha displaying supreme confidence that Vince Stadelbauer, second last year, will be a massive loser once again this year. Corey Vaughan, 11.25. Never looks like he's completely settled, does he, Kiwi? There's always a couple of funny little turns here and there, but then he gets these huge scores at the end, which put him right up there.
Yeah, no, all the time there. It just wasn't the best 38 we've seen all day, but not a problem for him. He just went down course a little bit, lost a little bit of rope. He always kind of carries speed, as good as anybody. Keeps him going. But no, he won't be phased by that pass at all. He'll be ready for this 39. He's riding a lot of confidence from his win earlier this season, his podium finish last year, and I fully expect him to go deep at 41 once again.
All right there, Corey Vaughan looking good, and he's obviously addressed the whole pocket deal with his shorts since last week.
Cut him out and sewed him shut, I hope. We've just seen Joel Poland on the back lake go out, and the drone's going to get Joel's tricking. He's just run 2 at 41. He's frustrated. He wants to go out and do a triple backflip 900 grabbed method, whatever it is. No, he's just doing some silly 360s.
That's show skiing, isn't it? That's like where they pass the rope over their head.
I know. It's, I don't know.
He knows the drone's up there.
It's frustrating, isn't it, to watch someone water ski with such finesse. I mean, I've never done not even a second of that.
You look good on a swivel ski.
All right, Corey Vaughan, 10.75. It's a must-run pass, and it's a solid one. It's a slightly reary, but good enough too. And he's narrow at 3. I think the spare arm came up, but he'll get through, and
he's there.
Again, out the back. But yeah,
He's there.
Not the best pass we've seen all day, but effective. And you never really thought he was going to miss it.
No,
and he seems to ski at one speed, really.
That's a good thing. I mean, he skis at one speed, he keeps his speed, and he just keeps going. If he makes an error, he's not like he shuts the ski down, it gets behind him, and he sort of gets pulled out of position. He just keeps going. And when you're carrying speed through the backside of the turn, you've got a good chance of getting across in time for the next buoy to make the turn, as long as you don't overreact. And that's what it seems to work for Corey Vaughan. Another 6 buoys in his back pocket, and his shot coming up right now at 41. He's chasing the 4 we've seen from Dane Meckler, the 3s from Nick Parson and Sasha Deskun, and he knows it's Lucas Cornell's score of 2.5 at 41. That's the one he's got to take down.
He was the guy who got in with the last score. He ran the 3 1/4 last year that put him in the final, and he was the 8th spot. Which, when he went out and did it, he probably wouldn't have realised that he was going to be so low down the order. Generally, that would put you higher. His 135 looks absolutely dialed right now. Maybe was a little reary, a little taily out of 2 and 4 on that 39, but he will need to get a big 2 here to get over to 3 and sort of cement that 3 that we think he's going to need. It's going to be an interesting one, but he is sort of that cat-like guy that can sort of make things happen.
Eyes to the water, everybody. This is Corey Vaughan's 41. It's a good one. He's going to stretch for 2. It's a big 2. Can he turn number 3 and put some pressure on it? He's got it. This is a huge score for him. He gets around number 4.
To the weight.
Huge.
He gets inside.
Huge.
He is pumped.
Huge.
And he knows he's essentially done enough to make it through to the final round of the competition with a season's best score, at least a tie of the season's best score.
Certainly the best in a pro event. He's had a number of 3s. He got a 3 and a 3 1/4, but that's where it counts. That's his best. And 1 was very, very good. And 2, I was waiting, having said that he might sort of be a little on the tail, but over to 3, and a good turn.
Put himself just at that little bit earlier at number 3 to have a shot at. Usually he's a little down course. He sort of safety turns the 3. There he said, you know what? It's the first round. I'm in a good spot. I'm going to turn it. And it got him across to 4. He's tied it up with Dane Meckler. And he is going to be one happy chappy as he comes back to the dock. Let's give him a round of applause. Always exciting out on the water. Corey Vaughan.
The only skier in this field with a signature ski.
Yeah, the only men's slalom skier since 30 years to have a signature ski. Good stuff. I mean, that's a really, really good turn there at 3. I mean, he was really patient. He didn't need to turn backwards, just squeaked around 4, and then it's a great S-turn. That's not an easy thing to do on your onside turn. And he just, that was a very efficient sort of end of 3. Just squeaked around 4 and then just inside the exits. But yeah, it's a solid 4. It's a confirmed 4 and more than solid. It's very, very good. I think that, that's looking at the skiers remaining. They're all capable. They've all done it, but it's about doing it today. And will they be able to push Dane and Corey off the tied top spot.
Yeah, what a leaderboard right there. Dane Meckler 4 at 41. Corey Vaughan tied it up 4 at 41. A pair of threes. And then down to Lucas Cornell with 2.5 at 41. And 4 skiers at remaining. Thomas de Gasperi, he's probably got a bit of a score to settle after last weekend. Uncharacteristic early exit from the second round. Missing 39, a 2.5. Just kind of checking out Joel, still tricking on the other leg. Did some pretty fancy stuff over there, but back to the slalom lake, and this is Thomas de Gasperi, 13 meters. The beauty of the Jack Travers Ski School, Sunset Lakes, 3 beautiful lakes set up, 3 jump courses. So a lot of action going on side by side as we watch Thomas de Gasperi through the exit gates, 32 off.
All right, good skiing there from Thomas de Gasperi, who comes to us from Trento in the northern part of Italy. As I mentioned, hinted upon last week, had the opportunity to go up there and see him, his mum, and the site itself, along with a bunch of their clientele there. Freddie here, who's next to me, will probably make a trip over there at some stage during the course of the next few years. But I tell you what, it's certainly worth going to see a beautiful, pristine, crystal clear lake. Natural lake right there in the foothills of the Alps in Italy.
And as I understand it, it sort of stays glass flat until the afternoon, right? So you sort of have all morning to ski, and that's often the problem with having these big lakes, is that they're susceptible to wind. But
until the paramilitary people go on the lake with their rubberized boats.
I have never been there. I've seen a lot of photos, and that's what I always was thinking. Oh, it's big. It must get windy, but seems like it just the mornings are beautiful, and
which is ideal, isn't it?
Yeah, nothing better than getting out on a big natural lake and skiing. You used to do that a lot when I was younger, and just running in the open lake is
just make sure you keep your car keys on the shoreline.
It's kind of how we grew up. That's what we love about the sport, just getting out there in the open and going. But this is Thomas de Gasperi, and this is 35 off. This lake is not open. Now, this is a small lake, but it's set up to protect it from all sorts of conditions, and it provides always the top scores of any event of the year.
So Thomas de Gasperi, who had some teething troubles at the beginning portion of the season with a new version of the ski that he's currently riding, which is the T-Gas edition, which is essentially a glorified Franken ski, with a wider tip on one side and a narrow tip on the other. But with that in mind, let's send it over to Chris.
Oh God, you got a long way to go, buddy.
Yo, what's up, guys? Here with the wild thing, Corey Vaughan, man. 3 of 41 out there. Pretty sick skiing, dude. Tell us about it.
Thanks. Actually, it was 4. I think
my bad.
You're good. We're going to see it. The 1 ball was great. I feel like maybe like Joel Poland, I kind of got over here to 2, a little more space than I expected. Tried to keep it calm. Got a little broken there. I was going to commit 3, just to enough to get to 4. I mean, it feels so good out there. There's no wonder why so many people say that Travers is their favorite site to ski. I mean, it's just everything's to a T, and that was a blast, and I'm going to try to do some more tomorrow.
Heck yeah, man. Excited. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, the scores have been getting up there pretty good, and again, I expect to see some other scores and some bigger ones from you tomorrow. Good luck, man.
Yep, going to go suck it up on the racetrack now. See you guys there.
Back to you, boys.
De Gasperi coming in now. This is 38 off. And like I said, he's got a score to settle after last weekend. He dropped a lot of places. He came into that event, I think he was sitting in second on the Waterski Pro Tour. Now he's down tied 5th. And we're going to say that Will Ash has kind of got this wrapped up already. There's a couple more events left, but he's miles out in front. But that fight for second is sort of anyone's game. We've got Nate Smith kind of sitting in second right now, but he's not at this event. And Robert Hazelwood is right in there behind him. Cole McCormick, Corey Vaughan, and Thomas de Gasperi all kind of rounding out the top 5 or 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's 35 points between second and tied 5th, and it's 50 points down to 8th, which is mad. Between 8th and 2nd, there's 50 points. So all to play for. And looking at Thomas's scores from this year, he's you say he had some teething problems, Tony, but he came 3rd at San Gervasio, came 3rd at Oxford, and he came 4th in California, 5th at Marrakesh. So he's put together pretty good showing of points. 12th at the Monaco Slalom Cup wasn't where we would want it to be, but there's certainly points that he can make up.
But all of those wins and all those high positions were at the second half of the season when he started riding on a previously older ski that he was more comfortable with, rather than the one that he started with at the early part of the season.
No, sure. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the 2 podiums he's had came, I think in tournament, that second half of Europe, which would be about the second half of the season, I guess, in totality. 10.75 though, and he's a shoo-in to run this. He always runs it, apart from in his last round. So he'll be very disappointed. He said in his interview last week that he didn't understand why he missed it. Good 1 and 2, much better 3 this time, and he's over to 4, and this is very, very good. And barring anything crazy, and there is nothing crazy, he'll run the pass, and he'll run it very, very well.
Made sure no errors on that pass whatsoever for Thomas de Gasperi.
Was there a hint of a shoulder drop at 3?
He moves around a little bit more than some of the other skiers, doesn't he? He's sort of a little bit abrupt off the second wake sometimes, sort of dives over his ski a little bit, but that's why we've come to expect that from him, haven't we, Tony? We don't sort of freak out when he's sort of
I mean, and that's why the ski's designed the way that it is.
He's got the support out in front of him, so he can do that, and he does it better than anybody else. 2-time world champion, a Masters champion, a Moomba champion.
3-time Moomba.
3-time Moomba, is it?
Yeah. Amazing. I think all of them after his 33rd birthday.
Including that classic Moomba Masters, a competition where he, in the semi-finals, he was actually involved in that king tide.
Yeah, that was that year. That was 2019?
Yeah.
Yeah. I watched that from California as I was not an entry into Australia.
Ouch. Sorry to bring that up.
That's sort of my own fault. I got the wrong visa. Anyway, 10.25, very, very important. Thomas is the king of 3. He's got 3 more than any other skier in this field. He's won world championships with 3. Let's see what he can do here. He needs really 3 to guarantee himself to be in that top 8. 2.5 would do it as well. That's a solid 1. He'll get over to 2. Will he be able to?
There's 2.
Yeah, I think he's going to stop here at 3. S-turn.
Yes, he will.
And that's very
top banana.
That's it looks frustrated because 1 was very, very good. But that does put him in a tie for 3rd place, along with Sasha Descans and Nick Parsons. Nick Parsons, who's the only guy, I think, who is younger than Thomas de Gasperi in the field. So 2 of the older guys really at the very top.
Yeah, that was the one ball to go a little further, wasn't it, Freddie?
Very, very good.
And we're calling him the king of 3 ball, but you can see he's frustrated. He's probably frustrated with being that title because he wants to be the king of 4 ball, because now 3s are not. It gets finals, but it doesn't get you on top of the podium all that often. And if you could find a little bit more confidence, I guess, to turn that 3, and start sort of mixing it up down the lake a little bit further. He hasn't really got through that pass bar 1 time, I believe, in a runoff somewhere. His season best I'm seeing is 5:41. But yeah, I think he wants a couple more out there. He knows the conditions are good enough to do it.
Yeah, and I think that 2 was the thing that killed him there. When he got to 3, he had really no chance. So that's that's a shame. It's his onside turn. He'll be disappointed in himself there. I mean, and remember, the World Championships in 2021, he tied with 3 in the final with about 352 other people. But because he had a superior backup score, he ran 4 in the preliminary round. He got the silver medal. So very capable of 4, very capable of doing it on this lake. Disappointed there not to do it, but it does. If you can get over to 4, it just gives you that sort of breathing room that you're going to make the final, and then you can really go and attack. Whereas 3, there's a lot of skiers that did not run 3 today. John Travers, Joel Poland, Pigozzi, Cornell. These are the guys that, and even Jamie Calhoun, for example, very capable in the lower half of the leaderboard right now. So if you only get 3 now, then you're going to be nervous for tomorrow that someone could come up from behind you and steal your place if you don't do a good job when you finally go out and ski.
No, the 4s can go home tonight, have a beer and relax and kind of just go, hey, you know what? I've got a free round of skiing tomorrow, because we're pretty sure 4 will will send them through to Sunday. But the threes, they got to sit back and watch the skiers. At least they'll have the seating position to kind of know what they have to achieve tomorrow. But they may have to get back out there and post another big score.
All right, and on the water right now, the current Masters men's slalom champion coming to us from Canada. This is Cole McCormick. I don't know. I wonder about that myself sometime. All right, then. With that in mind, let's check in with Chris.
What's up, guys? Hanging out with Thomas T. Gas. Dude, I saw you rocking in with a Cybertruck. That thing's a beast. And like that, you're a beast on the water. Walk us through this 41 off here.
Yeah, I couldn't get my gate this way figured out. I took it a little bit back, but still it was carrying maybe a little too much speed into one. And yeah, I went in a little bit into the back. Feels great. Like, this place is just insanely nice. And yeah, hopefully I get my head together for tomorrow, and I would like to start turning a little more often that 3-ball. But my head is in the go-karts now.
I think that everyone's head is starting to get toward that go-karting feeling, like the action's building. But same thing's happening on the water, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow and posting up an even bigger score, man.
Yeah, tomorrow will be another day. I'm happy to be here, and tomorrow we'll attack more. Thank you.
Right on, man. Good luck. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, and to your point of a second ago, Kiwi, Will Asher 2 years ago went out in the first round, ran 2:43 European record, the best score. I think we haven't seen another 2 since. And then he just took the next round off. He just said, you know what, I'm going to save myself for the final. And then he went and won the final. So, go get a big score in the first round, take a break. That's what Cole will be wanting to do. That's what Dane and Corey can kind of think about. I think they probably will ski the next round, but they've probably put their place in the final definitively.
Yeah, and as Cole rounds number 6 at 12 meters, some good scores. I have a feeling though, while it's maybe in a single event, a single day event, when you've got to ski 2 rounds and the final, skipping that second round is probably an option. But with this event being spread out over 3 days, I'd say most of the skiers will have we'll ski that second round because it's not like it's too taxing on the body.
We got the final tomorrow, no? I could be wrong.
I believe it's on Sunday. Yeah.
Oh, it's 1 round every day. Okay. What do I know?
You are wrong, Freddie. Yeah, 1 round every day. So yeah, allowing these skiers a little bit of time. Some of the events, like I said, some of the events, the single day events, they're just going to ski 2 rounds, plus say a head-to-head too, in the final. So getting on the water sort of 3-4 times a day is extremely taxing. And I have seen guys that they'll ski well in the first round, and then they will ski the second round, but they just go out and take a couple passes, come on home.
Yeah, we've seen Jamie and Will do that a number of times, like an up and back, just kind of feel it out. Will did it earlier this year at the Swiss Pro.
That's right.
Ran 4 in the first round, I think he do 35, 38 up and back, and then came in, and then in the final went out last off the dock, 4 at 41, take the win.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Yep.
All right, so coming in on pass number 3, 11.25 meters. This is Cole McCormick.
Cole on his home lake. There's a lot of skiers that ski out here, but Cole he's bought a property somewhere nearby and skis here a lot. So as much as John Travers can definitively call it his home lake, so can Jamie Bull, Rob Hazelwood, Cole McCormick. There's probably a handful more. Will Asher skis out here a lot. So a lot of people very familiar with the water.
Louis Dupont.
They have as a result, they have very, very good place to train, and also a lot of familiarity with what's going on here.
All right, so we're looking at this pass back there from Cole McCormick, just absolutely slaying 11.25 meters. We've got essentially 2 competitors left to go. We'll have Rob Hazelwood, and then we'll have the Waterski Pro Tour leader. That is Will Asher. And I mean, just in complete control behind that all red Correct Craft Nautique towboat. And glad to have my compadres here. We've got Kyle Kiwi Eade, and we've got Freddie Winter. glad to have them both here, helping me out and helping us out with the support, sponsorship support. We got Syndicate, Good, Mike and Kerry Morgan, Michael DeMello, Sunset Lake Ski Club, along with Edge Bindings and the Waters wetsuits.
All right, let's watch Cole McCormick come back in. This is 39 off. I'm kind of trying to think of a word to describe Cole's skiing, and I think he's a grinder. He's just kind of worked. He's got a solid work ethic. He gets out there every day. He didn't, like it wasn't a meteoric rise through the junior ranks, but he's kept fighting, and he's just made a slow, gradual climb, and now he is winning Masters titles and being on tops of podiums. So this guy is, take a leaf out of his book. He really kind of puts the time in.
It's a very easy pass.
We've seen a lot of those today, a lot of easy 39s. We've seen 2 scores at 4 at 41. Let's watch the replay. Cole McCormick always turning his onside really tight. Keeps things together as he approaches his offside. So occasionally jumps off a little early, and I know he's in for a big score when he's got line control off the edge change and making his reach on his 2-4, and he looks like he's done it exceptionally well. Through 10.75. A little bit of a delay pull out to number 6. And conditions, guys, absolutely beautiful here at Sunset Lakes. We're a little bit worried about the weather. Earlier on in the week, there was some sort of weird weather forecast, but it's settled down. No rain in sight, and just a light breeze keeping the lake very still. For all of our competitors, forecast for the next couple of days looks okay too. So here it is, the 41 off pass. It's a big one. He's got on the tail. It's a little bit slower across the 2, and that's all she wrote for Cole McCormick, tying it up with his good buddy John Travers. He's down the list a little bit.
And that puts Lucas Cornell inside of that cut line, that 2.5.
It's changed things up a lot. Yep, there's 4 skiers. Pagozzi, Joel Poland, John Travers, now Cole McCormick, all tied in 7th spot. Cornell holding on to that 6th spot with the 2.5. So letting slip there a little bit. Really just went to crank number 1 and just kind of sat on the tail and got.
Do you see? Did you think the rope went underneath his ski there? I thought it might have just popped him up last second.
I missed that. It just looked like he was a long way off the back of the ski trying to hold on to it, and kind of lost direction across to number 2. Let's watch again. This angle from the boat's great. This camera is actually up on a pole above the bimini top, nice and high. Yeah, you may be right. It might have grabbed a little bit there. Never a comfortable feeling when that rope sits underneath the tip of the ski. You know it's going to ping back at some stage. If it did there a little bit, he was able to regain his composure, still make it across to 2, but he's one of those guys that's going to sleep unsettled tonight.
All right, then, with that and getting ready for Robert Hazelwood, we've got Chris Travers.
What's up, ski friends? Hanging out here with my good buddy Will I Am. How you doing today, pal?
Could it be any better?
It will be when we see you out there on the water.
Yeah, I hope so, yeah. It's always good when people start putting up scores. It's like, all right, well, that's great.
Exactly, man. It just kind of fuels the fire, Someone puts up a score, and then the next guy ups it a little bit, and you're like, holy cow! Like it's getting daunting, but at the same time, I think you're like, I can take that down, right?
Yeah, it just changes the whole energy of the event. It can start to feel a little bit like, oh, who's going to be the first guy to break through? And then, Dane went out there, Corey went out there, and obviously stuff's good.
Actually, yeah, conditions looking primo right now. Like hardly any wind out there. Greenie out there on the boat behind that Nautique, looking solid. I expect big things from you this afternoon.
Yeah, my list of excuses is getting smaller and smaller. So, thank you.
Good luck out there. Back to you, boys.
Oh, good to hear from Will Asher. He does realize he is the next skier on the water, doesn't he?
Will I Am Asher.
Will I Am Asher. Yeah, so Robert Hazelwood about to hit the water, and Will's going to be next, so he better get his gloves on and get ready. He's pretty casual on the dock, isn't he?
Very casual.
Yeah. He's been here and done that a number of times, so I guess he's got the experience and got it figured out.
He's a guy that comes down to the dock pretty late. I know that he doesn't, whenever I'm after him, he doesn't love that I get down there quite early and sort of pace around nervously. He sort of had a word with me a few times, hey, get out of my space. So, which I try and do.
It's usually the guys that have been around and done it before. I remember jumping with Scott Ellis. He was one of those guys. He had to tape up his ankle, get ready, and I was usually a little bit after him sometimes, and he's off talking to people, and I'm like, does he know he's next? But he'd always make the dock and always make his turn and usually jump pretty damn good. So just was stressful for the skiers after him.
Yeah, you got to pick your name early on the list, right? You go, that's when I'm getting ready. I'm not waiting for the person who's just before me because I might be waiting, because that can also be, I know there's other people I ski against who they purposefully try to look really relaxed on the dock and have a lie down or whatever. And I just don't believe that's really how they are internally. But there you go. So. You could also say that Will's just very confident in Rob's abilities. Rob's going to go and run a big score, go away from the dock 3 times, not just 2, run the 39, and that'll give him the time he needs. And then, like you say, he's done it. He's been there, done that. His cousin Rob, right before him, quite a funny little spot. Rob taking that third spot in the Waterski Pro Tour leaderboard last week, but now with Nate Smith not here. Then they are back-to-back off the dock. The last 2, both English, not just English, but both from the same extended family, cousins.
Well, obviously, Rob Hazelwood and the competitors here are going to get a little bit of a foot up on Nate Smith, who is not present. I'd love to know his attention for the rest of the season, if he's going to show up, King of Darkness and the Miami Pro event, and whether he's going to feature there to try and defend that second spot.
All right, and with that, let's check in one more time with Chris.
Hey, what's up, ski friends? Hanging out with Cool McCormick here. Hey, man, I know that's not the score you're looking for out there. What happened? Walk us through that.
No, I actually felt all right. The 39 felt pretty good. Maybe like a couple bobbles, but it felt pretty good for the most part. I think I just kind of committed for my gate a little late there, so I didn't get the swing I needed into 1, and then I was really heavy at 1 and just praying that I can hang on to it and not get a half, because that would have been bad. But, 2's also pretty bad, so I don't know.
Yeah, a little bit of paltry performance out there from you. I know it's not what we're used to seeing out there, but hey, possibly got another round, and we got some go-kart tonight, so they'll put a little pep back in your step, possibly have a little fun.
Yeah, hopefully the go-kart will get my hand-eye coordination up for tomorrow, and we'll add, at least 4 more buoys. We got at least that in the tank, right?
Oh, definitely. Expect to see good things. Thanks again. Back to you, boys.
Cole planning 4 more buoys and then drop the mic, not even try 43.
All right, here we go, folks. This now is Rob Hazelwood, who's enjoyed some success during the summer this year for the first time.
2 pro wins.
Yep, 2 pro wins.
The first of those sort of breakthrough guys at Lake 38. He, in a very painful memory, he beat me in a runoff for the win, and Cole actually, and then subsequently beat Will the next skier at the Waterski Pro-Am in Spain. In sort of strange circumstances that was. There was Will went down around 1 at 38, which was the first pass in the head-to-head, and everyone was a bit confused as to what went on. And then Rob went out, and I can't remember if he ran the pass or not, but then he sort of was strange atmosphere when he won. But anyway, they all count, and he'll be very happy. He's a 2-time pro event champion, and there's all chances of him doing a 3rd win of the season on Sunday, as I now understand, which would tie Will's number of events for the year, which would be a tie for first.
Okay, so let's have a look at the tail of the tape for Rob Hazelwood. First at Lake 38 Pro, 2nd at Swiss Pro Slalom, 4th at the Pro Tournament held just this past weekend in Polk City, then 6th at the Monaco.
You mean the Mastercraft Pro?
Yeah.
We're allowed to say it, Tony.
Are we?
Yes.
Okay, Mastercraft Pro then. 4th for the Mastercraft Pro. 6th.
I think when a tournament is put on and there's a sponsorship, we're allowed to probably say those words.
It's called. All right. 6th at Monaco, 8th at Oxford, 9th at Carmel Marrakesh Pro.
He's had some big placements.
Always there.
This is the pass, though. This is 39 off. We commented last week, and he was dealing with a little bit of an injury. He said it wasn't too bad. He wasn't really excited about the way he skied, but he did place extremely high.
Slow at
Got
3,
a
really
fourth.
slow.
This is down
Big
course.
four.
Whoa, hello.
Put him back on time, and
Get after
he's
it.
got round
Get after it.
Wow.
Whew.
Needed
that was
four.
scary.
He looked a bit unsettled last week. You got to say, he didn't look himself last weekend.
He came fourth last weekend.
He did, but he didn't look like he was sort of as in touch as he usually does. But and he even self-admittedly, he said, I didn't ski that great. I placed well. I didn't ski that great.
Which is never too bad of a thing.
Yeah,
I've always quite liked
sure.
that when I've skied badly and done quite well.
Yep. But that wasn't the comfortable pass he was looking for.
Good one.
The start was all right. It was the full ball that put him. She said he was slow out at number 3, I believe.
3, yeah, just very slow here, I thought.
And went for a massive number 4. Got it. Held on to it. A bit of a roll of the dice, I think. Boom. There we go. He's not one to be shy and putting a hurting on the pole too, isn't he? He's right up there when we put the yeah, so putting a hurting on the toe pylon and getting through 39 off. It's his shot now. It's 41. We've got a ton of scores at 41 all on your screen there. I think the top 10 are all over 2 at 41 or more.
Season's best of 3, but he's run it a ton of times, and that's brought him wins this year. So let's see, he needs that 3. 2.5 would put him inside the top 8, but he's going to want the full 3 or more to give him a real good shout. 2.5 I don't think is going to be enough tomorrow. It will be a solid backup, but let's get it done first time, Rob.
Here we go.
Let's see what he's going to do. 10.25.
10.25. There's
not the
one.
best one
Nope.
at all, and he's very disappointed. And that again, that puts in a tie for 8th. Assuming Will goes on and beats 3 or whatever it is, that'll put a tie of 2 with all the 2s in there. So it could at this point be.
Let's watch this gate though, because he jumped inside really hard here. I thought he just made that reach inside and just a little too much. Ski stopped on him, and it's unfortunate. He did that a little bit maybe in the last couple of years when he was getting ones a lot last year. He seems like he's figured it out, but not today, unfortunately.
No, this is brutal. Yeah, I mean, huge tail smear, over smear, like in that, just way too much. He moved to the tail to stop the thing from overturning, but from that point he was basically going straight down the lake. Very disappointing for Rob, an extremely capable skier. That's put him way on the outside of things. Don't have the list right here, but I think he probably put him around 11th or 12th.
Early out in round 2 and not really sure what he's going to have to do. He's going to have to just go as hard as he can.
Yeah,
well, there's the top 10, and he's not featured there, so he's at least 11th or further down.
Top 10 with 1 to go. Yeah. So yeah, I think we can all probably count on Will Asher, who has just walked down to the dock, as we were saying earlier, to go and run more than 2 boys, to put him in that at least top 6. And I'm going to say very, very close to first, if not outright.
All right, so our final skier in this first round of the Pro Men's Slalom competition is the current leader of the Waterski Pro Tour standings, former World Slalom Champion. Former and two-time World Slalom Champion.
European Slalom record holder.
Yes, indeed. And
I think he got a little quiet here. I think we should get a little bit of excitement going for Will
I
Asher,
think so as well.
Final skier in the Open Men preliminary round. He set this place alight 2 years ago, was it, when he ran 41 and ran 2 at 43. Not many guys have seen the number 2 ball at 43 off, and this guy is one of them. He's the leader on the Pro Tour standings list. He is coming out at 32, so this is kind of a bit of a walk in the park for him, but let's sit back and watch some textbook slalom skiing from the veteran. This is Will Asher.
The shoulder there at 3 is kind of interesting.
Shoulder on 3.
But I think we saw him talk after the first round at the Mastercraft Pro last week, in which he took the lead pretty convincingly with 4, which would be the tie of the lead today. We saw him talk about how he only really got into his rhythm at 41, which is really the right time to do it. He's a guy that you can just tell. I mean, he's so analytical in really anything he does. He's the master of his ski and his fin and technique. He's a very technical person. So you can see him out. You can really see him at the end of the lake analysing what he's just done and what he's trying to do next. So yeah, he'll be figuring things out as he goes and building up to a very big score at 41, I'm sure.
I think that's a direct sort of a correlation to his involvement with the great Andy Mapple. You know, he was the famous tinkerer. He was always very analytical about his gear. He went through everything, and obviously Will's had a lot to do with Andy during his career as well.
Yeah, and that's what I always say. I look at Will as someone that he's fairly unique in that there's people that are into their equipment, but I don't think there's anyone that's that into their equipment. And that can be, I've talked to him before about it, and he said himself that it can be a blessing, but it also can be a curse when you sort of look almost too closely at things. You can't see the big picture. So, but certainly someone that I would say knows more about water skis than anyone else that's skied today, how to make them better, and he's in a lot of ways the full package. He's got the absolute best all-round understanding of water skiing from technique to skis below his feet. It was a strange little almost jump off the second wake into 5. But again, he'll be figuring that out as he goes.
Well, he's got the technical knowledge. He is getting long in the tooth, as they say, but physical ability, fitness is unreal.
Yeah, I mean, and he's also a very fit man himself, but I mean, I can't believe that he's as fit now as when he was 25, right? So what he's lost a little bit there potentially, he's making up with his technique and with his understanding on the ski, and he's really been. If you look at the last 5-6 years, he's had his best seasons ever. He's won other stuff in the past, but I don't believe that the competition was maybe quite as at the same pointy level that it is now, where one small screw up can put you 10 places down the list. So I think Will, he's been on fire this year. His 2022 was just incredible, where he ran 41 all those times. He won a ton of tournaments. He looked great doing it. He was always on the podium. No, there's no one really, honestly, I respect in terms of their water skiing more than Will Asher. I think that he's been there, done that. He's still hungry. That ability to even continue trying at this age. I mean, he's so good. He's got absolutely nothing to prove, but he wants to keep going, and he's showing us all how to get into your 40s and still be the very best in a sport, which just doesn't happen.
And there you go, a great looking pass at 11.25 meters, just underscoring what you've just said there, Freddie. Just absolutely meticulous with his equipment, and just having almost a symbiotic relationship between his mind, his body, his feet, and ultimately the ski that makes contact with the water, especially here. Just look at that turn. It's offside. Wonderful. And then he comes back onto his onside again and just lets the ski just whip round and just continues on its merry way. Getting ready for 10.75 meters. Ultimately, if he can get more than 4 and 10.25 meters, then that will pretty much set him up for an appearance in the final round.
I'm going to say piece of 4 will do it. Piece of 4 will do it. 4 will guarantee it. Yeah, let's see what he does. He's got to run this pass. I mean, if we look at actually the top of this leaderboard, Dane Meckler's got to be around, 27, 28, around there. And then Corey Vaughan, I think, turned 39 this week. Nick Parsons is 42, he told us. Sasha Scuns is 32. Thomas de Gaspery's 43. Then, of course, in 6th there, Lucas Cornell, about 18. So a lot of guys in their sort of advanced years at the top of this leaderboard. But let's see what Will Asher can do. He's got a good one, as we often see him do. His 10.75 is often the best run of the day. It's a good 3. It's going to be a big 4. Good pull towards 5, and that's as easy as can be. And that, I would say, is the best of the day. What would you say, Kiwi?
Yeah, it's close, isn't it? I mean, it was a great 39. I've seen quite a few good ones today. We've been a bit blasé about the running 39 today. We've seen so many that it's like, oh, okay, just another 10.75 pass. But it's such a difficult pass.
I think Vaughan might actually have the edge.
Who?
Yeah, Corey. In running 39.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'm with you there.
I'm not going to agree on that.
Corey had maybe the best 1 and 2 at 41.
Yeah.
Well, Dane as well, but no, I'd say I think Pagosi's was very good, going back a long way.
Yeah.
I think
I liked Lucas's. I know it was strong. I think it was maybe a little bit aggressive, but it was early. It was tight lined and early all the way through. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, really.
And Joel's. I know I was disagreeing with that it was the best
Joel's
one of the day at that time, but I think of the 4, if we had to pick him, I would go Pagosi, Lucas, Joel, and Will.
No points, unfortunately, for the best looking 39 in this competition. It's what you can do at this pass. The 39 is...
It's almost a given.
It has to be a formality. It has to be just, tick that box. And then let's get down and dirty with the 41 off pass. It's 10.25. Can he be? It's only been run twice this year. I can't believe that stat. I heard that last weekend.
One of them was in Africa.
Yeah, it's only been run once by this guy or maybe once by Nate Smith over in California. Can we see the third one for this season? It's not the one that's going to do it. He's in all sorts of trouble. He's not going to salvage that. And, geez, what a mistake. Our last two skiers,
unusual.
the top two on the top 2 seeds, he's thrown his arm around a little bit. We saw Rob Hazelwood have a shocker of a 1 ball, come up with 1. Will managed to get himself across to 2, but it was not what he's looking for. And he maybe hints of that fall at 1 last weekend. He was top seed going into the final, and he fell round 1. He needed a big score to chase Dane Meckler, and he fell round 1. And maybe it got in the back of his head there as he tried to come around 1 here in round number 1. But another skier that we thought would get a long way down it, but no such luck for Will Asher. And that completes our event. Dane Meckler, the guy who won last weekend, is on top in weekend number 2.
Well, 2 things I'll say about this, what we've just seen here, is Will did phenomenally well to get the 2 because he's going to need, he'll probably want to go and run 3 or more, and that'll be a backup. If he'd have had 1, he'd have been in pretty bad shape. But 2, looking at tournaments earlier this year, in Morocco, Will ran 2 in the first round. He did 2.5 in the second round, and in the final he ran it to win the tournament. At Monaco, he ran 1 or 2 in the first round. He ran 1.5 in the second round, and then he went and ran a full 6 in the final, no continuation, to win it. So we've seen Will earlier this year coming, let's say from behind, when he hasn't had the best tournament going and getting huge scores in the final, he's been fired up. So as much as he's going to have to make the final, I think he will.
We're not counting him out at all, are we? There's the leaderboard. Nick Parsons, look at him. He's still sitting in third. He was one of the earliest skiers out. Dane Meckler, of course, and Corey Vaughan tying up the lead with 4 at 41. Sasha right there, 3 at 41, along with Thomas de Gasperi, the veteran, getting some vengeance or some redemption from last weekend. Lucas Cornell, the young guy, the 19-year-old from Australia, 2.5 at 41. And then the big tie, Robert Pagosi, Joel Poland, John Travers, Cole McCormick, Will Asher. It's a 5-way tie there, is it? Yeah, for 7th spot. And
two spots.
Rob Hazelwood with 1 at 41, running out our 12th position.
And so far as the Waterski Pro Tour is concerned, no one has the outright lead at this stage, which means the 2 bonus points are won't be doled out to either of those 2 competitors after this first round.
Yeah, and I mean, and Dane, who doesn't really have any points, right, besides what he won last week, which was a full house, best score, and all the points for the win. He's looking good. He can. Yeah, he'll need to go and he'll have a really good spot in the final to look at. Where he needs to be. I don't think there's going to be many people who beat 4, and he can be really moving up that leaderboard. And he'll want that 4.5 or more, 4.25 or more to get the full the full house again.
And someone who could someone who could potentially move up quite a bit is Corey Vaughan, who's currently in what is it, 6th spot
5th,
right
I think.
now.
Tied 5th.
Yeah.
Current in the
tied up around
Waterski
there.
Pro Tour standings right now. I mean, he could go up as high as 185 points and take second away from Nate Smith at this point if he ends up being the winner.
Well, so this event's worth 60 points for first place, right?
60 points for first place in the men.
And then the next few events, the King of Darkness, Miami Pro, are they both just
I
as
think
high?
King of Darkness is 60, and I think actually that the Miami Pro is 80.
Wow. So a lot of points still to be gained in the tour standings. So, a guy like Dane who's found some form, got back from injury, if he has some big placements, could leapfrog, if he's on the podiums, he could leapfrog well into the
the top few.
All right, then let's check in one more time with Chris Travers.
What's up, guys? Back here with Will Asher. Hey, man, I know that's not the performance you were looking for out there. Obviously, you know your home side here. You know what it feels like out there. Just walk us through that. What happened? That's definitely not typical of your usual performance.
Yeah, I don't know. It's something creeped into my skiing the last probably week and a half, and it's just on my gates, and I'm just lost the whole time. I got no line, and then I got no line. I got nothing out to one, and that's basically what happened there. I mean, I felt the conditions felt, the best or as good as they always feel, so that's never an issue. Yeah, just didn't do what I wanted to do.
Yeah, just one of those things. Like, it happens sometimes, right? Even the best, kind of mess up, getting their own head a little bit. So hopefully you can put that out of your mind, get ready for the next round, and again, hopefully enjoy have some fun tonight, let loose a little bit, and be ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun. Really, this event's about having fun, skiing well, and just kind of hanging out with people. So, I'll do better next time.
Right on, man. Good times, good vibes. Back to you, boys.
Why, thank you very much, and certainly appreciate you, and appreciate Kyle Eade and Freddie Winter for their input here with the announcing for the pro event in both women's and men's slalom. Okay, our next event is the remaining amateur skiing for the day, which will take us all the way through to the end of the day's proceedings, and then we go out to the go-kart place for the go-karting portion of this event. But until we start off the second portion of the amateur event, we're going to take a bit of a break. You are watching continuing action here at the 2024 Travers Grand Prix, coming to you live from Sunset Lakes, just outside Groveland in Central Florida in Lake County. And we'll be back right after this.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
Hello everyone, my name is Danilo Filchenko and I am the Under-21 World Trick Champion. The Edge Trick binding brings me a lot of support and control over my ski due to the 3D printed plate. I'm very excited for upcoming 2021 season as Worlds are taking place, and I'm confident that with the right gear, it will help me achieve my goals.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
All right, getting ready for the second portion of our amateur slalom action for today. We see Scott Ellis at the helm of that towboat, and we'll see who is in the passenger seat. I believe that's actually Rob Hazelwood. Yes, indeed it is. So he's going to chill there for a while. And we've got about 16 or so skiers getting ready to go. We've got Hugh Duffy will be our lead-off skier in this section of the amateur competition, followed by John Millian. Then we've got Scott Greenwood, Dar Schmidt, Ed Wakefield, then Mike Morgan, Vince Stadelbauer, Deborah Gragdig, Sophia Costelli, Brent Brandar, Zachary Tarum, Robert Cresswell, Brian Decker, Ryan Lloyd, Jonathan Murray, David Skirvin, and finally Scott Boehner. $55K, 14.25 meters. Hugh Duffy. I believe he's in men's 5, if I'm reading that graphic correctly. Looking good on the opener. Coming back on 13 meters for the next run is going to be Hugh Duffy. All right, getting ready on the dock and complete with a helmet on is John Millian. For those of you that have just watched the pro competition, thank you very much for doing so, and keep your support going on for at least another 16 or so competitors. This is Hugh Duffy, men's 5, 55K, 13 meters. In good shape there. And in fine form once again. There you go, Hugh Duffy getting through 13 meters. So just looking once again on the that 13-meter run, and seems to have that one dialed in well under his feet. That is Hugh Duffy, the first of of 16 skiers in this section of the amateur competition. This is round one. There's one round of competition for our amateurs, and one round, another round tomorrow for our pros at the very least, before we aim our attention to the pro finals, which will take place on Sunday. There's number one. This is 12 meters. Oh, keeping some good water speed up here, and still able to stay upright on 12 meters. Hugh Duffy looking in good shape for the majority of this run, sneaking that ski round number 6 and doing a grand job there. Excellent skiing there for Hugh Duffy. Skiing very squatted over his ski, which probably helped him so far as control is concerned. So there we go, getting settled into 11.25 meters now for Hugh Duffy, our lead-off skier in the second part of our amateur round of skiing for round one. Boat speed accelerating up to 55 kilometers now. The line length 11.25 meters. There's one. There's two. This is infinitely more difficult here. There's number 3. Gets to the wake. He gets a score of 3 at 11.25 meters. And what a score to open up with in this amateur section of the competition. That is Hugh Duffy. And that is a score of 3 buoys at 11.25 meters, or 3 at 38 off at 34 miles an hour. All right, with Hugh Duffy done, we'll now move on to our next competitor, John Millen. So John Millen. So 32 miles now, 28 off, or 52, 14.25 meters for John Millen. Now, John, if my memory serves me right, I believe he's comes to us in New York. From the upstate of New York. Come on, keep going. Oh, and collapsing there, and we'll get a score of 5.5 for that effort there. A little unfortunate at 32 miles an hour at 28 off. All right there, so John Millen not able to ascertain what is His speed or line length shortening is absolutely confirmed. We initially got 32 at 28 off, and for what he scored, we'll go along with that. 5.5 buoys confirmed on the opening pass. So we now go on to our next competitor, who comes to us out of Little Rock in Arkansas. It is going to be Scott Greenwood. Okay, looks like the skier about to take to the water is Dar Schmid, and he's approaching the course at 55 kilometers an hour, 16 meters, or 34 miles an hour, 22 off for his opener. Dar Schmid. There you go. Seems to have a real easy time with that one. Getting around all 6 there. So skier number 4 on the water, Dar Schmid. At 16 meters, 55k. Nice backsided turn there, nice and wide, and already on his way back and towards the wakes, even while he's halfway through the number 1 turn. That is essentially what backsiding is all about. Carving up a wide enough path and starting the turn and kind of finishing the tail end of the turn when you're essentially level with the buoy. Giving yourself the earliest possible track to stay in rhythm for the next one. Okay, looks like we have Ed Wakefield at the end of the starting dock. All right, here we go. This is Dar Schmid. 14.25 meters. Men's 5. Keeping a good solid head on his shoulders. And absolutely on fire there. There we go. That is Dar Schmid. He opened up with 16. He returns on 14. He runs them both. And just a reminder once again to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. 3 reasons why you should. First off, you'll be able to participate in the live chat, which is going on right now on the right-hand side of the YouTube player. Secondly, if you hit the bell icon, you'll be instantly informed as to the next time we go live. Our next live tournament will be the King of Darkness, which will take place live from Winter Garden on Halloween weekend, right over there at the Isles of Lake Hancock. And the third reason why you should involve yourself with the TWBC YouTube channel is that it gives you instant notifications as to the latest post on the TWBC podcast. The latest podcast episode involves an interview conducted last night with Freddie Winter as he shares the future ahead for him after rehabbing from his horrific crash that could have proved fatal over at Monaco earlier on this season. You can find out all about that by going to the TWBC podcast. We see Zard as we see Dar Schmid get through that pass. He went through 16 and 14. That is 30 meters. Dar Schmid. Also, other podcast episodes that have recently been released have been the interview that I had with Lucas Cornell. Lucas Cornell, who's currently in 6th place after round 1 in the men's slalom competition in this Travers Grand Prix. And find out a little bit about him. And also a recently published podcast was from an interview taken some time ago, right after Jonathan Travers' victory at the San Gervasio Pro-Am competition, and just before he skied in the Oxfordshire Pro-Am. A lot to listen to, a lot to uncover, and a little bit of controversy, as a matter of fact, especially in the Jonathan Travers podcast episode. So take some time out on your trip back home or on your way to the go-karting this evening and listen up to the TWBC podcast, which you can find on the YouTube Music app or on the YouTube channel. TWBC YouTube channel. Here we go, Dar Schmid. It's just 12 meters. He's still there, you know, he's still got the ski ahead. Look at him go, he's round number 3. Oh my word, look, he's still there. Keeping it going, Dar Schmid, get after it. Started in at 22 off and all the way to 35 off, yes. Wonderful skiing, on to pass number 5, coming up next for Dar Schmid. Our top score at the moment in this section of the competition in the amateurs is 3 at 11.25 meters. That was at 55 kilometers an hour. That is from Hugh Duffy. So continuing on, Dar Schmid. Getting ready, 11.25 meters. I kind of wonder what his best score is, but we'll leave that to one side for the moment to just revel in this attempt here at 11.25 meters. This is Dar Schmid. There's number 1. Barrels into number 2, gets round number 2, doesn't bother taking the slack up or even S-turning to take it up. I'm not too sure whether that's going to be 1 or 2, but we'll get a clearer picture of that with a more forensic look on his effort as he gets round buoy number 1 with the instant replay at 11.25 meters. Get in. Oh, that is going to be close. For my money, I would say that's 1, but maybe the judges have a different perspective on it. 1 is confirmed. 1 is confirmed. So 1 buoy, 11.25 meters. He essentially clouted that buoy full force, totally displaced it, and scoring 1 as a result. But tell you what, it's a good performance. Having started at 22 off and getting to 35, that is no mean feat. So, coming up next, it is going to be Ed Wakefield. So getting ready for 22 off or 60 meters on the opening pass. The question is, what's the speed? Okay, so 55K, 60 meters or 34 miles an hour, 22 off for Ed Wakefield. Looking good. Don't see too much wrong with that. And as he gets through all 6 buoys on the opening pass of 16 meters. And as we go through the list, let me remind you that there are some skiers that have deferred their appearances from earlier on this morning into this afternoon, namely Roberto Linares, who should be skiing within about the next few competitors. I'll keep you informed when he does, and also letting you know that Scott Greenwood is our next competitor to go. So we had to switch around a few things. Scott Greenwood, one of our officials, and boat driving in the open men's competition. So he needs adequate recuperation time. All right, coming in, 28 off or 14.25 meters. It is Ed Wakefield. Nicely done. So as we continue on, we've got some messages coming through from a good few people, Corey Vaughan actually being one of them. Thanks a lot for that message. A few of the usual suspects have commented as well on the live chat. You can be a part of the live chat by subscribing to the TWBC YouTube channel. Please do so. Also, Kirby Wetzel, our good friend there in the southern region, saying that he's sticking around to watch Scott Greenwood slalom. And also 1 or 2 people out there are curious to know when Mike Morgan will slalom. Well, he'll be slaloming not too soon, not too soon from now, a little ways from now. So just slow your roll, and if he skis, he'll ski. So, for those of you that are just joining me here, welcome to the Travers Grand Prix for 2024. For those of you that are wanting to see some pro skiing, you'd have to scroll back a little bit to see the women's and men's slalom in round number 1. You can do that right now if you want to, or continue to watch live and see Ed Wakefield attempt 13 meters. He's gotten through 16 and 14. This is now 13 meters. Scraping up this pass. A little bit late round number 6 but a good pass for all intents and purposes. That is Ed Wakefield. So there, dockside, two legends of the sport. We see Dr. Mike Morgan on the left-hand side of your screen right there. And right there in the center there is a legendary boat driver there, Scott Greenwood. Say hi to your fans out there, especially Kirby Wetzel, who is staying up. It's well past his bedtime, and he's staying up to watch Scott Greenwood slalom. But we'll have to wait until we get done with Ed Wakefield on 12 meters or maybe a little bit beyond. But I tell you what, good start, and he's keeping the water speed up. This is number 4 on 12 meters. Look at him go. Come on, Ed, come on. Oh, and he almost ends up in the office off of buoy number 5. If he'd hung that one any longer, he would have ended up in Scott Greenwood's lap. But for his sake, for his safety, he jettisoned and scored 5 buoys on 12 meters, which isn't a bad score having started at 16 meters, so well done to him. Still got another round tomorrow and one more on Sunday. Yep, he knows. He knows. He was so close, wasn't he? So, that is Ed Wakefield. Next to ski is Scott Greenwood. It looks like Kirby Wetzel has taken the bait a little bit here. He says, I don't stay up late these days, but I think I can stay up late to ski Greenie and Dr. Mike ski, which is always nice. You know, your superstars in the sport aren't necessarily the ones that ski professionally. You get the likes of Dr. Mike Morgan, who's coming up next, and before him, Scott Greenwood for your entertainment. Here we go, 14.25 meters. Good effort there on number 1, 14. Ooh. A little bit grabby there off number 4 into 5, but gets that pass to go. Bringing the handle in a little bit high, I would say, through the entrance gate. Kind of rocked, put the weight on the back of his ski and made that turn a little bit longer than he would have anticipated for. Wind speed currently gusting between 11 and 12 kilometers, between 9 and 12 kilometers an hour, which is about 7 or 8 miles an hour, give or take. And there we go, Scott Greenwood through 14.25 meters. All right then, folks. Let's get ready. We have got Scott Greenwood on his return pass at 13 meters. Like what he's done so far with 14. Now this is 13. Here he is. Scott Greenwood, out of Little Rock, Arkansas. Skis over at the Bullneck facility, which itself hosts record capability events such as this. Although it is a singular lake site, it certainly hosts competitions in pristine conditions right there just outside the little town of Scott in Arkansas, which itself is a little ways outside Little Rock. And not too long ago in one of their record capability tournaments in the summer, Hannah Streltsova almost had the world women's overall record in her grasp. It's certainly one of the hardest things to do in tournament water skiing, to be able to score sufficiently high in each of the 3 events to constitute a better score in terms of setting the world overall record, whether it be in men's or women's competition, as we see a few of our folks there looking at the screen, looking at the cells, looking at the screen. There you go. A little bit late to the dance there, Joel. All right, here we go. 55K. The boat remains the same speed. He's gone through 14 and 13. This is now 12. Top score right now in this section of the competition is 3 at 11.25 meters. This is 12. Getting it done. That is Scott Greenwood. All right. The effort, the determination, the skill, all packaged in to enable him to run through 12 meters. That is Scott Greenwood. All right. Scott Greenwood hiding behind the bushes there somewhere. He's not behind the wheel of this boat. Scott Ellis is. Let's see what Scott Greenwood can do on 11.25 meters. Here we go, folks. Scott Greenwood, 11.25 meters, needs a start here. Entrant, number 1, gets the start that he needs. He's ahead on buoy number 2. Oh my word, he absolutely collapses. Collapsing like a cheap tent coming off buoy number 2 into number 3. But he gets the score of 2. And that will put him marginally behind the leader, who is Hugh Duffy, on 3. Oh, it takes the hit. Now, whether that's going to be 1.5 or 2 is another matter. It's going to all come down to another look like this one that will determine whether he got far enough behind the boat before releasing the handle in skiing position. It is confirmed as 2. Takes the hit. There you go. That's proof positive. The handle actually got into the prop wash on the left-hand side of the wake as you're looking out from the boat. So 2 at 11.25 meters. Now, coming in at 55K. 55K at 13 meters. A 13-meter start for Dr. Mike Morgan. So for Dr. Mike Morgan, it's been decades since he last represented the United States at world elite level, but certainly was one of the formidable talent that was present in the early part of the 1980s, skiing with highly aggressive slalom style, very similar to what you're seeing here right now. Many-time United States national overall champion in various categories, various age categories, and still has the ability and the poise to be able to slalom at this level. Decided to go in on 13 meters, try and save up a little bit of energy for the likes of 12. All right then, folks, listen up. Listen up, folks. The next pass for Dr. Mike Morgan, he will attempt 11.25 meters. He's opting straight up to 11.25 meters off 38 off. This is going to be fun to watch. So, ladies and gentlemen, all eyes down the course. He started on 13. He's opting up to 11.25 meters, the purple loop. Entrance, number 1, good start. Number 2, even better follow through. Round number 3, he's letting himself go down course, but that doesn't matter as long as he completes the end of the turn. He's round number 5. Does he make it round? Oh no, and he's inside buoy number 6. He tries to make a play, and because he scores 5 on an opted-up pass, that score will be relegated down from 5 at 11.25 meters to 5 on 12. So 5 on 12 meters there, the final score for Dr. Mike Morgan. He certainly kept it entertaining. Absolutely. Okay, so had Mike Morgan had run that pass at 55K at 11.25 meters, that would have been a total of 102 buoys had he have run it. However, he came up a little bit short, and instead of 102, he will get 95 buoys on the strength of his performance there. So, skier on the water, coming to us originally from Switzerland. This is Vincent Stadelbauer. So 14-meter start. Vincent Stadelbauer. And he gets all 6 buoys on the opening pass at 58K, 14.25 meters, riding that KD Element slalom ski and using the grip afforded to him by the Pro Gear gloves. You can find out more by going to skiprogear.com. All right, so Vincent Stadelbauer with 14.25 meters, almost over-rotating off buoy number 6, as a matter of fact, but he has enough of a head on his shoulders to be able to figure that one out and to get through the exit gate. Okay, and getting one or two tips here and there from Roberto. I'm sure that won't go amiss. Okay, so Vincent Stadelbauer, 13 meters, 58K, or 32 off, 36 miles an hour. Entrant number 1. A little flat-footed into number 2, but he tends to ski like that anyway. He's round number 2 and 4 and 5, and number 6 just absolutely pounds that buoy. So winds are starting to pick up a little bit. Not too much, however, but what's concerning is the direction. Wind blowing for a tailwind on the odd-numbered passes, of which the next one is going to be pass number 3. It is going to be a 12-meter attempt for him. So obviously looking to try and put a score into 10.75 meters and needing a headwind 11.25 meters or 38 off in order for him to do that. It would certainly make life a little bit easier for him. Here comes 12 meters, Vincent Stadelbauer out of Switzerland. Last time he skied here, he got into 39.5 off for 10.75 meters. That was at the World Championships last season, representing Switzerland on that occasion. This is 12 meters, headwind attempt, nicely done. 11.25 meters coming up next for Vincent Stadelbauer. So, getting ready. Vincent Stadelbauer. .25 meters. Certainly for those of you tuning in, thank you very much for doing so. We've had a complete day's worth of skiing, and we've only got a few skiers remaining in this section of the amateur competition before we all turn our attention to the go-karting activity that is just around the corner from here. Now, Vincent Stadelbauer believes he has the skills and what it takes to succeed in the go-karts, but let's concentrate on what's going on here. 11.25 meters. There you go, looking and go. He's into the headwind. That's certainly going to help him out. Keep going, Vince. There we go. That's 4. That's 5. And he will take 11.2. 5 meters. Yeah, buddy. Great skiing there from Vincent Stadelbauer. He got this absolutely right from the get-go. The gate shot, absolutely superb, bringing the ski hard round and just keeping enough of the water speed up to allow him to stay in his regular stance going into buoy number 2, and then offering some huge big-time resistance off number 3 into number 4. Almost overloaded it, as a matter of fact, but he just said to himself, just hang on. No, there's only 2 more buoys to come after this, and he absolutely just pounded it. Pounded it like a chicken being tenderized. All right. All right then. So, Vincent Stadelbauer, 10.75 meters. Okay, so personal best of 2. Let's see what Vincent Stadelbauer has on 39.5 off 10.75 meters. Coming back a little bit behind the boat on the gate. His personal best is 2, and it will stay like that because he skis round 2 and to the wakes. He'll be a happy camper from Switzerland with a 2-buoy count at 58K, 10.75 meters. It is Vincent Stadelbauer. Getting a good gate shot into buoy number 1. Could have turned that number 2. And I don't know what was up with that, but he just wants to get a good solid score, you know, to at least leave this site being halfway happy. But to get all the way happy, he's got to try and turn number 2 and get outside number 3. But there you go. Can't have everything all the time. Good solid skiing. Vincent Stadelbauer riding that Katie Platinum slalom ski. He certainly knows how to west turn or to basically dump the speed. So great skiing then for Vincent. All right then, so who cometh next? All right, so let's divert our attention to our next competitor. Should be Roberto Linares from Colombia. Great to have Robert Hazelwood in the boat, and also upcoming inductee into the Waterski Hall of Fame, Scott Ellis. We certainly look forward to him being inducted into the Waterski Hall of Fame next May, on May the 3rd. More details about that by going to usa-wwf.org. That's the USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation's website. You can check out the news blog and find out more about the enshrinement ceremony for Scott Ellis, and also the award of distinctions being honored to a whole bunch of people, including our good friend Jeff Serde, a former president of AWSA and the NCWSA. On the water right now at 36 miles an hour, 28 off, or 58K 14. This is Roberto Linares. Looking good. Looking quite strong out there, it has to be said. There we go, Roberto Linares. 14.25 meters at 58K. Very, very aggressive through the entrance gate. A line for that ski to arc out wide and just staying patient enough to allow that ski to get underneath the line while it's still tight. Not manipulating the ski in any way, shape, or form. As long as he gets wide, it doesn't matter how late he goes down course in relative terms. As long as that ski has already created a path towards the area of the next buoy, then he'll always stay early for the most part. So there we go.
Oh, the touchy.
All right, so continuing right along. Just to let you in on some more news from our good friends at the foundation. I'll give you that in just a moment. Roberto Linares, men's 2 competitor, 30 meters around buoy number 1. Excellent skiing there. just a little bit narrow coming in, and probably with good reason as well, because the wind was blowing right up in his face, and that kind of took out a lot of the speed that he generated across the back of the boat, meaning that had he have decelerated or switched edges too early, it might have brought him on the inside, which happened at least a couple of times on this pass, including buoy number 2. So, continuing right along, as promised, I'll let you know that the USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame Selection Committee is pleased to announce the recipients of the Foundation's Award of Distinction. Bob Archer, an industry magnate, Mike Makaridikan, hopefully I pronounced that right, Michael McElhere, Jeff Serde, as I mentioned, and Gino Yakla, and they will be honored for the award of distinction alongside Scott Ellis, who is enshrined as a Hall of Fame inductee. And just a reminder to you good folks, tickets go on sale on New Year's Day. All right, so getting a lot of positive vibes coming through the live chat, especially for Vincent Stadelbauer for his performance out there into 10.75 meters and chasing him down, but not too closely is Roberto Linares, who got round number 3, but no more than that on 12 meters. So 3 on 12 meters for Roberto Linares. So the boat making its way back to the dock along with Roberto Linares. So good skiing there, up to a point, and we'll get to see who's coming up next very, very soon. The running order's a little bit discombobulated here with skiers starting earlier than they had originally planned for, and some skiers that were earmarked to ski a little bit earlier in the competition unable to do so for various reasons.
Yeah, you click you there.
All right, so next competitor to go is Santi de Bedo. We'll find out the speed in just a moment, and indeed the rope length. Okay, so starting in on 16 meters, but the line length is going to be line length 16 meters, speed 49K. Now this is where zero-based scoring comes into play, because it's not so much about speed or line length, it's about the amount of buoys that you produce with it. Santi de Bedo, I believe he's a men's 2 competitor, which means his maximum speed is going to be at 58 kilometers an hour. He starts at 49K, being that as it may at 22 off. He scores 66 buoys there for his opening pass. Had he have started at 18.25 meters with the same boat speed, he would have scored 6 buoys less. So there is the difference there is the difference in setting the boat speed and setting the line length accordingly. Now, should he get past 16 meters at 32 miles an hour, this handy-dandy matrix chart tells me that at 32 miles an hour at 16 meters, he will get 72 buoys should he run that pass. However, as the boat speed starts to get a little bit higher and the rope length still stays on 16 meters, he faces a little bit of a challenge, because behind absolutely every tournament water ski towboat at 16 meters, there is the 16-meter rooster hump, which means unless he's prepared for it, it could launch him to Mars. Like that. Getting a little bit down course, but he's backsiding these turns pretty well, and he's offering some pretty good resistance, except into buoy number 5. But he gets the job done at 52K, so he's bumped up his buoy total from 66 buoys to 72. And he'll now go up to 55K. Line length still at 60 meters or 22 off, which means the rooster hump is still an ever-present feature. So, current running total of 66 buoys, I believe, 72 buoys, I beg your pardon. I said that, didn't I? So 60 meters going down, 32 going across, intersects at 72. So now he's on 72 buoys. Now let's see what he can do to get as close as he can to a total of 78. The boat speed is at 55K. The line length at 16 meters. Men's two skier, which means that he continues until he stops at a maximum boat speed. Looks like he gets 2, so it looks like it is going to be 2 at 55K, 16 meters, for a grand total of 74. So a grand total of 74 buoys. Comparing that to someone like Vincent Stadelbauer, who skied at 58K and got a couple of buoys at 10.75 meters, which means that he gets a grand total of 110. So that gives you a little bit of a side-by-side comparison there, so far as buoy counts are concerned. Wind starting to beef up a little bit here, and Santi Dibadou not having much of a clue as to where to go. So Santi's right there. And now we'll go on to our next competitor. I won't even begin to guess who's coming up next. If we go back to the list. Okay, so going back to the first half of the amateur competition, Sergei is coming up next. Sergei Daniushki. So we're just waiting on the numbers for Sergei. All right, dock start there for Sergei. And we'll wait on the numbers to come through. All right, I would... Okay, so we'll wait for the line length and speed, but in the started off is competitive action here with a dock start. We'll get the numbers. I believe that was either 32 or 34, or 52 or 55K. Nice stance over the ski. So starting in at 14.25 meters, which means he'll be coming back at 58K 13. So we'll see what he has in store for us with the next run. 13 meters at 58K. Making his turn round the island, round the West Island. Let's see what he's got. Sergei Danioshki. Oh, getting in a little bit deep there off number 3 into 4, but still managing to sweep his way through this run, and that is Sergei Danioshki, who resides in Winter Park in Central Florida. All right, so smartly run there from Sergei Danioshki. Boat speed accelerating its way back up to 58 kilometers an hour. He's run through 14:13. Now this is 12. 12 meters there for Sergei. Entrance number 1. Nicely done. I do have to say he's staying up ahead of the course here, skiing with the tailwind. And getting into a little bit of difficulty the further he got down course. He got round 5, but unfortunately unable to get round number 6. So it's going to be a 5 buoy count on the 12-meter line. 5 on 12, the final score for Sergei Danioshki. So looking at the instant replay again, he got fairly close to the jump there, but thankfully not too close. Looks like we have a change of officials in the boat. Rob Hayeswood has done his time. And now we will swap out for our next competitor. Our next competitor is going to be Barbara Graddick. Or Deborah Graddick, I should say. I beg your pardon, Deborah Graddick. And we'll get the numbers very, very soon if we can get those. Okay, 49K, 18.25 meters, or 30 miles an hour, 15 off. So 49K, 15 off. Should she run this opening pass, she will have 60 buoys in her possession. There we go. Round all 6. Making it a little bit difficult on herself, though, but there you go. That is Deborah Graddick. We'll see what she does next. Not too sure what division she's in. Okay, so women's. So she skis in women's 7, and women's 7 has a maximum boat speed of 49K, which means that that instead of going up and down to increase her boat speed or decrease boat speed, but we'd naturally be going up, so we'd be going down this list. We go across, so we stay at 49K. We stay at 49K. She has 60 buoys as a result of her running the opening pass at 15 off, or 18.25 meters, and she will gain another 6 buoys provided that she runs 22 off, which is her next run. 22 off coming up next, or 16 meters for Deborah Graddick. Oh, almost falling in a little bit there on number 2, but still managing to keep some water speed up. Come on, Deborah. Get after it, girl. There you go. There's number 5 and number 6. There you go. So she's going to have a crack at 14.25 meters. That is Deborah Graddick. Boat speed still at 49K, which means we still continue to go across the chart for the zero-based scoring. She's on 66 buoys, and she'll increase to 72, provided that she runs the next pass of 49K at 14.25 meters, or 30 miles an hour, 28 off. All right then, moving right along. 14.25 meters or 28 off. 66 buoys in her back pocket. Let's see if she can stuff it with a little bit more. Deborah Graddick at 14.25 meters. Oh, look at this start right here. She's getting after it. Look at this. There's number 3. There's number 4. She's still there. Water speed up pretty high, allowing her to turn and to get round all 6 buoys. Yeah! Good effort there for Deborah Graddick. She's now on 72 buoys. All right, so getting it together. Deborah Graddick. Deborah Graddick, who's gone through 14.25 meters. She's on 72 buoys and counting. 30 meters comes up next. If she runs this, she will have 78 buoys. There's number one. Skiing into the headwind, having to pull long to get outside buoy number 2. So there we go with a grand total of 74 buoys or two on 30 meters at 49K. 2 on 30 meters at 49K. That is Deborah Graddick. All right, so down this list, we are on skier number 32 of 40, which means we've essentially have, at least according to this list, 8 skiers remaining before we put a button on today's proceedings and get ready for the go-karting tonight, and also look forward to tomorrow's skiing proceedings right here, along with the skeet shooting. That's always fun. Skier up next, coming to us from the Jolly Ski Club outside of San Gervasio in Italia. Not too far outside the metropolis that is Milano in the Lombardy region of Italy. The skier coming up next is Sofia Castelli. So, 46K, 80 meters for Sofia Castelli. Okay, so Sofia Castelli. She's women's 1, which means that that in order for that line length to shorten past 18.25 meters, she would have to clear every single pass from here all the way through to 55K. Unless she decides to stay with this pass, with that line, that she decides to stay with that speed and shortens the line. I believe there is a provision under the zero-based scoring system that would allow the skier to do just that. So going up with the speed, it's going to go to 49K. 49K currently, if she continues on this route of up in the boat speed all the way up through to maximum before going on to the next shortest line. Currently, she is on 18.25 meters, and because she cleared 46K, she is on 54 buoys. Now, to get 60 buoys, she has to run the next pass, which is 49K, 18.25 meters. All right, here we go. Sofia Castelli. This now is 49K. Oh, it slices and dices away through that run. So good skiing there on a grand total of 60 and still continuing to ski. Sofia Castelli. So Sofia Castelli now moving on up from 49k to 52 kilometers an hour. Now things start to get really, really challenging from here on out. So, in order for her to get to 66 buoys, she's got to run this next pass. 2 mile an hour quicker. 52k, which is 3 kilometers quicker than the previous speed of 49k. There we go. Sofia Castelli. There's 3. Come on, keep pushing it. Round number 4, and she knows the gig's up, so it's going to be a 4 buoy count. 4 buoys at 52k, 18.25 meters. Bringing the handle up a little bit high, which stopped the ski from rotating anything more beyond that number 1 turn, although she recovered fairly well off number 2. Tried to put in a little bit more of a turn to stay with the run, but she generated way too much speed and sent it too late into the course. So it is going to be a 4 buoy count for Sofia Castelli at 52k, 18.25 meters. Skier coming up next is Brett Brandar. All right, a lot of activity around dockside. We'll see who's coming up next. It looks like we've got a change of boat driver. All right, then. It looks like we've got a change of boat driver, and with the change of boat driver, they are entitled to do a simulated pass up and down the course to get familiar with the controls and everything that's needed to continue on with the slalom competition. So we'll get that done. And in the meantime, for you folks watching, we're going to take a little bit of a breather. So come on back for the remaining portion of the amateur slalom skiing right here at the 2024 Travers Grand Prix. We'll be back right after this.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
Hello everyone, my name is Danilo Filchenko and I am the Under 21 World Trick Champion. The edge trick binding brings me a lot of support and control over my ski due to the 3D printed plate. I'm very excited for upcoming 2021 season as Worlds are taking place, and I'm confident that with the right gear, it will help me achieve my goals.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right then, welcome back to continuing in live action here at Sunset Lakes, the home of the Jack Travers Ski School and of the 2024 Travers Grand Prix. My name is Tony Lyford. I'm glad to be here and present and presenting this competition to you from the announcing position. All right, we've still got our silent auction going on. We've got the Syndicate Works 01 and the Syndicate Works 02. We have bids going on right now, both online and on site. So going in at 55.14 is Brett Brandar. There we go. Opening pass, Brett Brandar doing a fine job in securing that run. Looking good on the instant replay. 55K, 14.25 meters. So a skiing in men's 4, which means the maximum boat speed for him is going to be 55K. Looking at my handy-dandy chart, yes, indeed it is. Maximum speed 55K. And clearing the opening pass at 14.25 meters means that he has a grand total of 84 buoys. He can boost that up to 90, provided that he runs the next pass on 13 meters. All right, then, here we go. Batter up. Brett Brandar. Looking good. 30 meters. Getting the job done. So again, a few messages coming through on the live chat. Continue to chat it up as we work our way towards the conclusion of today's competition. Brett Brandar, who is on the water at this time, having run through the pass number 2 of 13 meters. He's ran through 14 and 13 consecutively. So now, having run through that pass of 13 meters or 32 feet off, he is now on a total of 90. 90 buoys for him. So coming back into the course at 55 kilometers now, 12 meters. 96 buoys pending if he runs this pass. Round number 1 gets it to go. Round number 2, a little slow off the gate there, off the first third to first halfway point of the course. There you go, round 4. Round number 5. Does he get round buoy number 6? Just about. There you go. That is going to be a 96 total buoys and counting for Brett Brandar. Superb effort for him. Good determined skiing all the way through. So, Brett Brandar, he's gotten through 12 meters. Now comes a dream scenario for him. 11.25 meters, 38 off, but it is going to be into a slight wind. Here he comes, Brett Brandar, 11.25 meter attempt. Boat speed 55K. He's a men's 4 competitor. entrance. Round 1 takes the hit. Little bit over the ski round buoy number 2, but he's still upright. He's still holding speed. Round number 3, he's good to go for number 4. Can he yank on this run? He's round number 5. Can he make it round number 6? Oh, and he's inside. He's inside buoy number 6. That gives him a grand total of 101. 101 total buoys there for Brett Brandar. Had he have run that pass, it would have been 102. But good skiing all the way through. Good attempt at 11.25 meters. He worked the strategy on that one to near perfection, but unfortunately taken a huge hit off number 4 and an even bigger hit down course off number 5, which precluded him from running that pass. Had a split-second thought to throw that ski on the outside of number 6, but he put too much priority on his ribs and his general health and well-being, so he ends up with 5 on 11.25 meters for a grand total of 101. All right, so the next skier to take to the water, we know, is coming into the course at 18.25 meters at 55K. The question is the name. If the list holds true, it should be Zachary Tarum. $55K, 18.25 meters. Now, depending upon his division, that will determine whether the rope gets shortened or whether the boat speed gets increased. Looks like it is going to be a men's 4 competitor, if I'm reading that correct. The text is a little small, but there you go. That is men's 4, which means the boat speed is at max right now at 55. Any further progress for him will involve the line getting shortened, but unfortunately he will not get to that point because he is unable to run the opening pass. At best, he gets 3 buoys. 3 buoys total for Zach Tarum. Just all over the back of the ski and not getting much out of the turn. Holding the handle a little bit too close to his body and just not allowing the lean and actually having to over grip there just to stay in contact with the handle. There might have been a lot more going on there than is immediately apparent on the surface, and hopefully we'll get a little bit of an indication as to what that is. But in the meantime, it's a 3 buoy count total for Zach Tarum. Zach Tarum, 3 buoys total, having attempted 55K, 18.25 meters. All right, Robert Cresswell comes up next.
This one? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, so just getting some information in regarding the go-karts for the folks that are still here. The kids have got to start their registration at 5:30. 5:30 registration starts for go-karts for the juniors, with the adult go-karts being the registration taking place from 6 o'clock this evening. So all that to come over at Bushnell's Motorsports, which is just a little ways away from here. Robert Cresswell coming in at 55K on 14.25 meters. 55K, 14.25 meters. A score of 84 total buoys will come his way, provided he runs the opening pass. He gets the job done round number 5, and 84 buoys secured under his belt, having run the opening pass. That is Robert Cresswell. All right, there. Here we go. This is Robert Cresswell. 55K, 13 meters. 55K at 13 meters. 90 buoys will come his way should he run this pass, and he's running this into a headwind, which means the ski will get to slow down a little bit more rapidly into the turn. He gets the job done. There we go. That is Robert Cresswell. 6 buoys, 13 meters on his game. So, continuing to rock away through this on 90 buoys, that is Robert Cresswell. 12 meters comes up next there for him. Here we go, folks, rocking and rolling. Robert Cresswell. Entrance, number 1. Gets it to go. Round number 2, this is 12 meters. 96 buoys could be going his way, but not this time. So there we go. That is Robert Cresswell. So his total with a 2 buoy count on this run means that his total buoy count is 92. For 2 buoys. 2 buoys on 12 meters at 55K, or 2 buoys at 35 off 34 miles an hour. All right, then. So as we get ready for our next competitor, who, according to this list, should be Brian Decker, and joined here by one of our fantastic boat drivers. Boat driver Supremo himself, coming to us from Little Rock in Arkansas. It is Scott Greenwood. How are you doing, sir?
Doing good, Tony. Doing good. We're going to wrap this day up, aren't we?
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. In fine style, hopefully.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Long day, huh? Can you skip?
So, Tony, we're down to obviously our last few skiers. How many are left on the list?
5.
5 skiers.
Yep. And they...
34.22.
Okay, so 34.22, otherwise known as 55K 16 meters. So let's see what Brian Decker can do. Brian Decker here at 55K on 16 meters. A score of 78 total buoys will go his way, provided he runs the opening pass. Oh, almost getting overloaded off number 4, and he's struggling to stay wide with this pass and stay with it all the way through. And the 78 buoys is in his back pocket now as he continues to rock his way through to the next run of 14.25 meters.
Speaking of rock, look at this first weight crossing here, Tony. Kind of got rock. Was that it, or is this turn at one ball?
Turn at
really
one.
Good and just threw him off balance. Oh, yeah. Now we're on to the races. Brian Decker gets through this pass, no problem after that little weight crossing at 1. And
all right,
we're going to be shortening the rope up, Tony.
Yep, they'll be shortening the rope, but it won't be Brian Decker. Looks like we've got a bit of an identity crisis.
Ryan is who it is.
Is it Ryan Decker or is it Ryan Lloyd?
It's Ryan Lloyd.
Okay, so Ryan Lloyd is there. Okay, so scrub anything I've said about Brian Decker. Actually, Brian Decker's name sounds familiar. He was on the list a little bit earlier on this morning. So, but what we are right about is the fact that he ran 55.16. He's now going to go back in on the 55.14.25 meters. 55.14, that would mean that he'll get 84 buoys provided that he runs the pass. So we got Ryan on the water, Ryan Lloyd. Ryan Lloyd absolutely just crushing that pass like a clove of garlic.
Clover garlic. Yeah, he's shaking his head, Tony. He survived that pass. He needs to kind of get it together here on this next pass and get the rhythm he's looking for.
He needs to look at the positive in this. He's run that pass.
He did.
Now he's survived that long for the opening 2 passes. Now he has an opportunity to put something out there.
You're right. Coming in on pass 3. What's this going to be, this next line length?
Next line length is going to be 30 meters
13
and
meters.
90 buoys pending should he run it. So, and the reason why I give you these buoy totals is it actually better equates certain skiers at certain levels in certain divisions, especially in the team environment. You know, so I mean, it's not just a case of like the pass being a certain line length for a certain speed. It's what it earns so far as total buoy count.
32 off, Tony.
Here we go, 13 meters. Entrance, buoy number 1. Come on, let's get it done.
Here.
Oh, and a split radius edge change into number 2. Look at him go around buoy number 3, keeping it going. He's there on number 4. Oh, my word. On the brink of disaster in the previous pass and getting glory on this one.
What a call, Tony. He actually looked better on that pass early on than he did the first couple. He's getting settled down.
And that was a tailwind, too.
That's right. Beautiful skiing.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. It was some good skiing.
Watch this skiing here at one ball. Ryan swings out into 1, gets the ski to rotate right through the turn, and he's off to the races here. And then, of course, he has to deal. Oh,
look at that split radius.
Now he's dealing with a little extra speed and the tailwind, but he manages it well.
Yes, he brought in Mike Satterhout and Bob LaPointe into that number 2 turn.
There you go. That's that D3 ski toe side turn carved real nicely there.
His toes were pointing at the Duplan Freiburgs in the middle of that turn.
Look at there. With room to spare, Tony.
Yeah, there you go.
Now we're at the 12-meter blue.
We're at the 12-meter blue, and he'll get 96 buoys should he run the pass.
All right, 35 off.
So, here we go. 12 meters. The blue loop. 35 off. Boat speed still at 55k. That's the only constant that we've had so far in this run. Here he comes. This is 12 meters. Handle up a little bit high on the gate shot. He opens up for number 1. Bam! Hits that number 1. He's ahead of number 2. He's still there. He's still upright. He's round number 3, and unfortunately unable to get a little bit further down. But I tell you what, some great skiing there from him for Ryan Lloyd. Great skiing there from him. That gives him a score of 92.5 total buoys.
Yeah, not a bad start there, Tony. And the headwind coming into 2 saved him a little bit. Is able to extend that score and get around that 3 ball. And everybody here is skiing against their summer average, I believe.
Oh yeah.
And putting points on for his team, and we'll be heading shortly out to the tracks to. Are you going to be riding with us tonight, Tony?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, very good.
I'll probably be the slowest cart based upon my weight.
Well, another look at this run at 35 off. He gets out of 2 and has a chance here at 3, just falls in deep, and it's over with.
All right, now, so we're down to our final 3 competitors. The first of those 3 is going to be Jonathan Murray.
I know how to put on a handle.
Tony, this event, it's amazing. So many people from all around the country and other countries that come and ski on the amateur side. I'm not sure if there's another amateur event with more excitement outside water skiing with the shooting and the go-karts. It's just event is growing year after year.
Yeah, absolutely. No two ways about that. There comes 14.25 meters at 55K, 14.25 meters. 84 buoys should he run the opening pass.
Trouble, Tony, trouble.
Yeah, and unfortunately not getting through that run. Just his stability was very much in question right from the get-go. And he doesn't have any problems with the glare, just in case you're wondering, with the setting sun out towards the west. It was a little bit of an issue to start off the proceedings today when the sun was shining from the east, which is why we delayed our start until pretty much 9 o'clock this morning. But even taking that into account, we still were able to run all of our skiing all the way through to the end of today's scheduled proceedings.
Well, tough run for Jonathan. I know he didn't want to...
So what'd you say, 4 or 5? I think that, we're going to have a better look from the boat side of view. The other view from the shore side is a little bit deceptive. But there he gets around number 3. I know he gets around number 4. The question is, does he make it outside buoy number 5? Now that handle coming up a little bit high. Yeah. He's already going down course.
Looks like he made that.
Yeah, he made it outside number 5, and he gets to the wake, and that is just going to be a 5 buoy total there for Jonathan Murray. Now we come down to our penultimate skier. It is the tall and imposing figure of Dave Skirvin.
David Skirvin.
Skirv the Swerve.
Skirv the Swerve. David's been all over this summer. He's been traveling back out to Oregon, and I don't think he's spent as much time on the water as he'd like to, and glad to be back home. Well, his second home, which I think will now be his primary place down here in Florida, so you'll be seeing him getting back into the swing of things. We'll see what he's looking like today with his little bit of time off this summer. But there he is. Quite the specimen. David's one of our great helpers official. He's a tech controller and is extremely helpful on all these events. So he'll be coming in the course at 55K, I would guess 14 meters, Tony.
Probably,
28
yeah.
off.
28 off.
We have Dorian Llewellyn out there putting his time in, judging. And Skirvin, I think he's standing on the bottom of the lake, Tony. Look how big he is.
Yeah. Yeah, if that was Dorian Llewellyn in the water, it would be up above his head.
Okay. And it's confirmed. 28 off here, Tony.
Okay.
Skirvin, make the call.
All right, 34 miles an hour, 28 off, which is 55K, 14.25 meters. 84 buoys. Should he run the opening pass?
Nice easy pull out here. Gently through the wakes, Tony, but he's about 6'6". Needs to get this line tight pretty quick, and it does not.
I just couldn't really get anything.
It's just not going to be a great day.
No, unfortunately there for
Yeah.
him. I don't think he's practiced all that much,
Yeah.
and I think he's carrying a bit of an injury.
Yeah, lots of time off in this summer, so he's paying for it right here. Just doesn't get settled in out of one ball. And
I think his back gave out.
yeah, so he's going to be a lot of pressure on round 2 for David. Maybe he can get a good go-kart ride tonight.
All right, so we're down to our final competitor of the day. It will be Scott Boehner.
Yep.
Okay, so our final skier about to take to the water in this section of the amateur competition. It is going to be Scott Boehner. So great competition today. We've had some great pro skiing from the likes of Jamie Ball and Regina Jaquist earlier on today, producing their scores. What about Dane Meckler and Corey Vaughan? They're both in a tie with the lead and all but certain of making it through to the third round final on the basis of their 4 at 10.25 meter score there, Scott.
Yeah. Good skiing for Corey today and Dane. I rewatched this video. It looked like Dane was in good shape at 41 again, 2 weekends in a row. Dane is struggling with a little upper back muscle spasm or muscle tear that he said it just started hurting about Tuesday. So Scott Boehner's not going to ski this round, or unless he's already skied, Tony.
Well, he hasn't skied already, so I'd imagine that we're going to defer his set maybe to tomorrow. Not too sure why he hasn't skied today, but basically that means that we're done for the day. So, all right, that concludes today's proceedings. We'll try and give you an idea of what time we start tomorrow. We'll give you that time tomorrow. I would imagine it'll be based upon how early we can get things going with the sunlight. We had anticipated starting at 8 a.m. This morning, but because of the sunlight issues, we had to defer it to time significantly later after that time. So let's just say wait there on the YouTube channel for around about 8 o'clock in the morning. And you should be safely in time to watch the slaloming. So,
yeah, Tony, it'll end up being between 8. Most likely, if there's sun, we'll probably get started around 8:45 if we don't have cloud cover.
All right, then that sounds like a plan. So be sure to tune in around about 8 a.m. tomorrow morning as we continue on into round 2 for the Travers Grand Prix for 2024. My big thanks go out to all of the supporters right there. We got Syndicate, we got Good, we got Mike and Kerry and Morgan, we got Michael DeMello, Sunset Lakes, Waters Wetsuits, Edge Bindings, and JackTravers.com Waterski score. Special thanks go to those that you see on either side of the announcing booth. But on the behalf of the TWBC crew and to my good friend here from the South Central region there, Scott Greenwood, I'm going to say goodbye. And until tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., it is ciao for now.